Welcome all of you. Very good afternoon and welcome to the 14th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave South. I am Ankit Piplani, your host for today, and I welcome you to this lovely property where you and I have come together, where we have gathered here to break some new ground and explore new ideas and opportunities to take forward the real estate sector. And to do so, we have a fantastic lineup of eminent experts in the industry with us today to discuss some very interesting and relevant topics. May I request all of you to kindly put your hands up in the air and clap for each one of you for having come together. The event is being live streamed right now on the Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com, and on the Realty Plus LinkedIn page and the Realty Plus Facebook page, which is RP Realty Plus. Do remember to tag us in case if you're capturing any snaps and any selfies. Our social media handles are RP Realty Plus on Facebook and on Twitter as well. Whereas on Instagram, we are as RP_Realty. That's RP_Realty. So without further ado, let's take a look at the brief introduction of Realty Plus. Can we have the AV, please?
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It's days of creating a vision and nights of bringing it to life. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct and finishing what you started. For the past 17 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debate and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievement. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Wow, that was absolutely mesmerizing. So this was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what are our latest initiatives. To know us better, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, the publisher and business head for Realty Plus. Can you give it out for the entire team of Realty Plus for stitching and piecing everything to perfection till now? And I'm quite hopeful and confident that the rest of the day is going to be better than what we have had till now. We now begin the event with the inaugural lighting of the lamp and the Ganesh mantra. To do the honors, I call upon stage Tripti Kedia, the publisher and business head, Realty Plus, Arpit Mehrotra, managing director, Bengaluru and head of Flex, India Colliers, Ashwinder R. Singh, CEO, Residential Bhartiya City, Bhaskar T. Nagendrappa, President, Credai, Bengaluru, Madhusudan G., Chairman, Managing Director, Sumadhura Infracon Private Limited, Deepak Singh, National Director, Leasing Stallion, Universal India Private Limited, Farooq Mahmood, CMD, Silver Line Group. Can we give it out for the stalwarts out here, please? And can we play the Ganesh mantra, please?
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ.
Can we have an applause, please?
निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ.
A few smiles will make it look better.
निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु.
Thank you all for doing the honors. Can we give it out for the stalwarts, please? And before we get started, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to all those who helped us make this event come together live out here. So please put your hands up in the air and give it out for our partners, our sponsors. This event is sponsored and powered by Stallion Universal Private Limited, co-powered by Satwa Group, session partner 315 Work Avenue, event associate partner Flow Realty, V-City and the Groundwater Company, technology partner Prop VR and Totality, organized by Realty Plus, business media partner BW Business World, online media partner Exchange for Media. Thank you so much to each one of you. We wouldn't have done as we are doing right now without your constant support and encouragement. We also have our partner Stallion Universal, UK-based international property consulting firm with global headquarters in London. We would like to welcome Praveen Bachav, country head CRE India operations, to kindly come forward and share with us a few words. Mr. Bachav, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Realty Plus, for this phenomenal opportunity. And a warm welcome to all my dear friends. A very good afternoon to all ladies and gentlemen over here. So, yes, as he rightly said, we are recently launched in India prior almost 3.5 months back. A launch ceremony was happened in Tyrant at Mumbai. So it's an IPC based out of London. We have a headquarters in 1 Canara Square at Canary Wharf. I mean, we work on the same grounds like our other competitor friends. We do a commercial leasing. In our terminology, it's called as a business space advisory. Other than that, we are there in the business of project management, end-to-end solutions for corporate fit-out, for industrials, pharmaceuticals, warehousing, and that's how. Other than that, we are there in the facility management, and strategic branding is one of the new vertical which we are launched in Star in Universal. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really proud to tell you that during my 24 years of experience, which I learned that, I mean, whenever I went to meet my industry colleagues, people, they always used to ask me, Praveen, what should be that differentiator which you're going to be bringing into the plate? So I think a lot, what should be that exact differentiator? So there are two things which I realized. One is about the commitment. I mean, rather the transparency into the commitment and transparency into the deliverables. That is something, that is the only unique thing which industry has to follow when it comes to the delivery to our developers as well as our clients. Other than that, yeah, I mean, this is something, other than that, it's all about how you manage the things on the grounds, and that's how. So this is all about us. And one very important thing, so people always used to say, Praveen, there are several players in the industry, almost 6-7 players who are the leading players, giant people since from last 100 years. Okay, perhaps I feel that to serve 180 million square feet in India, 6 to 7 players are certainly not enough. We need a more, such a 10 players, almost a 50 players who can serve our client seamlessly and effectively. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's it from my end. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bachav. Can we give it out for him, please? Come on. Let's give him a huge round of applause. We now move on to the inaugural address of the day by Dr. Anurag Batra, the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group. Known as India's media mogul, Dr. Anurag Batra is a first-generation serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. After acquiring the iconic business, media, and magazine brand Business World, Dr. Batra has expanded BW Business World Media World into digital events and BW communities. But he's not been able to join us today, so I would therefore request Sapna Srivastav, Editor Realty Plus, to kindly come forward and welcome all of us, please. Can we give it out for Sapna Srivastav, please?
Very warm welcome to you all on behalf of the entire Realty Plus team, our parent company Exchange for Media, BW Business World Group, and Dr. Batra, our chairman. He is not able to join us today. We all know about the Delhi airports, and it's becoming even more difficult to get in and out of Delhi. So I believe that is one of the reasons that he's not here with us today. But coming to, Bangalore is always an exciting city for us to be in. And this is after almost 3 years that we are here back in Bangalore with our Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards. Exciting times. It's great to see, participation from the entire real estate fraternity of South India, and a fantastic lineup of speakers that we will have today. Also, I would like to inform you that, these 2 years, while they were challenging, they were also a learning experience for most of us. For Realty Plus, it gave us an opportunity to open our digital platforms. We kind of created new IPRs in digital. So this was a big learning for us, from webinars to customized online events to video talks. These were some of the things that we introduced during COVID, during those challenging times for us. Times ahead look very exciting. We have many new initiatives coming up in the next year, so it will be a great beginning for us. In fact, in the last 3 years, we launched new IPRs like 40 under 40, which was for the first time in real estate that people were recognizing. We recognized the young talent of real estate. Top 50 marketing minds. Again, marketing is one area where, their efforts go unrecognized, and COVID was the time when they had the most challenging things to do. So that was the time when we recognized them. Woman power, we introduced Woman Icon Awards to recognize the women professionals, the women leaders of Indian real estate. And we ourselves were quite surprised to see the number of women leaders who are there on the leadership CXO positions in various fields in real estate. So that was something awesome that we did during the last 3 years. And the next few years are also going to be awesome for Realty Plus because we are adding more cities now. We are going to reaching out to more cities. We'll be launching more products online and offline. We are launching new coffee table books from retail. One of the segments everyone had almost sounded the death knell for retail. So retail is something that we will be bringing out the coffee table book. Residential, we'll be bringing out a coffee table book, collector's edition. Promising sectors of real estate, from warehousing to logistics to student housing, senior living. These are some of the areas, these are the sunrise sectors, which we will be bringing out again, a collector's edition, pan-India, featuring off projects. And of course, the office spaces. Again, commercial is something which is attracting most investments from domestic as well as international investment funds and investors. So I think for real estate as well, very exciting times ahead. As I've spoken to a lot of people here, Mr. Bhaskar is here with us today. We have Farooq Mahmood and Arpit Mehrotra. We have our first panel members. We also have Mr. Madhusudan here. They will be telling us how our last year was and how the future looks like. So let me hand it over to them. But let me, before that, thank you all once again for being here with us today and being so encouraging to us. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the day.
Thank you so much, Sapna, for those motivational and encouraging words. Can we give it out for Sapna Srivastav, please? A bigger round of applause, please. Yeah, let the energy just build in as we begin the first panel discussion on Realty Plus Conclave. The first session on the topic, Indian Realty in Rare View, Good, Bad, and What's Next. The session will be chaired by Arpit Mehrotra, Managing Director, Bengaluru, and Head of Flex India Colliers. With over 19 plus years of experience, Arpit is responsible for the firm's overall direction, strategy, and growth. Arpit enjoys strong relationships with private investors, developers, and local and global corporates, and plays a crucial role in strategizing end-to-end real estate solutions for corporate occupiers and developers, including advice on leasing, sale, purchase. Can we give it out for Arpit Mehrotra, please? And also introducing our speakers in alphabetical order, I would love to welcome Ashwinder R. Singh, CEO, Residential, Bharatiya Urban, and best-selling author. Ashwinder is a real estate finance, developer, funding, and banking professional. He has helped several organizations achieve market-commanding positions, including JLL Residential, Anarok Properties, where he served as a CEO for both India and UAE, and Bajaj Housing Finance Limited, where he was the group business head for the country. Let's give it out for the gentlemen, please. Come on, put your hands together. Also, let's give it out for Bhaskar T. Nagendrappa, President, Credai Bengaluru. Bhaskar has taken over as the 15th President of Credai Bengaluru. He's the co-founder and joint managing director at Habitat Ventures Private Limited, and implements the company vision and strategy of focused innovation. Can we all put our hands up in the air and give it out for Bhaskar T. Nagendrappa. Next, we have Farooq Mahmood, CMD, Silver Line Group, and Chairman Emeritus and Founder, President, Fiapchi India. Farooq has been in the real estate business for over 43 years and was the world president Fiapchi that represents 70 countries covering all 4 verticals of real estate. He is fellow RICS President Emeritus and past President Bangalore Realtors Association, founder president and IP vice chairman of NAR India and past chairman ICREA USA. Let's give it out for Farooq Mahmood, please, ladies and gentlemen. And next on my list, in alphabetical order, Madhusudan Ji, CMD, Sumadura Infracon Private Limited. Madhusudan is a first-generation entrepreneur, is a well-known thought leader with over 2 decades of experience in the real estate industry. He founded Sumadura Group, one of South India's leading real estate companies in 1995. Under his dynamic stewardship, Sumadura Group has achieved significant milestones, growing at an unprecedented pace with a turnover of over INR 5 billion. Yeah, that's Madhusudan Ji for all of you. I would now request our dear moderator to kindly take over the proceedings, please. Can we give it out for the first panel discussion, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. A lot of energy. Yeah, we had a good lunch. Thank you. So we had in fact, just wanted to thank everyone. The first session, I know it's a difficult session, especially after the lunch. But what we will try to do is that we will try to make it very inclusive. Please stop us in case if you have any questions while we have the right speakers to talk about from the subject perspective. But the more we talk about it, the more it will be interactive. I think it will be much more knowledgeable to everyone. So while this event has been, in fact, Tripti has been planning this for the longest time, and I'm very thankful to her that finally we see this happening in Bangalore. Thank you. So Indian reality in rear view, good, bad, and what next? While last 2 years had been tough year, and tough for some part of the business, tough. Then probably some part of relaxation came in and some easiness came in. While now we are in the fag end of this year, but the exciting part is that what's going to happen next, and then the eminent speakers will be talking more on it. But from a construction industry perspective, I think last 2 years, pre-COVID and the post-COVID era, right? The pre-COVID and the post-COVID this year, probably in the year in March, the input cost has been highest. But over a period of a time, the cost came down and it went up to highest of the, probably on the 28% it went up. While the relaxations came in when the government started intervening, but what's us for the next year? I have the esteemed speakers on the session are Ashwinda, he's a CEO Residential Bharti Urban, Mr. Bhaskar, President Credai, Farooq Mohammed, CMD Civil Line Group, Mr. Madhusudan, CMD Samudra, and Mr. Mulli. Mr. Mulli is missing, unfortunately, he had something which has cropped up in the last time. So, Farooq ji, from your perspective, while we had been talking about the input cost, what do you think, what has happened in the last 2 years journey, and what do you think what's going to happen further?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. Like you rightly said, we have the calendar starting with AD and BC, but now the calendar will be before COVID, that's BC, and after COVID, AC. So we have to look at it from a right perspective. And I would say that it's been a learning curve, and a lot of new things have been evolved around this period. From a perspective of costing, I think there has been a jump of about 30% on raw material. Labor has been extremely difficult to get, and if you get it also, there's been an over 30% cost escalation on that too. The third part is the imports, where we have a double-edged sword, where we're losing foreign exchange to the dollar, and we also have an import problem from various countries where the container costs have shot up, I think about 300%, especially from China and some other countries. So India, I think, is again proving that made in India is going to be the key to all this. And though we are importing from different markets like, as I mentioned earlier, Turkey, Malaysia, and certain other European markets, but all this has a cost factor which will, at the end of the day, add on to the customer, and eventually, I personally feel that the customer will pay the price. And talking about the value proposition of how the markets are going to react, the past is history, and from that perspective, I think we've come out of the woods. The future looks extremely brilliant and bright, and I see many happy faces here who've been doing transactions. So I think markets are here to stay, they're here to improve, and there's going to be a cost escalation because of all this. And eventually, at the end of the day, it's going to be one happy family as far as sales go. People are going to make sure that they have to do a good product at the end of the day to stay in the business. And overall, if you look at it, I think it's a win-win situation. COVID, we've had problems. God has seen us through the toughest of times, though we've lost a lot of friends, near and dear ones. And the economy was shattered at that point of time. But I think India, with its resilience, and has come out, and it's come out shining. And I personally feel there's a lot of positivity, positive and growth that's going to happen in the markets. I'm very bullish on this.
Thank you so much. So my next question will be on Mr. Madhusudan. If you can add about the rise in the cost of construction. And over years, we have seen that probably 5 to 10% it's been growing on. How do you see next year, which is 2023?
Thanks, Arpit. Thanks, Realty Plus, for giving an opportunity to share the dais, the industry leaders. Coming to the point, post-COVID, actually COVID and the pre-COVID events, as you all know, demonetization, RERA implementation, GST implementation, NBFC liquidity crisis. The COVID and the impact of this increasing material cost is only a tip of iceberg actually. So it was preceded by all these events. In spite of that, there are few advantages or post-COVID advantages. If we see, the importance of home in everyone's life has got a lot of importance. When it comes to pre-COVID, the share of affordable homes used to be around 30-40% in launches. In the latest report, if we see, the affordable homes has dipped down to less than 10%. So ultimately, when the demand is there, or when the positive sentiment is there, whether the impact of the raising input cost, impact of the raising labor cost can be absorbed as long as the demand is there. This COVID has resulted the importance of the home in home buyers, this thing. We can see visibly the luxury housing or the ticket size or the unit sizes improving post-COVID. This is resulted in getting momentum or even the accumulated inventory. Pre-COVID, it was 4 years inventory. It was hardly 8 to 10 quarters inventory unsold as per the latest data. So as long as demand is there and the importance of the home is increasing and the discipline is maintained by the real estate players, going forward, and the world looking at India as an alternative option to China and make in India, all these things are going to result in demand and ultimately traction, momentum, and success. Or the real estate can contribute hugely for the 5 trillion economy what the government is talking about.
But sir, in a short term, do you think it will impact the low-cost housing moving ahead, especially the next year, because of input cost going up?
Low cost housing is the serious impact. We are already seeing that in future launches also. The low cost housing is impacted by even the little customers, even customer sentiment, and the overall cost is also, it is impacted. Now low cost housing has become not at all viable. Already, especially in metro cities, the land cost and the approval process are impacting a lot. Still, it is going, for low cost housing, it is going to be a big challenge going forward.
Understood. Thank you. Ashwinder, I'm coming up next to you. While you have seen brokerage side, you have seen mortgage side, banking side, last year, while the residential market has really gone up, like what Mr. Madhusudan has been saying it, sales have gone up, inventory which was available in the market has gone out completely, probably luxury segment has gone up. How do you see next year shaping up?
Thank you, Arpit. Thank you so much. See, it's we are all covering a very, very similar aspect. See, one of the most important things to see how the future demand is going to be is how the land is trading. That is one thing that I keep on saying, because land is the raw material for us. And in the H1 of 2022, there's already been around $1 billion of land that has been bought in the top 7 cities at an average cost of 12.5 crores. And if land is the most important cost after approvals, etc., in markets like Mumbai, and then, you know, the construction cost plus the land cost is generally 67, 2/3 of the total sales price. That's how I look at it when I run my numbers. It seems like that the demand is going to continue, Arpit, at least for the next 3, 4, 5 years, because the shared economy, the way we were looking at it, is not kind of panning out, at least on the housing side. People want to buy homes. There is a minimum increase of 100% in sales in 22 H1, even till September over the previous year, which cannot be a flash in the pan. New launches are coming in. The average ticket size is going up. It is for the first time, there is a terminology which is used in the startup world, which is called FOMO, which is fear of missing out. It is for the first time I see that there are buyers who have a FOMO. If there is a product which is getting launched by a good developer, credible developer, doesn't matter whether he is big, medium, small, people don't want to lose out on the opportunity. One of the other key indicators is that the rental yield in Bangalore right now is at 4 to 5%. And I have been now lately saying that, you know, people keep on talking about rising interest rates and rising interest rates having an impact on your EMI. But the beauty is that the rising rental for the first time is more than the rising EMI. So anybody who's staying on rent, the increase that they're seeing in the rent is far more than the increase that you see in your EMI. Even if you look at the 6-month rate of increase of 2% of repo rate that has happened, where your EMIs would have gone up by 10%. So that also means that capital values are going up, investors are back, and the demand seems to be, till the time, you know, we can stay away from the speculative kind of an environment which was there in 2012, and 80% are end users, which seems like, which also includes people who are going to upgrade, which has become a major necessity now. At least for the 3-4 years, I see a very sustainable and a consistent growth in demand.
In fact, I keep on talking about it, especially from a Bangalore perspective, that Bangalore is not one city. It's a combination of at least 2-3 cities. Every micro market, whether north, east, south, is self-sufficient in terms of infrastructure, in terms of social infrastructure, hotels, hospitals. So it's a combination of 2-3 cities. And talking about yield, 4-5% yield, while the national yield will be between 2 to 3%. The yields in Bangalore are the highest in the country at this point of a time. So coming on my next question to Mr. Bhaskar, especially last 2 years, we have been seeing people working from home, especially the IT technology team who had been Bangalore hosts highest quality of high-end talent when it comes to technology. And last 2 years, while the offices have slowed down, but the residential has gone up, which means that disposable income has increased, especially on the high-end housing. How do you see on a premium housing for the next year? And what do you see from a national as well as from a Bangalore perspective?
Good evening. Thank you very much for having me here. And one thing, I mean, to start with, actually, like Mr. Farooq mentioned, I mean, it is, BC and AC. So everything is connected to the sentiments of the home buyers. So the sentiments of the home buyer, who is the end customer, unlike any other, market in the country, Bangalore is one market where it's predominantly driven by the end user. So it's not an investor-driven market, it's an end-user-driven market, because of which, I mean, post-COVID again, I mean, there are various reasons or, like which have contributed to the sentiment enhancement. COVID was the last one to go through. I mean, before that, every city in the country went through some or the other kind of, turbulence or kind of disruptor. But in Bangalore city, we had one more important thing which was called NGT. National Green Tribunal, whatever, it was specific to Bangalore city only, where in which a lot of builders also got stuck. And the entire sentiment of the home buyers was also kind of affected. No mistake of the developers also, because the projects were in different stages. I mean, few projects were in advanced stage of completion. So, but whatever the reason, but the sentiments were hit very badly. COVID, one thing what it did was, it changed the perspective of the home buyer. It made them realize the importance of home, because majority of the time they stayed at home. The home started behaving in different forms, be it school, be it office, be it entertainment, be it theater, be it bar, be it puja, be it what. I mean, the home played the role of all the possible spaces what one leads his life in. Because of which, I mean, the importance, I mean, whatever they were feeling, upgradation happened, and the larger space demand increased, and multiple things happened. Now, actually, I mean, this was internal, externally also, like from sub 2 trillion to 5 trillion, whatever economy we are talking about. The reality also is going to go up. The catchment is going to go up. Like rightly mentioned by you, we are the IT capital.
Correct.
Highest absorption in the IT space. I mean, today, all of us are talking about the recession globally in the developed world.
Correct.
But I mean, in India, because of the work from home and, somebody from New York can work from India. The same assignment. So, I mean, the job prospects also in the IT segment has increased. So, multiple reasons. I mean, only one thing I can say, the sentiments have really improved. It is, whatever is gone is gone. Now, actually, whatever the way forward or the way ahead is very bright and prospective. We need to, I mean, every challenge will always have an opportunity. And we had a very challenging time. I mean, now forward from here, actually, the things are going to be very bright. And everybody is optimistic, not only the domestic Indian market or even the people across the world. I mean, everybody is bullish on the Indian market and the absorption capacity of the consumer or the, by and large, the general public of the population of the country. So things are going to be very bright. I mean, it all depends on us. Now, as I said, I mean, we have moved pre-COVID, unorganized to organized. The reality itself, I mean, we can say proudly, I mean, who are night by fly kind of, operators have gone. It is all only organized professional developers who are here. So the future is very bright.
On that, thank you so much, Mr. Bhaskar. My next question will be again to Farooq and Mr. Madhusudan together. Especially while the input cost has been increasing, which we have been seeing in the last 2.5 years altogether. But now when things got settled up, now we see home loans going up, right? Do you see that probably for next year when the home loans, because it's going to increase for some more time, you see your residential sales coming down, and what do you see about 2023 on that?
Sir, Arpit, if you just review last 2007 onwards kind of thing, 2008 to 2013-14 was a very bull run in terms of real estate absorption or the units sold per year kind of thing.
Correct.
If you see the interest rates, there are from 18 to 13% it inched. When it comes to 2014 to 2020, 21 or 22, the interest rates are from 14 to 6.5%. In spite of that 14 to 6.5%, the inventory doesn't move. The inventory piled up for years together, where sometimes in some of the micro markets it touched
3 years.
60 months kind of thing.
Yep.
So here the major item in Indian market, it plays the sentiment and the now what we are talking about, the importance of home. This is what playing. In addition to that, because of the demographic dividend, the domestic resilience, the domestic consumption, India growth story is still intact. Everyone is looking at India. So I think when it comes to, in spite of all these positives, the only interest rates may not affect prominently or to the bothering extent in consumption of even either residential or whatever it is. This is what I feel.
Thank you. I think I totally agree with Mr. Madhusudan's point of view. I'd just like to add that this is not going to change anything major. You will see, and as you see also in the market, new launches, 30% sold on the day of the launch, 25% sold on the day of the launch. So this trend is going to continue because it looks like it's going out of fashion. People are wanting to buy property. People are wanting to get the piece of the action. And one very important factor is home loans, like Mr. Madhusudan said. I remember at one point of time it was over 20%.
Yeah.
And now if you look at it, we are coming around to a state where we are going to settle at the international rates, which are going to be, of course, not in the next 1 or 2 years, because we've got various economical factors, recession, global recession that's happening. But I don't see the R of the recession happening in India, though there have been a little bit of job retrenchments and things like that, but that's not a major issue to really look at this point in time. I think I'm very, very bullish. I'm a born optimist, and I always see the glass half full than glass half empty. I personally feel that this is a time when the developers this is going to differentiate between the boys from the men. At that point of time, whoever has survived the COVID and has been here right now is here to stay. Professionalism is there, accountability is there, and people have that faith. At one point of time, they were saying millennials are not interested in buying property, but I think today the trend has changed. Not just the millennials, but everybody is wanting to buy property, and I personally feel the prices are going to go up. In fact, one of the things I was just talking to a newspaper a day or so back. I was telling them that the inventory that is left over from the previous, 2 years, it's much cheaper to buy that right now, because if one were to acquire the land and go into construction mode, they're going to see a 3 to 4 year period where, start to finish. It's cheaper to buy the product right now because it's at a throwaway price. So I would say, in my perspective, it's at least about 30-40% cheaper than what it's going to be in the next couple of years. So I personally feel the markets are here to stay. And adding on to the cost of construction, yes, this is going to go up, but that's a phenomenon that we're going to live with. Today you're living in Whitefield, you're paying X. Tomorrow you move on to the next fast moving suburb, and the cost of construction is going to keep changing, and the cost of land has also shot up, and it's cheaper today. So my advice is buy today than tomorrow.
Understood. In fact, just to add further, Farooq, when you were talking about recessions, what's happening, probably my take on that, and this is my personal take on that, is I've seen 2007, 2008, when the global financial crisis happened, and everyone said that no one will fly airplanes. But the next thing which happened is all the planes, after a point of a time, were running full. So whatever happens, happens for the good. If US is in trouble, which means that India will come back very, very strongly, because if they have to put down investment, Europe is in trouble, China, it will not happen, and the kind of skill set this country has is much higher. So I'm pretty optimistic like you, Farooq, on talking about it, that probably we will come back very, very strongly. We have to keep on building. I think the disposable income is only going to increase further. So that's where I see about it. Now,
when comparing the raise in interest rates,
Absolutely.
200 bips, compare the disposable income, increase in the disposable income over the last 24 months.
Correct.
And the residential rental yield. These two are the major factors which are going to substantiate the impact of the, especially the interest rates.
Yeah, absolutely. The way it's moving up, see the amount of inventory. Bangalore is the city, probably Bangalore is the hub when it comes about commercial real estate or residential real estate in the country. People watch Bangalore carefully. What happens in Bangalore, probably it becomes a trend for the country. And that's where the highest stock, whether it talks about commercial or residential or coming up stock, is the highest here in the country. Where I see moving ahead, I don't see a panic situation. Maybe our next 2 quarters or 3 quarters will be a little slow, but I see one job cut there means 6 jobs will come down to this country, because we are a highly educated country and the skill sets are much higher.
Just to add to what you're saying, I think we are 1/3, I think about 25% of what it would cost to do it out of the country, we're doing this. So people are not coming to India to have masala vada and bisi bale baat and tandoori chicken, or they like the Bangalore weather. They're coming here basically because we are giving them value products at an affordable cost, and one man's food is the other man's poison. So if they are running through a recessionary period, I think this is the time when I see this as a bigger opportunity for our companies and IT companies here to grow. And you've seen it, the past numbers of the absorption of space also, what's been happening in Bangalore and across India. So I think we're good to go, and I'm very bullish and very positive on what's happening.
Thank you. Thank you. So my next question will be to Mr. Suresh and Ashwinder itself. Ashwinder, especially you had been part and bringing something which was North Bangalore has not seen, and you are part of a 140 acres campus, and the way you developed over a period of years, which is Bhartiya, right? While Tier 1, everyone has been talking about it, the gated community, the hotel, the infrastructure which you have built in. What do you think about Tier 2, where the land pooling and the land cost is much easier? Do you think 2023 you would like to venture into a Tier 2 city?
Actually, you know, Arpit, it's a very good thought through question, and nothing less could have been expected from somebody who's so ingrained in real estate. I personally feel that Bangalore itself is a very big city, and real estate is a state subject.
Correct.
Or I would say a city subject. And there are very few developers in the country who have moved out of their core city and have been able to do well. It is only a recent phenomena in the last 1 or 2 years we've seen people going out, venturing into different cities and doing better. I personally feel that Tier 2, you know, we are all in the business of managing risk.
Correct.
I always say, you know, I'm not a developer, because actually I have never worked with a developer earlier. This is for the first time I'm working in a developer, and I've always had a very different opinion. And finally people have started agreeing to me, especially, you know, people who've been in the development world, that we are in the business of risk. If you can manage risk, if you can price your product well, there is no harm in selling slow also. So if you want to go to Tier 2, it has to be a completely different strategy, where you price it well. You can't price it high, but you can't price it low. You have to look at, you know, profitability. However, there is so much of demand in these top 7 cities already. And yes, because of work of home and many technology itself is 10 to 12% of the salaried population of the country. And people have gone to different cities where their organizations have allowed to work from home. There is a demand that has happened. Cities like Jaipur, cities like Mysore, cities like Chandigarh, we have seen new developers coming in, doing well. But I would feel that it is all a matter of your core competence, because it is about having a very good team. It is about on-ground execution. You don't want to spoil the party and start getting aggressive and doing the same mistakes people did 5-6 years back and then blaming the market. Because if you end up making a bad product, or if you end up, you know, pricing it less or more, and you know, you have great sales in Bangalore, and your project in Bangalore is not doing well, you are actually spoiling the party. But yes, if it is well researched, you have a land at a good cost, you have done your research, you feel there is a demand, finally Tier 2, Tier 3 is, Tier 2 for sure is going to boom, Arpit. There are no two ways about it. The margins have to be lower, they will be lower, profitability will be lower, and especially if you're a public limited company, you need to kind of figure out how you balance all of these out. But yes, India, 80% is Bharat.
Correct.
And that part of India is definitely going to grow. Education is there, employment is there. So there is an opportunity for sure, but it has to be a calibrated effort by any developer who wants to do it, so that it is a win-win and they don't do one project and stop. Because I have seen earlier also large developers going into different cities, doing one project, facing a problem and then stopping. But then that is of no use and it is of no fun.
So I definitely wanted to hear what Mr. Bhaskar has to talk about. Mr. Bhaskar, you had been part towards this CREDAI, and since you are president of CREDAI, you understand about tier 2 and tier 3 cities also. While you have been talking many developers from, not from a Bangalore perspective, but other cities other than Bangalore. Just wanted to take your inputs on it, and how do you see next year, which is 2023, on tier 2 cities?
Yeah, it's very interesting question, keeping in mind the current context.
Correct.
Current context in sense, I mean, not only COVID, the recession in the global world, which is an opportunity for India for a better, higher employment. And once it is out in next 3 to 4 years, whenever that picks up, I mean, even if we read the International Labour Organization report, the UN report on the labor, we are going to be exporting even the agriculturist to the rest of the world. When that kind of scenario is happening, I mean, tier 2 cities, I mean, currently today, the way, at least for Karnataka, if you look at, I mean, Karnataka is Bangalore, Bangalore is Karnataka. That is how it is. But going forward, that is not going to be the case. Everything cannot be Bangalore, infrastructure or even water or so many things. I mean, the establishment will not be in a position to do that. So now currently we are talking about a second airport, I mean, coming up next to, apart from the Kempegoda International, somewhere near. And we are talking about on next month, 12th, Shimoga Airport opening up. There are opportunities, like Mr. Ashwinder said. I mean, it's all price-centric. The entire thing revolves around the pricing. Unfortunately, in Karnataka, the affordable housing policy is not implemented to the fullest extent what it should have been, like in Gujarat or like in Rajasthan or elsewhere. Now, we have given a representation. It's been considered. It is going to the cabinet. Probably in coming before election, probably it should be out. So the entire population of the Karnataka state should be in an advantage because I mean, the capital cost is, I mean, since you are coming under the infrastructure category, your cost of capital is going to reduce. There is no official fee what you will be paying for plant sanction, and you have a double the FSI. There are multiple advantages. So the cost of capital is, the cost of selling product is going to be, I mean, lesser compared to what it is. So going forward, tier 1, I mean, whatever, I mean, from here, how far real estate can keep going on. Now, we said actually, I mean, migration. Now, when independence happened, I mean, 90% of the population was in villages. Now, today we are talking about, we said, I mean, urbanization is a reality. But when you come to urban area, then, I mean, suburbanization is a truth.
Correct, absolutely.
So, I mean, when migration is happening at such a large extent, and people are going and staying in suburb area where the density is going to increase, but the infrastructure is the lowest level, be it sanitation, be it road or whatever. So the tier 2 cities has got a future. It's just a matter of time when it will open up. One biggest contributor is Make in India.
Correct.
Now, actually, even I remember Dabaspet, actually, when we used to go around on the highway, left-hand side, what was sold at $500, $1,000, today, I mean, you're getting it 5,000 rupees a square foot, residential plots. I mean, apartment near Vasanta Narsapura, next to in KIDB, I mean, largest Japan city or whatever, that industry. So, tier 2 city, there is a, prospect, there is a future. It's just a matter of time. Make in India is a reality, and things are happening in the smaller towns also.
So why to go further? You have a colleague who is sitting.
Yeah, actually, Bharatiya City, we talk about it.
But there.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, the reason I am not too bullish about tier 2 city, it is very fashionable to say tier 2 cities will do well. But what is happening, sir, is that I've been in Bangalore now for a few years. Earlier, Bangalore was still Bakery Circle, right? So what happens it is now today Bangalore is 70 kilometers of diameter. Now the tier 2 cities have not done well.
Correct.
The major cities like Delhi NCR, like Bangalore, which have the ability to grow, Hyderabad, which have the ability to grow, they keep on growing further and further because most of the new employment opportunities keep on coming here. Now Kia has come near Bangalore And most of the people who are working in Kia are also staying in Bangalore. So what is happening is actually that the tier 2 city might not. So for example, Bombay and Pune is now, you can say it is one city because you take 1.5 hours from Vashi. If you are in Vashi, you take less than 1.5 hours, you take actually 1 hour and you are in Pune. So the metros which have the potential to grow, they keep on growing because of the new employment opportunities coming here, airports coming here, entertainment being here, education being here. And that is why Bangalore as a city, for example, or Mumbai or Pune as a city, they keep on growing much bigger. So from 70 kilometers of a diameter, like you gave an example, is not a joke.
Same thing actually. Now they were very keen on having
comes
5
to-
runways for Bangalore airport. They opposed the second airport.
Yeah.
Now Israel is investing there. Now 5 runways they were willing to. They said, you will do the runways, but where will I have the road for those, the traffic, like whatever is happening.
Yeah.
Now in Delhi also, what Mr. Sindhya mentioned, I mean, everybody is focused on the runway. Come out of the runway, look at other things. Now that's change is something which is constant, we cannot help. And make in India, the job opportunities and the confidence of the Indian youth also
Yeah.
in themselves and the sentiments as such.
Yeah.
And I mean, even in my own realty industry, the kind of adaptation of the flooring material or, sanitary or, toiletries. It was all, from, different countries. Now today we are talking about majority of our consumption is from make in India only.
Ashwindarji, when we talk about tier 2 cities, instead of comparing with the tier 1 cities, tier 2 cities, if we can call this COVID as again a watershed movement for real estate industry in especially tier 2 cities. This work from home or dynamic model, it is enabling them to stay near to their parents, to their thing, stay close to the nature and still delivering everything. And the affordability of the homes, affordability of the social infrastructure, it is making them. If you see 2015 to 20, tier 2 cities contribution is only 1/5. But in the next 5 years, it is going to be at least 1/3. These tier 2 cities are going to be the growth engines. May not be the most of the listed or the tier 1 developers may not start. If you see the Ahmedabad has crossed many of the tier 1 cities. Jaipur, Nagpur, Goa, Vishakhapatnam. There are 100 cities. The government initiatives like Amrut, like Smart City Mission and Udaan. These initiatives are going to add value, growth to these engines, and ultimately these are the growth centers in overall development of the country and even in the real estate. But we need not to compare with tier 1 cities or developers going from tier 1. There are developers, every tier 2 cities its own set of developers are grooming. Some of the areas, even Kochi, if you see many developers from Bangalore went and doing Coimbatore, Kochi. These are the cities, as per our RBI, there are more than 100 tier 2 cities. These cities are going to be growth engines for next phase of real estate. That's what even I believe.
100 smart city, whatever has come out, is a reality. I've seen even within Karnataka also. Like those are reality. The aspiration of people, whoever is buying or whoever is living in whichever this thing, they want to lead the same lifestyle what they lead a life in Bangalore. Now earlier actually, even 10, 15 years back, you could talk about a fast food McDonald's only in Bangalore city. But how many McDonald's you saw? And now you are able to see McDonald's even on the highways.
Yeah.
So the aspiration, the growth prospects, the acceptance, the wish list has grown up. So like Madhu said, you cannot compare both. It's not apple to apple comparison.
Correct.
But there is an opportunity given now, especially if you add or if there is an amendment to the affordable housing policy of Karnataka within Karnataka state. Karnataka will have a big prospect. Like even the Honorable Prime Minister, in a single day, he'll kind of launched 1,000 affordable housing projects in the state of Gujarat. And he handed over a few thousands of homes in Delhi, if I'm right, on the affordable housing. So that is there actually. But like, I mean, we cannot compare the bigger cities to, those cities. But there also that potential, that growth, even internet connection itself was a challenge. Now, I mean, you have a wonderful internet post-COVID. I mean, whatever you go, people are working from there.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think the energy levels in these discussions are higher and it's only going to get higher further. So before I move further, while I am very conscious on the time, in case if there are some questions to this panel, please raise it. It's very interesting to talk about it. I can see a lady there. If someone can help with a mic there. Ma'am, it has to open. Just help her now, please. I think.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. I think this has been a fairly enriching session, as you rightly said. I've just moved from Pune into the city. So, very important observation how Pune has seen a different role change. One very interesting factor that I wanted to ask is, how will the other sectors be impacted? So, one is the residential. I see a splurge of senior living coming into Pune. I wonder how the other sectors are going to be impacted. So I thought I just would like to have your views on that.
Mr. Madhusudan, if you want to, or Ashwindar, if you want to take it, please.
No, it's a very good question. I also moved from Pune, so I see those. Senior living is going to be a reality. There are a lot of even foreign players which want to collaborate with Indian developers to build senior living. Senior living, as everybody said, India is changing, and so is the dynamics and the thought process. India, at one point in time, senior living was a taboo, that how could children kind of leave their parents in a senior living place and come away. But today, the parents want to be in a senior living because it is conducive, they make friends, they have amenities, they have a better social life, medical arrangements are nearby. The parents have traveled abroad and seen how senior living works and how people are happy. There is going to be a very big opportunity in senior living, and it might come as a hybrid model, in some places where you have a senior living block and you have other residential blocks also. And that block caters to senior living because the architecture and design of senior living is very different. You need to cater to many other aspects from a design angle. And integrated townships like, say, for example, ours, we are thinking of doing a senior living block because we have a hospital near, we have a hotel near, we have a mall near, we have a school, so on and so forth. We have a commercial office. And this is going to become an important aspect, like other assets like industrial and warehousing is now doing very well. A lot of, even in tier 2, as you rightly said, most of the industrial and warehousing is coming near tier 2 because land is cheaper. So that asset class is also kind of picking up quite well. I hope I've been able to answer.
Thank you. Mike, please. It's not working. Absolutely. If you can just talk about you also. Talk about you, your name, and the question whom you wanted to ask.
Hi, very good afternoon all. My name is MS Arsha. So I run a very small firm called Asiru Farms. So I have a question to all panelists because I'm so interested in everybody are giving their views on their own business perspectives. So post-COVID, there was a shift in terms of sustainable living and sustainability altogether. So apart from residential and commercial, so what is your views on sustainable projects like farmlands or sustainable cosmetics? There's a lot of people are doing sustainable projects. So what's your take on sustainability?
I think it's a great question because I think sustainability, we hear a lot about offices and offices moving towards sustainability, especially there are many corporates who are talking about the net carbon or carbon zero over 2025 or 2030. But housing, how do you see sustainability towards housing? Sure, Farooq.
I think it's very important, and that's the future of the industry. What one needs to work out is already developers have started doing that. I noticed in a lot of projects, people are talking about green. The organization that I represent, global organization, FIAPC, also talks about sustainable housing. We have a tie-up with the United Nations on sustainable housing. And at the end of the day, you talk about zero carbon credits and things like that. I was just talking the other day on another, the same subject. If the government can look at tax incentives for sustainable housing, I think that's a very, very important move forward to give you those carbon credits. Your income tax credits could be reduced on this. I don't know how it's going to work, but from a perspective of sales, I think if given two apples, one grown on a natural farm without fertilizers, using fertilizers, and the other used with natural means, people would prefer the ones with nature. So I think that is the way forward, and a lot of developers have been doing this recyclation, water plant, and energy, and facades of buildings are now being designed in such a way that they're used as solar panels, the entire roof area. There's going to be a fight for coverage of space on solar energy, and power especially as it's getting expensive and scarce. I think this is the way forward, and I think there is tremendous scope.
I saw a big smile coming.
Actually, the way I understand, there are two questions in your one single question. One is you're talking about sustainable homes, and the other one you're talking about the farm homes.
Correct.
Okay, so sustainable, Mr. Farooq has already explained to you, and each one of us, like as per the Paris Accord, 2070 is a reality. All of us have to do it. As far as we Creda builders in the nation are concerned, we have assured that by 2050. And as far as Bangalore, we have implemented in the form of STP and other things. By 2030, and I think we should be reaching in Bangalore, at least if not for other things, at least on the waterfront, we are trying to, there is a study which has been now done by Indian Institute of Science, which I'll be in a position to reuse the treated water, grey water, for construction. Now, for construction, you are not supposed to use the fresh water. So there are multiple things which are coming in, and we are talking about reducing the electricity in the form of solar to multiple kind of source of energy. And farmlands, actually, farmland, second home, weekend home, this is a reality. Suburb, whoever is staying in larger, these 7 metro or, the future going to be added to least, 10, 12 metros, they always aspire to have a weekend home. So the farmland is nothing but more like a weekend home. So that also is really kind of done. The highest sales, if you see during those period, actually, the highest revenue to the government exchequer was from that transaction.
Correct.
Rural. So even in Karnataka now, as we speak, actually, during this past 1 year, if you see the real estate transaction or the collection of revenue from the stamps and registrar, the highest contribution is from that sector, non-agricultural lands.
Just like to say a final word on
One of
this.
the biggest attributor.
The prices have shot up in a particular development, I'm not going to say it, by about 70% from what it was around COVID period till today. So it's a massive development, and the price appreciation has been over 70% in some of these developments.
Maybe the last question, I see the time up,
Thank you.
but maybe the last question. Yes, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Vaibhav.
Can you be a little loud, please, if you don't mind?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I come from a sports infra background, and my question to you all, recently we have seen a lot of inclusion of sports amenities in our Indian reality. So how do you see the future of sports inclusion? Because since recently we have seen a lot of sports in rise all over India. So how do you see the sports amenities inclusion from here in Indian reality?
As we are repeatedly talking about post-COVID, the importance of the home when it, as our Bhaskar sir told, the homes now have become playgrounds even. So, of late we have seen many sports-themed communities coming up, and even the customers demanding, including the sustainable features and the sports features. more into these communities, and the communities having these kind of sports features are gaining the momentum, are getting the attention of the prospective purchasers a lot. That's going to be even a further increase in including the sports activities, sports themes into the communities will further gear up. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Actually, they are not only talking about sports now, they are talking about quality. What kind of quality you are providing, whether it's going to be RCC for a basketball court, for example. Now they are talking about specifications. Now, I mean, and people are having revenue out of it. The associations are having revenue out of it with an app. Whenever that's not in use, I mean, outside people can come, pay and use it whenever the slot is open.
Actually, in our development, there's a lot of focus on sports because, see, when you go about design thinking now, today's consumer, today's consumer don't just look at what is inside the house, but it has become very important what is outside the house. And if your inside of the house might be brilliant, but your outside of the house doesn't give that vibe, whether it is sports, whether it is open spaces, whether it is about walking, whether it was, the right ambience, the new projects are not going to be so easy. So the design aspect is going to become the most critical aspect for any project, whether residential, more so residential, to really do well, and sports is going to be an integral part of it.
That is one of the observation, COVID to post-COVID. Now, earlier, before COVID, it was only your office and home inside your home. Now, after all these things, and even the demography also has added because you have children and all of that, now, outside your home, within the compound wall, within your community, whatever facilities are there. So that too, without any compromise, they want all international kind of a facility. That is the expectation. With 24/7 kind of an option. Even at the night, 12 o'clock, if somebody wants to, they should be in a position to use. That kind of an expectation.
Thank you. Thank you on this. While again, I'm telling you that if there was time, probably we could have continued for a few more hours here and we can keep on talking and talking in detail. Happy to answer the speakers are here in this room. Maybe after this session, in case if you have some more questions, you can reach out to them one-on-one. I'm sure that they will be happy to talk about it. So just to summarize, what we see this year was challenging. Maybe the Q1, where the input cost went up, was challenging, but over the last 2 quarters, it came down drastically. And we, like speakers said, we are very optimistic about welcoming next year. Whatever has happened has happened. Disposable incomes have gone up. People are looking ahead for something which they have not seen it before. So I would like to thank you everyone for this, and thank you speakers for coming in and talking about it.
That was an absolute masterpiece. Can you give them a huge round of applause, please? I would now request and invite Deepak Singh, National Director, Stallion Universal Private Limited, to present a token of appreciation to all the panelists. May I request the panelists to kindly come back, please. A plethora of knowledge, experience, everything coming together, packaged together in a nutshell and served to all of you with so much class and finesse. Can we give it out to this panelist, this entire panel? Bigger round of applause, please. Come on. Congratulations. I could have heard you for hours to continue with, and I'm glad that we had this session today. Thank you so much, and thank you Deepak Singh for doing the honors. Let's give it out to all of them one more time, please. Have you got the photos? Yeah, the photo op is done. It's all done. Yeah, it's good. Okay, we'll move on to the next session, the next panel discussion, which is on the topic office, real estate, at Cusp. Hybrid versus back to work. And let me invite the moderator for this session, Ramita Arora, Managing Director, Cushman and Wakefield, Bengaluru. And introducing our speakers in alphabetical order, I would like to welcome Jaggi Malhotra, CEO, Prestige Office Ventures. Jaggi Marwa leads the growth and development of Prestige Group's office planning, execution, business development, design and development, planning, execution, business development, leasing and sales of the group's portfolio. He has over 27 years of cumulative work experience. Previously, Jaggi held senior leadership positions at JLL India, WeWork, Taj Group, RMZ Corp, and CB Richard Ellis in Dallas. Can we give it out for Jaggi Marwa, please? And keep your hands up in the air. Let's give it out for Manas Mehrotra, the founder and managing director, 315 Work Avenue. Manas is a serial entrepreneur and one of the leading voices in the new generation co-working space providers in India. With the proven ability to extract the core issues and challenges within the organization, his strength lies in his ability to combine the necessary elements to help the business increase and maintain a competitive advantage. Let's give it out for the gentleman out here, please. That's Manas Mehrotra for you. Welcome. Next we have Praveen Bachav, Country Head, CRE India Operations, Stallion, Universal, established in 2020. Yeah. Established in is a sister company of Stallion Global UK Private Limited, an occupier-focused workplace solutions firm that specializes in commercial, industrial, retail, hospitality, and healthcare. Praveen, a civil engineer, is the country head CRE operations company and a visionary of the professional growth in the real estate space. Let's also give it out for Ravi Ahuja, COO Commercial Brigade Group. Ravi leads sales, marketing, strategic planning, and is responsible for driving the growth and profitability in asset management revenues and operations of the company's commercial office business. He comes with over 25 years of real estate experience and has held strategic and general management roles in various leadership capacities. Let's give it out for Ravi Ahuja. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, come on, let's give it out. Let's give it out for Ravindra Pai, MD, Century Real Estate Holdings Private Limited. Ravindra oversees all activities of the company from land sourcing and project conceptualization to execution and delivery. More than 6 million worth of construction, including residential, plotted developments and commercial, have been undertaken under his leadership. Thank you for joining us, Ravindra. We welcome you. And last on the list, but only in the alphabetical order, put your hands up in the air for Vivek K. Chandy, Joint Managing Partner, J. Sagar Associates. Vivek has over 30 years of experience in areas of private equity, mergers and acquisitions, corporate commercial work, and real estate advisory in India. Vivek is also qualified to advise on international commercial arbitrations and is a member of the Chartered Institution of Arbiters. Let's give it out for Vivek K. Chandy. And I would now request our moderator to kindly take it forward, please. Yeah, I've kept you waiting, but welcome, welcome. Can we give it out for her, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We have a very power-packed panel right with me, and you've heard the introductions. So a great panel, and I hope you enjoy the session. The topic, as you all know, it's office real estate at Cusp, hybrid versus back to work. A small correction from my side, I would say it is back to office because we've all been working for the last 3 years, irrespective where we have been. And I think this shows that for decades, large enterprises have been adapting to business cycles, socio-political changes, like macroeconomic changes, and this is one of the responses that we have seen. 2020, there was 100% work from home. Everybody was predicting. everybody was predicting death of office, but I think that's no longer the story. The story has changed. 2022 saw, bullishness back for people to come back to office. From the 15-20% in Q2, we actually reached about 50 to 60% in Q4. And there's a lot of conversations that are happening on hybrid. What is the definition of hybrid? What is going to be the workplace that we're going to see going forward? And I think this panel is probably best suited to enlighten us on that. Without wasting much time, I'm going to just jump into the first question. My first question is going to be directed to all of you so that we get to hear all your views. When it comes to return to work, there are three players that we are seeing today. One, who wants employees to come back fully, regularly to office. Second, who are okay with some flexibility and adopting to hybrid work. And third, where they're happy to let their employees work from home because they're comfortable, they don't want to lose their employees. Based on what you're hearing from your clients, your peers, your industry partners, what is your view? How is this going to be going forward? Jaggi?
I think the last 3 years have been unprecedented. Honestly, if you look at the companies who have done well and survived this entire last 3 years of volatility and unprecedented stuff that we've seen in the global world, I think are the companies who actually put their heads down and continue to work. Not to say that people who are sitting at home and not contributed. I think, work from home was always a phenomenon many years ago. In fact, about 5-7 years ago, 10 years ago, people encouraged people to be at work from home. But I think what shape it's taken at this point of time, it's a very different perspective, given the fact that now that there's no COVID, there's no pandemic, nothing. But in the last 1.5 years, ever since people have, been vaccinated and all of that, you still see people still working out of home. I think that is more of a choice that the talented workforce have. The not so talented workforce and the people who understand that you need to work from physical workspaces are still come back to work. I was just joking with my learned friend who's the most educated here, Vivek Chandy. Vivek can choose to sit at home and work because he's paid by the hour to be listened and to be counseled. Unfortunately, people like us who are brick and mortar people who have to come physically and come to work every day, I don't think we have those luxuries. But on the serious note, I think it has given a new dimension to work. But I don't think, the world is going to see a mixed bag, if that is the right way to look at it. It will be a hybrid work where people will be pushed to come to work, but they will also be given a choice to work out of their own homes, maybe once or twice a week or something like that. But given the fact that even if you allow that, I don't see that taking any detrimental thing away from the India growth story, because the India growth story is pretty robust. Office markets are back with a bang. We are almost at 2019 numbers. We had 49 million square feet of office absorption in 2019. I think this year, irrespective of what we saw, we'll come closer to, I think, a 42 million square feet number, which is, in my view, very good. Given the fact, yes, decision-making will slow down. Decision-making is slowing down only because people are not coming back to work and also the global headwinds that we are facing. But having said that, I think great time for all of us. And I think this workspace is definitely going to change. So I don't want to answer a long question, but my vote is that hybrid is the way to go. And you will see a much refreshed workplaces being offered by all the developers who are offering spaces to their clients.
Hi. We have been seeing this happening, and I think this is a topic which has been under discussion post-COVID. It's something which is talk of the town, that what's going to be there. It's going to be hybrid. It's going to be, work from home, or what kind of model are we deriving on? And I don't think, we have still reached a level where this discussion can have a conclusion, because everybody is developing. I think this is still in a very, very nascent stage where people are trying to understand, the corporates are trying to gauge more understanding over this, to come to a kind of a conclusion what is working. Most of the corporates are actually working on more on their customized way, what suits them, and are looking for solutions based around it. If you see the kind of a data which is throwing in 100%, if you talk about January 2022, it was, 40% of the corporates were actually working completely, through virtual, which is now come down to 10%. So it's a great jump if you really see from the, and a great indication to show that, it's surely not going to be 100% virtuals. Things are going to be definitely changing, from that angle, whether it's on the front of hybrid or the front of coming back to work. So I think those are important factors to be looked into. And, just on a lighter notes, Monday blues is very important to have those Monday blues. I mean, why do we have the blue? Because blue represents the color of, why not red, green? I mean, blue represents the color of depression, actually. And that's the reason why it's called Monday blues. It's good to have Monday blues. So why not? And I think those are few important factors which we need to consider, and we see a good demand coming from that direction.
Hello. Yeah. So Ramita, as Jaggi rightly said, I mean, when this COVID was happened during 2019 and 2020 hits to India, initially no one was aware about what is going to happen, how the work culture is going to define, and after 3 months, when companies started working, and work from home culture was developed, so people enjoyed a lot in initial days. However, down the line, after a year or maybe 1.5 years, though in our country specifically, we live in an enclosed family structure, okay? So, people miss out the office cultures as well. I mean, collaboration with their colleagues and going outing with the colleagues and all. So that is something, which employees missing during the work from home culture, and that pulls them to back to the office spaces. That is something, one thing, okay? Other than that, our industry is specifically divided into two parts. One is the non-critical, one is the critical. In critical, the banking and finance, R&D centers, then your manufacturing, which comes under a critical segment, wherein work from home or hybrid certainly not work, and that industry has to pull the people to the workplaces, and that's how. Other than that, non-critical, like IT services and travel tourism, that something can be happen from work from home culture. So that is something possible. And other than that, as in India is a manufacturing hub, as I said. Okay, so we are developing in all the ways in the industry. Okay, on manufacturing, R&Ds as well as, and we keep attracting the people. So that is how. That's it.
Thanks, Ramita. Very pertinent question, and a lot already said by Jaggi, Manas, and Praveen. Couldn't agree more. But if you were to take another angle, and if I were to go back, who are we talking about? We are talking about the employees, the workers, right? They have to come back either to work, or they've been working for last 2-3 years, so come back to office. So really what we can look at human capital as one of the primary concerns, especially in our industry, where 80% of the office take-up is done by the offshoring and services kind of industry that we're in. And the full focus, in my mind, the employers or the corporates have is focusing around appeasing the employees or the workers to bring them back to work or back to office. From a human capital perspective, I was reading very interesting research by a global HR consultant firm called Ferry. And while it read very basic, but there were 2-3 things that stood out, which I thought I'll bring out in my conversation. One was the advent of moving from what we call work-life balance to work-life integration. And just digressing what Jaggi mentioned, one size doesn't fit all, right? So somebody like Vivek may not feel the need of going to work because he can work from home. And somebody like Jaggi always, like me and Jaggi, are projects guys. So we always feel the need of getting back there and dirtying our hand with brick and mortar. Having said that, I think it's about that employee over there who we need to understand wants to integrate his work-life balance. He may want to work in the morning, he may want to take a break in the afternoon, go pick his kids back from school, and he or she may want to continue the work in the evening. What's most important to corporates would be the output rather than work hours. The second thing is about productivity, and a lot has been said, a lot of research has been done over the last 2-3 years. And clearly, the companies are looking to identify productivity not only in the functions that they do, but also in the skill sets that the employee has and whether they're able to manage providing the relevant output for which they've been hired, even from home. So these productivity tools, or as you may call it, the hybrid work models, will have to take into account this aspect of productivity at the foremost, primary consideration before having to adopt such policies. And of course, they'll be flexible about it. And we are seeing new research come out. Earlier, we said productivity was high, close to COVID. In between, it fell, and now we're trying to get new productivity models. And thirdly, I think what deserves a mention was this term I read about boomerang of sorts, where companies are looking now with the US recession and not so many jobs being available, inbounding those employees who may have left during good times, they switched jobs, or their greener pastures, they went out probably doing a startup and now wanting to come back. So these are some ways they can bring, the employees back. I just thought I'll take another angle because lots got said about real estate.
Thank you, Ramita. The question I think that we are trying to answer here is whether hybrid is here to stay. I think many compelling sort of arguments already put forth by my esteemed panelists. But the way I see the story sort of going is this, right? I mean, organizations had always known how to work in an offline mode. I mean, the shop floor, from an industrial revolution, where the word shop floor came, that I think has moved on even to the information age, where even today we continue to call the offices pretty much as a shop floor. So offline is something that organizations always knew to work. The pandemic sort of forced organizations to move into an online mode. This, of course, thanks to the technology facilitating it, in an overnight manner, the organizations were able to move into an online space. Now that the pandemic is receding, I think both organizations and employees have a choice. Earlier, I think there was no choice, right? I mean, coming to work was a necessity. I think suddenly both organizations and employees were faced with a choice. Now the employees obviously continue to prefer the online mode. I could wear my gym shorts, put on a jacket, take on calls, balance my work. I felt I was more in control of my own time. I could decide what I want to do in my day. Of course, especially in Bangalore, it avoided me 1 hour or 2 hours of commute every day, stuck in traffic. So obviously, the online mode suited very well for an employee. Now for an organization, what happened? I think the important piece was, a lot can be said about productivity, but I think from an organization perspective, I think what was really missing was the culture piece. The differentiation between many organizations is really the culture, in terms of how do I engage with my employees? How do I build teamwork? How do I create collaboration? So organizations felt a very, very dire need to sort of get everybody back into the office as soon as possible. So given these were the two options really, I think hybrid is, really something that we can't not necessarily, we can't do away with. Organizations, of course, also had, we've heard some of the leaders talk about issues such as moonlighting, which affects confidentiality. So these were reasons that really people wanted to sort of bring everybody back to work as quickly as, as quickly as possible. So, so organization had an option of either risking employees, losing employees by saying, no, you have to come to work, or compromising on performance, continuing in the online mode. So this was really the choice. And most people, what they really did was struck up a compromise. Organizations and employees struck up a compromise, saying, hey, let me do one thing, we'll do 2-day work, 3-day, work from, online. I think that is really not the answer as well to the question in that sense. I think leaders or organizations need to be really smart about how we use this hybrid model. What jobs can sort of adapt itself to a hybrid model, what jobs can't adapt. Jaggi spoke about brick and mortar, need physical presence, or we need face time with customers, as whereas maybe a legal profession or some of these guys can really work online and be as effective. So I think leaders need to really take that call, or organizations need to be able to take that call of what is, what it lends itself to an online mode and what doesn't lend itself to an online mode, and really create a balance. And I believe that whichever organization is able to crack this hybrid code in that sense, I think they'll be the new differentiator. These organizations really create a differentiation. I spoke about culture being a differentiation. I think hybrid culture will be a differentiation for organization going forward. So really the question, I think the topic also, hybrid versus back to office or back to work, I think is not really the question. Hybrid is here to stay. How do we sort of really, that is the new work, if we may say so. So how do companies evolve that, I think is really the question that we should be answering.
So Ramita, maybe I'll look at it from a slightly different perspective. To my understanding, the largest offtake of office space in Bangalore, for instance, is the IT and ITES industry. And it's that industry that is subject to the most rigorous provisions to observe confidentiality and to ensure that there's no data breach. And when one works from home, one is using broadband from their home, or many of them are logging in from public spaces, from restaurants and from parks and other places. And there's a huge concern that when they are logging on to the company's infrastructure, there could be serious breaches of data, serious breaches of confidentiality. Now, every one of these IT and ITES companies, they of course get work from overseas, from the very large, US, Japanese, European companies. They are all subject to not just these provisions to ensure that there's no data breach and no breach of confidentiality, but if they cannot comply with those obligations, they are subject to the laws of the foreign countries where damages are in tens of millions of dollars. So if we see in the next few months that there are people who are going to be suing some of these companies because of breaches of some of these obligations, very soon it will be apparent that you can't be encouraging people to work from outside where they can compromise your infrastructure and your obligations to your clients. So I think it's a matter of time when companies, IT, ITS companies are going to be clamping down and requiring more and more employees, or at least the employees doing critical functions, to actually come back to work. Thank you.
Yeah, I think very nicely put by all the panelists here. And a lot of good things that have come out, or different points of thoughts, points of views that have come out from this discussion. I'll just pick up on few for the next questions. And Jaggi and Ravi, this is probably for you. Just looking at how the organizations are structured. In the last 3 years, we've seen organizations have grown by 30 to 50%. They've added to their workforce. Some of the employees have never come back to office, to take on Ravi's point on culture and employee engagement and productivity. Also now with them coming back, let's say flexi 2-3 days in a week, how is the quick fix solution to these real estate problems that the developers such as yourself who are supporting in the market today?
So if I get the question right, you're saying how do we plan for a space reduction or a space growth in our portfolio?
Yeah, because I think the biggest problem today is nobody knows what the answer is, right? It's a puzzle which is just shifting every day.
Yeah,
Yes, but from a developer standpoint, I think we are what we are because we have the ability to take risks. And I think developers' biggest strength today is that we crystal ball the positivity side, the positive side of things much more better than many other people. And that's the reason why we are successful in what we do. One thing is very clear, and I always tell this to my team, for the last 15 years, when things were going brilliantly well for every sales or a leasing person, they never used to come back to us and say that, I really worked it and things happened. Things happened because the general momentum of economy was pushing things. It was not that he was brilliant or I was brilliant or we were building a great product. So the momentum, when it slows down, that's the time when you really need forward thinkers, hard hustlers on the ground who actually can move things and decision making. I think that's the basic genuinity with which our Indian population works. If you look at the resilience that we speak about as a country today, you look at what's happening to our neighbor China, and you look at other countries around us, and you look at how we have adapted to this new norm of living with COVID, fighting it out, putting our heads down, lost people, but still come back to work, physical work. I think the sheer resilience of the business community in India, the large diaspora of people in various other work assets and whatever they are doing today. And I think that's one positive factor of this whole COVID learning. So that's going to keep us going. So irrespective of what the fluctuation happens, you are always preparing for something, given that you need a 10 to 15% CAGR or 20% CAGR growth. And that's the positive side of things with which you typically plan. So I think given the fact that last year we were at about 36, 37 million office space, this year we are at 42. I can assure you next year we'll be at about maybe 45, 47 million square feet. So we have pretty much broken the shackles of conservativeness. Look at what's happening to our airports today. Suddenly the airports which are supposed to be the best places in the country now are there's no place to move. The people hustling, fighting going on, people missing their flights and all of that. Now this is just a simple case of how people have bounced back in the travel industry. Look at the hotels today. The same hotel was half empty 6 months ago. Today it's 150% overbooked. So this is the sheer resilience which we are seeing across the country, across borders, and across asset classes, across businesses. And I think that is what is keeping this country, growing forward. So I think all said and done, great times. Yes, there will be a little bit of a bumpy ride. We're used to it. In at least last 30 years, we've seen at least 2 or 3 major bumps and comebacks and all of that. But overall, if you take the last 100 years, we've had maybe 5 or 6 depression areas in 100 years. That's not a bad, average to have. So I think we need to just keep positive and keep building and keep, looking forward to, getting the economy moving forward. So I think that's my take, positive side.
Jaggi, very well put. I think I fully echo your views. And just to add, probably, we've all, Jaggi, you, me, and many stalwarts in the industry, we don't call ourselves stalwarts, but there are many others above us. We've all negotiated at least 3 cycles, ever since I remember joining my career in real estate. It was 1996, and that was the first time we saw the big boom of 91 to 95 stabilizing, and then for 8 continuous years of the beginning of my career was the deepest, slowdown we saw in real estate. And that's the time I thank God for whatever worked out that time with me individually and with my organization, that we saw superb growth. And it's not as though when there's a high tide and you're swimming in the beach in the ocean, and then you realize during low tide how many people are wearing clothes and how many don't even have clothes, right? So, but even then, from there, how you build up, because there are these opportunities, right? Even today, when we're talking about slowdowns or recessionary trends globally, of course, India is the outlier, but still there are companies who are laying off. The statistics show, and one of my IPC friends was speaking to me, that almost 5 to 7 million square feet in the city of Bangalore has seen surrendering of space of sorts. Now that's the kind of supply which has just come in the last 6 months, August onwards, I would say. And how do you kind of work towards a take-up of this kind of supply that comes, apart from the normal supply that's building up? So that's one of the huge challenges. So
Hustle harder.
Harder.
Hustle harder every morning.
Hustle harder. Look at new sectors. I mean, there are sectors like autos and others who are still doing well. Look at the new unicorns which are getting funded. 3 of them that I realized are from real estate, which is a big show for us. And many other such opportunities that we get. One other big thing, Ramita, is some of the bigger and more stronger developers over a period of time have been in multi-asset classes. And like Jaggi was saying, so look at the hotels then 2 years ago and look at them now, right? So hotels, so at any given time, we've seen the asset classes, if Resi is doing well, offices just lagging behind, hotels are down, sometimes hotels come up. So I think that benefit of being in multi-asset classes, also sometimes being in multi-geographies within the micro-market locations of each city may work. But the risks are high for just one asset class if somebody were to be part of, but still hustle harder. That's the right word, yeah. Getting into development as well. So you have anything to add?
Any views? Yeah.
Well, I mean, a larger portfolio is residential while we aspire to be a commercial developer. No, I think one of the things is that we amongst developers keep talking that, look, we need to always keep talking positive, because we don't, then who does? So to keep the market up, we need to keep talking positive. But I think the good point is at this point of time, really, the market is genuinely good. It's not about us trying to prop up the market or saying it's good. I think residential sales are very, very buoyant. Luxury sales are very, very up. I mean, none of us imagined that coming from COVID, luxury sector is going to bounce back as well as it did. So, I mean, overall, I think the sentiments are very, very high. I think a couple of points that I want to sort of make on the commercial side really is that Ravi did talk about some people sort of giving up leases, maybe scaling down on the requirement. I think a couple of things are going to happen. One is that as you start to see more and more people getting back to work, and we just spoke about why we believe that people have to get back to work. I mean, maybe not in a full 100%, but in some form of a hybrid manner, maybe 60, 70%. So more people than the current norm will start getting into the, coming back to work, and that means you require larger spaces. The second point is that the companies have grown. From 2019, the companies have added manpower. A lot of companies have added manpower, and now, although maybe for 2 years they didn't need the space because a lot of them were working from home, as and when these guys come back to office, the company need to provide for these guys, right? So I think definitely we will start seeing some amount of leases. There will be a blip. I don't know what the number is. Whether, like Jaggi said, it's going to be 45, 48, but I think for sure it is going to go up. So I think that is another sense of optimism. And I think also how developers are responding to this, right? I mean, from a planning perspective, we may think that, number of desks required are lower. Now there are more hot desks. But I think what is happening is that the number of collaboration spaces are increasing in offices. You need to now provide for more video conferencing facilities, maybe meeting nook, like telephone booths to take your calls, And I think adding more amenities, that is, now almost commercially, almost thinking like a residential developer. What are the amenities can I add? Can I add a gym? Can I add a cafeteria? Can I add a restaurant? How do I sort of entice people to come to office? I think that is a big challenge. How do I make my office so attractive that without really, passing a circular or a mandate that you need to come to work, how do I get people to come back? Because people are also missing. I think employees also want to come back. I think the notion is, it's a wrong notion that nobody wants to come back. A lot of people actually want to come back. They want to have the social interaction, the networking, which is very, very key to growth. So I think these are very, very sort of essential, I think. So builders also thinking, how do I make my space more attractive? How do I bring green into my building? Can I create terraces? Can I create more open spaces? Of course, these are all part of FSI, so we charge, charge for the lease. But I think these will definitely add to the spaces. So I think, in general, I think it's good times. We all are very, very confident. I think the residential segment is doing well. I think we'll definitely I mean, the commercial has always lacked the residential in that sense, and I think definitely the commercial segment also will pick up. I mean, just my 2 cents.
Thank you. I think an interesting point did come up was about, in the previous conversation, was about, how moonlighting and data security is impacting the way, everything is being looked at. So, Vivek, probably to you, this question. And you brought this point out. There are a lot of definitions that are there of what the enterprise is, and a lot of insurance and all of those related to these hybrid situations that could be applicable even from a work from home kind of an environment. Data security, like you brought up, is a very, very big ask. We've heard clients not winning contracts just because they are still showing employees working from home. So looking at this, how do you feel that the occupiers need to be prepared to address these challenges other than just bringing people back to work or to office rather?
Well, I don't think it's the occupiers really have anything to do with it. I think it's really the employers.
The employees, that's what the companies basically.
Yes, it's really the companies that need to, weigh the benefits of, possibly losing 10% of their people because they insist on people coming back to work against the, the threat of losing clients, losing orders because, they can't keep the client's data safe, and there's definitely going to be breach of confidentiality. So I think it's for the employers to take that call, and I believe, in the industry that I am in, that it's a matter of time before the employers start getting tough and requiring most of their employees to start coming back. Now, someone who's doing a call center job, he can take it from anywhere he wants because he's picking up the phone and saying, "Do you want a loan?" But someone who's doing something more critical will definitely have to start coming back to work. Especially because now there's no real compelling reason why they shouldn't be working from the office. As far as moonlighting is concerned, I'm very clear that, no one should be taking 2 jobs at the same time and, pretending that they've only got 1 job because that's really cheating. And honestly, I feel bad because many people may be doing it and feeling it's a way of supplementing their income. But, I think, speaking for myself, if someone in my office were trying to do that, I'd be very upset. I'd prefer it if he came or she came and said, "You need to pay me more." But if I find that someone is, working for a competitor, that's a definite no-no. So that's really my take. Thank you.
Thanks, Vivek. Praveen, I think you had some thoughts on moonlighting as well, and probably it's a good time to share them.
Yeah, so rightly said by Vivek that the moonlighting is real cause of concern when people working in the hybrid model or people working in the work from home model. So people are accepting the double employments wherein it's a high possibility of breach of data, and that is something a threat to the employer and the companies. Okay, so that's something to mitigate those. People has to back to offices for the work. That is something need to be focused, and for that, rather than the hybrid model, my opinion is that employer has to build a new dynamics office places which contains the collaborative spaces, then your agile spaces, and that's how something employer can pull the right talent, and the attrition rate will be increased, and even though the existing talent also will be retained quite nicely. So nowadays the changing dynamics in terms of the designing plays a big role, whereas as Jaggi rightly said in his last discussion a minute back, that there might be a possibility that the demand will be increased from 36 million square feet to 45 million square feet. The one of the big reason which I feel, other than the manpower increment, other than the other things, why the companies are increasing their portfolio by 40% or 50%, maybe double the portfolio, it is just because of the changing dynamics of the design and the modern age fit outs. That is something which is very, very important, and that is the reason why the occupiers who are sitting out of 10,000 square feet might be looking for 15,000 square feet, wherein initially the design was per se 60 square feet per person. Now it changes to 100 and 125 square feet per person. That is something.
Thanks, Praveen. Since we spoke about agility in terms of workplace design, I think one of the major components now we are hearing about is flex and managed offices. So my question to you, Manas, is that flex is becoming a major component of real estate story for a lot of occupiers. So, and there are a lot of players also in the market today. So how do you think flex space operators are differentiating their products so that to avoid that it becoming a commodity and it's more of a differentiated offering?
I think it's a very good question, and it's something which, all flex operators are actually strongly working upon. And, just to put, little bit on a macro level, the market being, a 50 million on a tier 1 city with an absorption, strong absorption. ITS taking up 35% of that entire space. Today, flex is at an average of around 15%, which 3 years back was around 8%. So you're seeing a strong momentum coming from the flex guys, as a taker. Seeing this and the way the 2022 has gone by, we strongly see that another, 2 or 3 years down the line, we will be the largest consumers of the commercial office spaces, and we want to beat that ITS numbers. Now, to achieve that, it's very important we don't become a commodity, and we are following, making a lot of things which are required to make this possible. Whether it comes from the perspective of systems like AI-driven designs to AI-driven operations. We are strongly working towards, on the front of certifications, compliances, which needs to come in from, to have major clients in place when it comes down there. It's all about, customer satisfaction, customer delight, extremely important criterias. I think, our industry doesn't get close at the design stage. It's very important that post-design, our real merit starts with the client. So, it's very important that we service the clients well. This market is going to be driven by the players who are very strong on the services to cater the clients and, making sure they are good. Even tomorrow, the IBCs, would like to work with the ones who are strong on those verticals. So I think that's some of the important factors which all the flex guys are strongly working upon, because we see next 2 years are going to be very, very, too busy for us. So I've been telling my team, be ready, because a lot of work is coming in from that perspective. But yes, a very strong times and very bullish about it from that angle.
Yeah, and to use Jaggi's words, I think hustle. Since
as long as you don't hustle with the landlords for more rent free, because I could see, if you look at, and there's something in that industry is, which I was part of initially when we started WeWork in India. Our target was that don't do a deal if the landlord doesn't give you TI and 10 months rent free. That was when I was at this side. But on this side, I can assure you, today's scenario is very different because the model has changed. Those days, you were filling up spaces based on a occupier demand that was self-driven. Then came the enterprise business. With the enterprise business, your risk is much less. So if your risk is much less, you cannot pass your risk to the developer. So I think that is a big gap that is happening between push and pull between the co-working players and the developers, because developers don't see value. If we are going to do a deal with you with a 6 or 9 month rent free, it doesn't work at all. So I think that's the game that will slowly alter, or I predict that fewer and fewer players will be left doing co-working as the model goes back, because what will happen is people will get the capex, companies will start pumping in money. I just met a client in the morning, they said that acquiring a 100,000 workforce company in India, and the things are going to change the moment there's capex pumped into the country. Because let me tell you one thing, in India, you can easily hire a great resource who's ready to work long hours, work even Saturday, Sundays, respond to your WhatsApp messages even at 2 in the morning at 75,000 rupees. In the US, you can't even hire somebody at $75,000 for that kind of quality. So it's no more that people are coming to India just for the cost factor. Yes, it was a very important, but we've gone up way ahead in the value chain. So the quality of work that happens, and Vivek will second that, because his clients today are bringing in work which was never there in India 10, 15 years ago, the kind of work that is coming to India. So I think with the price factor, we also have great quality of talent that fills up that work at a fraction of the cost, which is uncomparable to the world. Sorry, I'm talking like Ministry of Government of India.
So I think if Jaggi was wearing a different hat and he was again the CEO of WeWork, he'd be saying exactly the opposite.
Yeah, and I could just see a negotiation session happening right on the table.
I know, I'm still coming for the 10 months.
I think with Flex, there is another interesting piece that we've been seeing, which is tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, where there is a lot of interest that is coming up. I know there are developers who are looking at the environment, looking at the fundamentals of these tier 2, tier 3 cities, are not so eager to enter. But we've seen one is Flex, and second is from an occupier demand. That demand is increasing because of return to home. A lot of people have been working from there. So given that, Manas, first your thoughts, and Vivek, then your thoughts, more from the larger environment point of view.
So basically, it's important from that perspective, that people are really coming back, and, they are, things which are moving in that direction. But when it comes down to tier 2 and tier 3 cities, we see the demand is very strong. It's very robust. There are multiple reasons which are moving towards it. One is these startups. If you see, there are 61,000 startups, out of which 45% are from tier 2, tier 3, which represents. So if we are talking that strong numbers of employment coming in from those places, it gives a strong belt from that angle. Post-COVID, a new vertical opened up is, guys who have gone there and still sitting there, and the companies wants to open up office spaces for them. So that's another vertical which has moved the tier 2 and tier 3 demands from that perspective. But to cater those kind of demands and that to grow, it's very important that few things are taken care from the government side. One is the infrastructure growth, where we see, at least 25,000 crores commitment coming from the government for the infrastructure developments. Second is the connectivity, which is, the airport, transport, metros, whatever needs to be done. And third is the communication, which is basically yours 5Gs has to be there, as an availability. And that, if coming in, you will see a lot of spillover also happening from the tier 1 to the tier 2 because of also the real estate factor which is coming in. So I think it's in great build, and we are strongly believe that market is going to be always a good market in the future too.
No, I think the present government is certainly giving a push to development of infrastructure. They're developing the railways, even things like railway stations. So I think it's a matter of time before there are a lot of developments in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And if that happens, firstly, the real estate will be a lot cheaper. People will need to pay the same ITES folks a lot less, because today, I'm assuming Jaggi will know better, but 30% of someone's salary probably goes on what they pay for their rent. So that will probably come down to 5% or 10%, or they'll probably stay in their own home and be able to work from them. So I think, the IT companies will actually be able to employ people at much lower prices if they actually start moving to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. But as rightly said, those cities need to have the infrastructure. And once that happens, it'll be very interesting to see. I'm sure all the developers here will probably start moving there.
Yeah, I think the current response is probably not so positive, and I've heard Jaggi in a previous session where he said, cost of real estate, especially the construction cost, is the same irrespective of which market you go in, but the returns are not commensurate to that. So how do we address that?
So, for the longest time, I think there are a lot of senior people here, we've been hearing Mysore. For maybe 10 years we are hearing those stories, but now they're building that infrastructure. Once the infrastructure comes in, yes, there will be definitely a spike along that corridor. But now you look at Pune, if you drive from Bombay to Pune today, there will be about a 20-minute journey where you don't see development. Apart from that, throughout the 2 hours drive time, you're only seeing development on all sides. So definitely roads are the artery to an infrastructure is. But having said that, the tier 2, tier 3 cities, that story hasn't developed for the simple reason people come to this city for jobs, for opportunities. 10 years ago, our population was 7.5 million. Today, we are 15 million people in Bangalore. You can't replace that big, starry-eyed, glitzy, glamour, big city life that people want in terms of opportunities. So I think that's, and for reasons, 5 years ago, there was a big plan about smart city and 200 cities being developed. Nothing happened. It's just empty, stuff like that. But having said that, I think the only closest city I would say, which 10 years ago was a tier 2 city, is Pune, is today almost like a tier 1 city. Absorption of close to 6.5 million this year. So if you compare 42 million versus 6.5 million, it's a massive, almost 20% of Indian offices controlled in Pune market.
And this year, probably Pune will overtake Mumbai from an absorption
naturally, with
point of view.
3,000 developers in one city, you'll overtake any city. But I think to Pune's pride, I think they've really done well, but where they are really faltering is they don't have public infrastructure. So Pune as a city is another Bangalore. It's pretty much going that way unless metro becomes a reality. So.
And also, let's not forget, Pune started its traction thanks to its proximity to Mumbai as a tier 1. But having said that, I think the tier 2, 3 cities will always remain a ratio of what the tier 1 cities will be. And thanks to this reverse migration concept taking steam post-COVID, we don't know how far it will last, because eventually, we all, human beings are all driven by opportunities, and that's where the reverse migration may stop one day and then come back to bigger cities.
Yes, please.
I just want to add one point here that, companies go where talent is, so it's while, even the government is trying very hard to say, look beyond Bangalore and things like that. It's not very easy. So the only point I want to make is that I want to warn people about coming up with a permanent solution, for a temporary situation. A simple story that I want to give is really a friend of mine who's running a very successful restaurant. When COVID happened, he saw the takeaways were so booming, he shut his restaurant and said, I'll only do takeaway. Now things have changed, people want to go back to the restaurant. People don't want to sit at home and dine all the time, So I think the mistake we tend to make is that, we probably come up with a permanent solution, which is saying, tier 2 is the next big thing. And my sense is that, and I may be wrong, that in the cost structure of many of these large companies, the real estate cost may not be that significant. Maybe Jaggi has a better hold on the number or Ravi has a better hold on the number. But my sense is that it's not a very significant, cost in their overall cost structure. And it would be largely more the salaries, the engagement that they do with the employees. So, that's, one point that I want to
You
leave.
hit the nail on the head. Actually, if you look at where Whitefield started, Whitefield in Bangalore, the leasing started when ITPL came up, and then all the CEOs who wanted to be in ITPL lived in ITPL. So I think the leaders also decide where their flock follows. So, the leader who is living in Whitefield, he's not going to take an office in Outer Ring Road or somewhere in CBD because they want proximity. But there are some leaders who sacrifice. I know one leader I won't name, but he travels 3.5 hours every day, one way, to work just because his employees and his company needs to be at a cost-effective location, and he wants to live somewhere else. So there are people, but there are. So I think that tier 2 story is also like that, because the leaders want to be in bigger cities, travel out, in and out, easy, and all of that. So I think.
I think, and one of the things which probably focus is required. We spoke a lot about the physical infrastructure. There's also a lot of social infrastructure that is required. And to your point, where the talent availability is there, and to build that talent, why Bangalore, why Pune? It was because you've got institutions who have been churning out good quality talent. There is good schools available for people and their children. Until that probably improves. Yes, that's what I said. So tier 2, tier 3 schools need to really up their game for, that focus to shift. And I'm not seeing that right now. So fingers crossed, and to your point, it should not be a long-term solution to a short-term problem. But just coming back to you, Ravindra Bhai, Bangalore is the largest commercial office and also the largest technology market. Consequently, the maximum impact of work from home has been in Bangalore because technology employees can work from home more easily. So whether we talk about Uberization of real estate or introducing modern amenities, it's likely to be happening first in Bangalore before it hits any of the other cities. So how is real estate in the city innovating on workplace as a service that helps occupier attract and retain this talent?
I did touch upon a little bit in my earlier, when I was speaking a little while ago about how developers are almost thinking of it like a residential, space. What are the sort of amenities that we push in? And things like, we spoke about gyms and cafeterias, even daycares, creches. These have become essential now. Earlier it would be a good to have. Now I think it's become very, very essential that, and many of these are check boxes now when employers sort of really look for some of these spaces. I think the market will evolve. Developers, like Jaggi mentioned, we're risk takers. We tend to think a little bit ahead. And I think there will be a certain amount, people will definitely respond to this sort of a situation. Co-working has been a new vertical that's come forward. I think that'll be interesting to see. My sense is that it'll move away from being a more sort of a capital intensive or real estate heavy business to more sort of a service oriented business. I think they'll really layer that services angle that you're talking about. And the developers will continue to build their own businesses. Today you see a lot of developers having co-working as one of their, maybe an extension. I feel that going forward that there'll be a clear distinction between these two businesses and they evolve successfully, if I may say so, as independent businesses. Somebody who's building, even earlier, real estate would be from landowner to broker to developer. Everybody was real estate, right? So today, there's so much specialization. There is a retail developer, there is a residential developer, there's a commercial developer. Landowners are a different breed. IPCs are a very different breed. Earlier everyone thought everyone could do everything. I think that has changed. I think the market will evolve. And the good news is that, you mentioned Bangalore being the largest absorber of, commercial real estate. I think that will continue. And I think, one of the points that we maybe didn't touch upon is the whole global recession that we're all thinking about, And I think that in the entire gloomy sort of an environment, I think India really stands out. And if India stands out, I think the Bangalore story is very, very, solid. For reasons we just spoke about, the talent, the social infrastructure, the cosmopolitan environment, the glitz and glamour of a big city, So I think Bangalore has a lot to gain from, this whole thing. And talking to people, I hear that from a recession, a lot of people are looking to sort of really get more work into India now, because it's cheaper base. 75,000 rupees salary as against $75,000 salary. So I think the story is good, and I think we're definitely for the next, as somebody said, I think we're in a bull run for the next decade from a real estate perspective. And I think we all are really fingers crossed, hoping that this really comes true.
Great. Thank you. I think we are almost out of time. I would like to open up for questions if there are any. Any questions? Can we have the mic there, please?
I heard two sessions since afternoon, very good sound bites. But I'd like to focus your attention on the fact that Bangalore's water supply comes from Mysore. And if the requirement of Bangalore for water is about 19 liters, 12 liters come from Mysore, and the balance is from groundwater. And groundwater is depleting at a very rapid pace. We are drawing water from depths of 800 to 1800 feet. And yet, the water that we have, the fresh water that we have, we are using it very lackadaisically. We still don't have a concept of a dual piping system in most of our establishments, and we use A category water for a C category needs. So keeping this as a backdrop, I think Bangalore has exceeded its carrying capacity, and all the new development which is coming up is completely based on groundwater, and that's not sustainable unless we kind of have very ambitious strategies for reducing water consumption and replenishing groundwater. Any comments on that, please?
I don't have any specific comment to that. However, I think these are points or issues which fall part of the social impact, and within that framework, we are, as business heads, have been working closely with environmentalists and some of the others. As I speak, water conservation is one of the primary concerns when it comes to design aspects, which we are focusing on with our projects team. Likewise, energy as an area of efficiency is an equally, primary source of concern and improvement, I should say, given the ESG needs of a lot of occupiers or our clients who come to occupy these buildings. So, like I said, I may not be an expert in the groundwater or table water kind of space here, and while I may have just relocated to Bangalore just 3 months back, but I do have a view which I think our technical teams are taking towards these improvements in the design stages of our development here.
No, I just want to add that as a corporate social responsibility, most, at least the serious developers, have it in them to ensure that the ESG governance in terms of whatever you're doing, environment, sustainability, governance, corporate governance, and more importantly, the environment. I think at least the seasoned players have realized that with the green initiative that the government is pushing on, green power, green loans, everything to do with LEED and certification and all of that, I think it's going to become a matter of fact that you'll have to have your sustainability goals measured at every stage of your development. So be it water, be it the air quality that we are now pounded with post-COVID, be it the overall, environment and the kind of stuff that we are building in with, materials that are much more conducive to environment sustainability. I think it's one part of the business that every seasoned player today and every serious player has it in his book as a tick mark that you have to do in every project. So I think whether it's water or green energy or environment sustainability, it's a given today if you want to be serious in our business.
Also, just to add to Jaggi, I think you may want to look up, a company called We Got, and that is now being, they're part of our Brigade Accelerator program, and I attended a very good presentation by them. I'll be happy to share more offline if you can, meet me. And the kind of ability of technology that this company is bringing, and many of the developers in India are already using their services on water conservation. I'm not sure whether they have equal technology for groundwater in terms of, how to make use of that or preserve that, or rather enhance it. But it's a good, interesting presentation I saw. I'll be happy to connect you with them as well.
I might just add that about 5 years ago, I represented a French company that did a survey of the entire Bangalore, metropolitan area, and they believed that there was more than enough water available to serve the entire population of Bangalore for the next 20 years. But they believed that it had to be conserved and used properly, and like you rightly said, used for the right purposes. And they actually made a presentation to the government of Karnataka saying that they would take care of everything and ensure that there was sufficient water. I think the cost was a little high, so the government of Karnataka didn't accept that proposal. But I believe that if things get worse, the government may have no option but to, work with a provider like them.
Thank you. Any other questions? I know just one more question. Last question.
Good afternoon, esteemed panelists. So my question is about, now the topic is hybrid versus back to work. Now when people were working from home, they had some time off during the day to manage their stress levels, might be take a power nap or something like that. And like our corporate offices in Bangalore have always been trendsetters of providing upgraded hospitality services. How innovative are great companies like you are looking at providing certain concepts in managing mental like health awarenesses or for example, like Japan has a policy where during the day, employees can take a half an hour or 1 hour time off for a power nap or something. So will we see builders bringing sleeping pods in their commercial spaces or something like that?
I'll just quickly take, Ravi did mention a very important point that post-pandemic, employees don't want to come to old spaces. They want to come to new and fresher spaces. And I think the concept has to change from the fact that where you start looking at a landlord and a end user relationship, a lessor or lessee relationship, to a hotelized occupier guest kind of experience. And I think many developers are today trying to look at how we can hotelize our offering. So that's one of, in fact, that's one of the mantras that when I joined Prestige, was very clear that we want to hotelize our offerings. And with that, we're even building our own brand of, you see in US airports, you have this power massage at the airport, you can bend and they give you a 10-minute power. You go to that level to ensure that people get excited to come to work. So like Ravi's point was that you have to offer people an experience that is more than just workplace related. Buy a bread from a big basket kind of a kiosk to ensure that you get a power nap, or maybe do a pod where you can go and listen to music. A lot of stuff is happening. So, and I think more and more people who are serious about this game, they will keep doing it, because you need to keep 3-4% of your total gross leasable area for all this kind of, to ensure that your 95-96% gets leased because of this 3-4%.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to Jaggi, I think there are clearly some new, innovative, or shall I say, newfound amenities that probably weren't part of our office developments before. We always had a gym, we always had a creche, we always had, F&B services, and now it's about more healthier food. Now it's about more physical and mental wellness. It's about providing, amenities such as yoga rooms, meditation centers, and like you pointed out, the Japanese equipments where you could take a break and go and take a, power nap in a undisturbed environment. So I agree with Jaggi. The serious players will come out with many such solutions going forward. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Just summing up the discussion today, hybrid is here to stay. It will keep evolving as the environment around us evolves. Work in the office will be part of this hybrid story. It's not going to disappear completely, and it's not going to become completely work from home or completely work online like all my esteemed panelists were discussing. Flex will be an important part. Tier 2, Tier 3 cities is something, again, that we need to watch out for. It may be a short-term play, but we need to see how to make it a long-term play, where there has to be investment in infrastructure, and also both on the physical as well as on the social side, as also on building talent in these smaller locations. And at the end of the day, India is a resilient country. We will respond to whatever challenges that are thrown at us. Next 10 years is for India. So look forward to the Indian decade coming forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we give them a huge round of applause, please? I thought they captivated us with their knowledge and experience that they shared with us. Thank you. I would request you to kindly stay on stage. And I would like to invite Jagdish Balram, Head of Net Zero Consulting Division at the Groundwater Company, to present a token of appreciation to all the panelists, please. Can we give it out for Jagdish Balram, please? Jagdish, we have all the time in the world. Yeah. Thank you, Jagdish. Thank you. Can we all put our hands together for the panelists, please? Come on. Congratulations and thank you. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. Come on. And yes, one more time. Let's give it out. May I request all of you to kindly come together for a photo op, please. Excellent. Yeah, all of you, if you could join in for a photo op, we would be extremely grateful. Thank you for being brilliant and for helping us all become brilliant as well. We're now going to move on to the next session. Thank you, dear panelists. And in the interest of time, I'm going to quickly jump on to the next panel discussion, which is going to talk about finance and funding, redefining real estate investments. And the session will be chaired by Prashant Guti, Head Bangalore and Associate Executive Director, Land and Capital Markets, CBRE India. Prashant leads the land and capital markets business for CBRE in Bangalore. He's a seasoned industry professional with more than 20 years of deal-making experience. Please put your hands together for Prashant. And introducing our speakers in the alphabetical order, I would like to welcome Abhijit Banerjee, co-founder of Upvisory. Abhijit specializes in fundraising in real estate and M&A in consumer and other sectors. Has raised INR 5,000 crores in the real estate sector alone. Please put your hands together for Abhijit Banerjee. Also, let's keep clapping. Come on, let's give it out for Jai Baid, CEO, V City. Jai is democratizing real estate for the masses with his scaling company, V City, with an experience of 7.8 million square feet transaction in residential and commercial. Let's give it out for Jai Baid. And let's put our hands together for Malana Sasalu, CEO, Provident Housing Limited. Malana has successfully scaled up profitable real estate development startups and PE fundraising. He has conceptualized and developed projects across commercial, residential, retail, hospitality, mixed use, and airport segments. Has led cross-functional teams in global markets in India, Canada, and Singapore. Malana, it's amazing to have you over here. Let's also put our hands together for Prashant Ramdas, the partner for banking and finance fintech Khaitan and Company. Prashant advises on all types of financing matters, including domestic and cross-border finance, real estate finance, acquisition finance, external commercial borrowings, private credit, and trade finance. I welcome you, Prashant Ramdas. It's awesome to have you over here. And next on my list is Srinivas Gopalan, Chairman, Eris Uniturn Real Estate Solutions Private Limited. Srinivasan has more than 25 years of experience, of which more than 25 years are in the real estate sector. In his various roles as CEO, COO, and CFO, you've done everything and done everything amazingly. Of leading real estate developers in Bangalore and Mumbai, Srini has been at the forefront of leading the real estate development business across all asset classes of residential, commercial, retail, and integrated townships. It's kind of you to come here and share your knowledge and insights with all of us. I would now request our dear moderator to kindly take forward the proceedings for today evening. Thank you. So just change the battery, please. Okay, so even before the moderators begin, it's a humble request to all those who are standing on the aisles in the pre-function area to kindly come back and settle down. We'll ensure high tea is being served to you on your respective places. Yeah, hospitality next level. So we promise you that wherever you are seated, we shall come to you and we shall serve you at the comfort of your seats. It's my humble request to all of you to kindly come back and settle down. I'm going to give you 60 seconds time. Whether you have a cup of tea or coffee in your hand or a cookie in your hand, just come back, settle down please, and we shall begin in the next 60 seconds, yeah? So for all those who are in the pre-function area or in the aisles, come back, settle down. We shall serve you high tea in the comfort of your seat. So yeah, we are all set. Our team is all set over here to take forward panel discussion number 3. Please.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's a Friday afternoon and tea is not the right thing that you want to hold, but hope we make you entertaining and it may not require that you need one more coffee to hear through this. I've got a bunch of friends, colleagues, and very esteemed panel, and I hope I do justice to their knowledge to come across to you. Real estate investments has been a really long story. I think it's the press note 2 in 2007 that introduced us all to something called as real estate investors in an institutionalized way. Earlier it used to be the guy sitting in cash across the street, semi-politically connected and investing in real estate. But that has come a long way. We've come a long way from that. But it's a very interesting place to be, right? I mean, it's one sector that gets affected right from Fed to the pet next door. Your investments are decided based on what Fed says the previous day to what your pet is doing the previous night, right? If it barks, you don't invest. So that's how wide it is. Not taking more time, I'll start off with the questions that I have and carry on from there. First is to Prashant, to you. Real estate has been going through ups and downs, and a lot of distrust, especially in this sector, prevails in end users. One of the major ones which changed was RERA. I want to understand your views as how RERA has changed real estate perspective from an end user perspective, and is real estate now looked at as a preferred investment class for most people because of RERA and associated regulations that come around with it?
Yeah, thanks, Prashant. So, yeah, as you mentioned, real estate investments as a concept has kind of drastically changed, over the last decade or more. And obviously, in India, the fact that, the entire sector was not specifically regulated was a big concern, not only for end users and customers who are looking to kind of invest in real estate, but also, for financial sponsors and investors who are looking at India as a jurisdiction, for real estate growth, right, as a whole. And in that context, obviously, the introduction of a specific legislation by way of RERA in 2016 obviously was a definite game changer in terms of how, India as a jurisdiction is viewed globally as well, and how, the law tries to kind of lay the broad framework within which, the players, can function in the industry, right? So from a consumer perspective, obviously, yes, there were issues relating to delays in projects being completed and handed over to consumers. And that was really a pain point because a lot of consumers had kind of invested their hard-earned money only to kind of see, their investments not kind of seeing the light of day and the projects not being completed on time, and a lot of litigation and nuisance overall attached to the sector, right? So obviously, RERA did kind of come in and help give a formal grievance redressal mechanism for consumers. Obviously, the state level authorities, central authority, etc., under the RERA framework did help, and obviously, setting up timelines for builders to complete projects and for compensation mechanisms to be kind of in place for delays, etc., has definitely kind of helped overall, the entire ecosystem from a consumer perspective as well.
Thank you, Prashant. Malan, I want to pose this to you. I mean, what do you think, how will the sector evolve from a real estate perspective or near future, especially on the investment side? How do you see things evolving in the near future?
Good afternoon. How it is evolving, and first of all, let's take a look at what's happening in the last 5 years or so. The real estate has attracted somewhere around $30 billion of private equity money from outside the country into real estate. when we examine where this money has gone into buying the cash flows. What do I mean by buying the cash flows? The money has been invested in buying cash flows from yielding assets like commercial and retail assets. So what used to happen in early 2000s and up to 2011-12, the FDI money used to be invested in what I call development money, which is money takes the business risk. What do we mean by money taking the business risk? This is, if we examine what are the risks that are there in real estate, first is the land risk, the next is the approval risk, next is sales risk, and next is the delivery risk or the construction risk. So when the money in the early 2000s, when we used to see the private equity money, it came for buying the land. And today that money has dried up. So this money was very important from a sector perspective and also from the perspective of the country. Because when the money flows into the development, and which means that the adjacent things that happen with that is more jobs are generated and the economy grows. Because the economy grows, people want homes and so on and so forth. So that has dried up. But nevertheless, currently, there is a lot of debt money that's available for the right kind of developers. That's somewhere around 16-17%, and they expect you to have around 30% of your own money coming into the mix. But the thing is that investors is always looking for best of both worlds, both the debt side and the equity side. They want to give you some 16% money, and also they want to look for the upside in a waterfall method if there is money available, if we made so much money. So they want the pie of that also. So it's not bad, but it could have been better is what I think.
Thanks, Mandana. Srini, I want to ask this. You've seen this sector from close quarters in the last 25 years or so. From a residential ownership, fractional ownership, which was always the case, to commercial fractional assets being sold by developers to now being traded on REITs and all of that. What do you think will happen in the near future? Where all is the real estate growth tied up in the next 10, 15 years? What do you see?
So I'm a complete optimist, and I think we are in the best of the position right now. And even SEBI, if you see yesterday, they had come back and said that they also want to reduce the size of REIT. So ultimately, they want to democratize this. They want people to own assets. And if you can't afford a 50 lakhs, can you be a part by putting a 50,000 or a 1 lakh and be a part of this growth? So I think it's going to get democratized, and all of us, I'm assuming that we will keep earning more and we will have investable surplus. So this is where it's going to be, not only on the commercial side where we see a lot of strata, a lot of small money chasing the commercial real estate, but that's going to happen even with the residential, is what my feeling is, and I'm extremely positive about these things happening. Yeah, I think this is. I was in the pharma industry, and once I came into the real estate industry, I think it's like a habit, right? You can't just go out. I tried many times to get out of this industry, but it's not possible.
Jay, this is for you. You run a tech startup on this, and nowhere from Bangalore, right? It's the capital of tech startups from India perspective. What do you think is happening on that sector? Is that how is that sector shaping up? Show some light on that sector as well to begin with.
See, according to me, if you ask, comparatively how we see real estate, I see real estate from a 20-year point of view, right? Because I'm at my 31, 30-ish kind of an age. So I think in prop tech space, we have not even scratched the surface. The reason being, there are 4 layers to a transaction, right, in real estate. Number 1 we call is discovery. Number 2, what we do, we call it negotiation. Number 3 is transacting, and number 4 is navigating. Those 4 ways. I think we're still on the part of discovery mode somewhere there. If you see from 2012, 10, 12 and all of that, when we, or rather let's go a little more behind. When it used to be a gully real estate, when I used to know that guy is selling land, usse jaake khareedna hai. There was no structured way to get information. Then we entered an age quickly where information giving, the first step, those kind of a startups came in picture. I would call them the 99 acre or property, India property, or for that matter, Magibricks and all, who used to give a lot of information, trends and all they used to see. So what happened, a lot of information went to the market, people started transacting. I would say after that, you see the RERA has come in. And since RERA came in, things were a little, structured and, a lot of competition wiped out. It was a lot of consolidation and all. After RERA, you will see a lot of B2B startups came in, from PropTech standpoint, like that is BIM, building information management and all. Not sure how much developers will implement it, but a lot of those startups came in. After those BNM, if you come, a little ahead during these COVID times, you will see these VR, from a Lumion stage, we came to 3D Max and those VR startups came in. Rather, I was just, and couple of these KYC verification, online payment, fintech companies who helped real estate, transactions even during COVID. Rather, I would say, see, till now what has happened in real estate from 2009 till now, approximately 260 plus deals have happened. Close to around, if I'm not wrong, 3.2 to 4 billion dollar of funding what they have raised. If you compare it to a fintech, the gap is like big. Fintech is somewhere here and PropTech is still somewhere there. A lot of challenges around it. I will give you one example. I was reading about this. There's a company called Shin Lian or something. Okay, I'll just maybe tell you the name again. It is Lianjia. Okay, it's a Chinese firm. In 2002, when China was getting structured in real estate, they started the informative website and all, brokerage firm purely. In 2019, now when they have recently done their IPO, 2.2 million transaction, $300 billion GTV gross transaction value. So until we cover all of these 4 points, what I say, that is discovery. Second, I would call it negotiation. Third is transacting, and fourth is called navigation. Until we cover all 4 this, we have not even scratched the surface. I think we are less than 2%, in terms of real estate, PropTech exposure from that point of view, because right now we are at what, 140, 150 billion dollar in PropTech industry. What I read recently in one of the article is 1 trillion until 2030 is what we can reach. Yeah.
Jay, you have a long way to go in the industry, and so does the PropTech, I guess. Good to have some young people in this panel now. Apologies. Abhijit, I mean, we've seen traditionally capital coming from the Western world into India, especially on the FDI front, which is the Americas and the European capital coming in. How do you see that changing in the near future? And obviously, apart from the Middle East capital, which has been traditionally invested, do you see some more sources of capital coming into India?
So over the last 12 months, what we are seeing is a major realignment in the way capital allocation is being done globally. Primarily, one, because Fed rates has been increasing, rates in the US has been increasing. Second, there's a war in the Europe. Third, the China supply chain issues. All these factors considering, there is a major reallocation of capital going on. Second, there is no other country parallel to India which has the depth, as well as the political stability in terms of being able to take large amounts of capital and yet earn a higher return. So that these 2 factors, I think, will continue to ensure that we attract large amounts of capital, irrespective of the source. So today, if you see most of the family offices, large family offices, financial institutions, or the pension funds, whatever monies they are raising, 15 to 20% is being allocated towards India. And this is across asset classes. So even if you see what is the FDI in India, it is almost, last year it was $83.5 billion, which is almost 2x of what it was 5-6 years back. in terms of remittances, in terms of FII, we are at a all-time high. So even now coming to the real estate side of it, in the real estate side, in the last 6 months, if I say April to September, India attracted a PE of almost, in the real estate sector, of $2.8 billion, which itself is a 40% increase of what happened in the corresponding period prior year. So global capital is coming in for sure. Apart from the macro factors, the micro factors, what is happening is more of the equity money is coming in our country in the finished assets in the real estate sector. And in the greenfield assets, we are seeing more of greenfield projects, we are seeing more of secured debt, structured lending that is happening. One more factor in the micro space is the emergence of REIT. And apart from the emergence of REIT, a lot of these large companies like the Blackstones and Brookfields and the RDRs are finding it easy to invest in assets which are REITable. And that exit has become easy. So this macro and micro factors included, I think it's a great time for India to attract a lot of capital.
Thanks, Abhijit. Malan, I go back to you. I know real estate is a capital-intensive business, and that's like at the top of the discussion anytime when you sit on a board meeting. What do you think, I mean, and in spite of being such capital-intensive business, it's one of the costliest capital, it has one of the costliest capital as well. What do you think could we do to improve that, reduce the cost, and subsequently pass the benefits to every end user that is with real estate, right?
That's $1 billion question. I wish I knew the answer in particular, and if anybody knows the answer for that, how to get cheaper capital, that would be great, because that is the game in real estate today. The developers who are able to source money, which is cheaper than the competitors, have an edge. Having said that, it's not easy. It's not easy because the cheaper money is not available. But I think with the way we practice our business, there may be some leeway that we can actually produce. What do I mean by that? Today, the capital, the fund is associated with what? It is associated with risks. So the cheapest capital today available is home loan. So if you look at last 30, 40 years of real estate development in India, probably India is the only country where the end user finances their own construction, which means that it is the cheapest money. So what we do is that we launch the project, and then we sell them, and the construction is completely or more or less funded by the customer. So the easiest way is to sell more and sell quickly. So that is the way that you can actually reduce the capital risks, the capital cost. But at the same time, when we say that what is the cheap capital should be associated with what risks the money is taking. For example, if the money is taking the complete business risk, if you say 20% is the cost of money, that is still cheap. If somebody says that I want the project which has got, all the land is cleared and it is approved and construction has started and it is sold well, 70% of the product is already sold, and somebody wants to give you money, then it's 14% also, it's really expensive then. So the question here is that the way the business is run and the risks that are associated with that will determine whether the capital that you're raising is cheap or expensive. So that's in about the residential side of it. In commercial side, similar thing happens in commercial side as well. So there is no money available for buying the land, right? So there are some NBFCs who are lending the money for buying the land, but at the same time, that's expensive money, and sometimes the numbers do not match at all. If the developer is a series of developments are happening on the commercial side, the lease rental discount, the LRD method, is the cheapest capital that's available. So it's there again that if you have a private equity investor who's coming and taking the business risk along with you, including the leasing risk, approval risks, and any other statutory risks, and any amount of like 20% or 21% or whatever it may be, they still look cheaper. So there is no easy answer for finding cheaper money, and probably the whole world is looking for the cheaper money.
Thank you. I mean, as a follow-up to that, you as a company are public, right? And I know of a lot of people having gone public because it gives them permanent source of equity capital, which helps them grow as well. but a bunch of people are still private and they believe that being real estate in a private play is the best way because, I mean, cash flow cycle and the way markets perceive, especially the public markets from a equity returns perspective and the month-on-month or quarter-on-quarter growth that you see is very cyclical compared to any other sector. Do you see, I mean, this been leading to a consolidation and going public as the way forward for a lot of people? Maybe this is to all the panelists, not just to you.
Should I take this first?
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah, I think it's a preference of the promoters as to what do they want to do with the company. So most developers today who are listed companies, if you ask them about their valuation, they're not very happy about their valuation because never ever that the markets actually look at the intrinsic value of the company, it is on the cash flow. Whereas the cash flow, the entire stock market or the capital markets work is that what is the cash that you're generating, what is the profit that you're generating, and multiples of that is what it is considered for valuation. But in real estate, it does not work like that. In some quarters, what happens is that there is your revenues are recognized only after you hand over the keys and the possession is given as a residential developer. So when there will be a large amount of units would have been ready, but for unfortunately within that quarter end, if you have not given the possession for whatever the statutory legal reason, then you will see a negative results in your books. So it is not something that is very well made for the real estate developers. Having said that, yes, when you are a listed company, you have definitely you have some advantages in terms of the way you look at capital and the capital markets look at you. So it depends, and I don't see that. And if you ask my suggestion, unless that you are of certain size, certain certainty in terms of your cash flows, certainty in terms of your delivery of your projects, you should not list it. Because listing will also bring many number of constraints in a way and fashion you do things. You will not be as flexible as a private organization because public money is involved in it.
Abhijit, do you want to add on that? What's your view on?
So real estate is a very evolving and unstructured business in many parts of the country. So even if you see in the south, they are close to 1,000 developers, and not more than 100 can attract institutional capital, which are, even if I say grade A, B, C. So you have to be absolutely on top of the league to be able to be a listed entity. And I fully agree with Mallanna Garu that unless there's a predictability of cash flows, going to the stock market can be a disaster because many people actually thrive outside the radar of public money. So a lot of compliance and mindset shift is required.
Thanks, Abhijit. Shrini, I mean, I know you try to solve this, the sort of capital that real estate is seeking with trying to fractionalize debt. What probably the banks or some of the NBFCs couldn't do, you're trying to do that with retail, giving them the profile. How has this in your experience been, and what do you think is happening over there, and how do it will evolve?
I think tech is playing a huge role, and there's a lot of capital which is with people, the working class. As I said earlier also, so long as you keep the ticket size small, it's easy for people to invest. I mean, if you keep a 50,000 rupees as your investable surplus, a lot of people in this room can actually invest. And if you make that 10 lakhs, I'm sure 60%, including me, will not be able to invest. So that was the thought behind what we started. We call our company that we provide money, material, and management. So the money portion is through fractionalizing it, democratizing it. So if there is a need for capital for a real estate company, but we are very selective now. We are just 1 year old, and we have done around 750 crores of business. The tech plays it's like, as I said, it's a habit, right? When you go to an urban ladder to buy something, it's a habit कि ये chair चाहिए नहीं तो भी ले लो यार अच्छा लगता है. So a lot of people have started investing in that manner. So that brings in a lot of responsibility that you give the right product to them. There's a lot of due diligence, a lot of governance that is required on the offering rather than the people who are participating, because these are the people who may not have enough knowledge. So that is going to be a constraint, and I'm sure there will be a lot of regulations which come on that front, and that is very much welcome. But there is a huge market there. There is a huge market. I think 150 crore population, if I'm able to get 1 rupee from them, it's 150 crores. So that's the thought process behind what we are doing in a platform called Giraffe. So I think huge market, and that way capital can come in. Whether it will be cheap capital or not, that is something which we need to wait and see on the demand and supply for it.
Shane, you silently being modest as well by saying that that's probably what you'll spend over this coming holiday season. That's what how much I'll expect you to spend.
There is a budget to be kept there as well, right?
Sorry, Prashant, coming back to you, you've seen, I mean, real estate from close quarters in the last few years as how investors have evolved. What has changed in the investor behavior, whether it's asset class wise, whether what they have over the last few years from a outlook perspective and how they're viewing in the near future, and what has been changing over the few years?
Yeah, I think outlook perspective, obviously, it's overall, I think India as a jurisdiction, overall, I think offers stable, political environment, positive returns overall, well compared to, our Asian competitors, whether it's China or Indonesia, etc. Right? So I think overall, when globally, when investors look at India as a jurisdiction, we are in a fairly healthy position well compared to, other Asian jurisdictions. And specifically, I think when it comes to real estate, investments in particular, obviously, I think, yes, investors are very picky, choosy about, what deals they want to kind of get into, what is the asset diligence which they do, and it's just not, being careful about, your particular security package and collateral package. It's also just looking at it comprehensively from even from an ESG perspective. For example, investors globally, I think, are carefully looking at, what is your carbon neutral footprint for each project, and specific ESG diligence also, is being done to ensure that, any investments don't have any sort of other implications associated with the investors, right? So I think overall, I think the investors are have their own processes, and they keep evolving over time as well based on the experiences they have, for their past investments as well. But overall, I think India generally offers a positive approach overall for investors, and I think investments into India will continue, in the future.
Yeah, we all know, right? At some point, it was Hotel California for Indian real estate. You could put in money, but did not know how to exit from India. With REITs now, and all the REITs coming up, and sovereigns buying directly the assets as well, it's become quite a story to sell, and something that is easily replicable as well. Yeah. Abhijit, coming back to you, I mean, Prashant just touched based on real estate, I mean, ESG as a factor. But have you seen that really affecting in terms of overall investment thesis, or is it just a check in the box, tick in the box, or was it like going to change dynamics from a real estate investment perspective or near future?
So ESG at my firm, we are taking it as a new vertical, and we have done a couple of investments. Last year we held a summit along with an organization called TIE in collaboration with Israel and Costa Rica to get conversations going around that ESG group. But on the real estate side, what's happening is it is still not a holistic view that people are taking. There are companies like VGOT that was mentioned. There are companies like Freyr which are on the solar side. But still the work is being very patchy, and at a very minuscule level it is not seen as something which is core to the company, but as a CSR on the sidelines. And some of them are also saying that if you can give a battery operated electric for the EV vehicles. But what is lacking is a comprehensive framework. Nobody understands how the load will work if I give a battery operated car charging point. So it is still very patchy, still very trying to differentiator for attracting customers. So I think a framework will emerge over time and it will become mainstream. for now, there are certain fund houses like, for example, IIFL, which insists on a IGBC green building certification. But there are not too many of them. So I think it is still at the fringes, but it will evolve over time to become more mainstream.
Thanks, Abhijit. So coming, Jay, I mean, we know fractionalization of commercial real estate is happening, while simultaneously there are REITs which are much smaller denomination. So can you explain how this is playing out? What's your view on how this will go out? And do you see this as a long-term opportunity, as an alternate opportunity to REITs, or this is eventually going to be REITs all the way?
I think what we call fractionalization, it has been there for a while. It's not something new has come up. If you see traditional builders, they used to sell UDS model for a long time. Only thing is the tech layer was not added. The catch in the game is what Srini sir said, that 50 lakh, 25 lakh ka ticket size ko, if are we able to get it down? I will call that as a real democratization. This 25 lakh or a 50 lakh is not the real democratization, if you ask me. But having said that, again, coming to the point that, see, if you ask me, we see three REITs, right? Embassy at 41.8, around 42 million square feet. Mindspace would be around 31.8, 32. The third one is our Brookfields, and that will be at 18, 19. If you add all three of this, your total number will go 92 million. Okay. And if you add any valuation, कि okay, ये 5 billion की company है, ये 3 billion की company है, 2 billion की company है, आप कुछ भी कर लो, you're not going to cross that 9 or 10 billion mark. While the addressable market, what sir again said is 150 crore people, while little bit I differ, why? Because those 150 crore people might not invest, but there are those 2 to 3 crore people who are between the 20 lakh to 40 lakh salary bracket, जो 20 lakh से 40 lakh कमाते हैं, and they want to have commercial real estate as part of their investment portfolio. For them, if you see the overall size, even if we somewhere touch around, maybe I would say 7500 billion, that would also not suffice. So see, all these REITs came and whatever REIT had come, they are absorbed. After that, a lot of these, small players, I would say, who are democratizing, these starter sales companies, they have come, they have also absorbed. And to my shock, there are 2 to 3 players who have made an AUM of 800 crores to 1000 crores. We should not be shocked in next 5 to 7 years, or I would say maybe थोड़ा ज़्यादा ले लो आप, maybe 10, but a private AUM or I would say, a AUM owned startup may cross the valuation of the top 10 builder, or at least one of them, or maybe top 7 builders, they may cross that, because the acceptance is very large and the addressable market, as sir said, is very, very big from that standpoint. And also I feel, see, Zerodha story, all of us we know, right? See, Zerodha, before COVID, how much ever DMATs account were there, once the entire process was, completely, I would say, prop tech color given, that is the first step I call, discover, then, negotiate, transact and navigate. Once those 4 things are done, I think commercial real estate is the only place where these couple of platforms have done it till now. They have been able to do it. Like, from the private limited equity model, that, okay, aapko nahi jana sub registrar office. But I still feel that, like SEBI is there to regulate stock market, like RBI is there to regulate our, money and all those markets. I think until we move from a sub-registrar office model, which is very local, to we move to a central model, like what CBS has done to banking, or NPCI has done to banking, or what, I would say, what these DMAT has done to, what do you call, our stock market. Until we crack something like that, PropTech and this commercial real estate is going to be capped. It is not going to go until a level where we are thinking. One last point which I want to add is, see, there are steps getting done. Like if you see BBMP e-Khata is one such step, like, trying to, maybe after e-Khata and today Bhumi is, I don't know, many of you might know, in Bangalore, anyone who wants to, look at a particular village and their survey number and the owner name, they can go to Bhumi. and they can search that. I'm sorry, I'm just taking this 30 seconds extra. Now, that has been done by Bangalore authorities long back. So these are step towards what we call, this CRE democratization towards blockchain, but I think it's still a far-sighted dream. These 25, 50 lakh ticket size will keep happening because we have those kind of player, but addressable market is more than 100 billion. We are hardly 9-8% of what we have achieved. Non-CRE also, if you talk student housing, co-living and all these XYZ warehousing, that is another 30, 40 billion. I would say $150 billion market is what it is.
Thanks, Jay. Prashant, I'll go back to where Jay left. You seeing, I mean, he mentioned student housing, co-living, all of this evolving. How do you see that as an investment avenue for real estate from an institutional investor and then subsequently a fractionalization of that as well?
Right. So I think, see, obviously newer business models, will be in the picture because obviously everyone's trying to innovate and identify, areas where we can potentially, where there is demand for innovation, for, investments to flow in to specific sectors and cater to, specific needs of different user classes, customer classes, right? So obviously that will be there, and obviously investors will look at, what is the feasibility of each model, what are the potential cash flows from each model, and accordingly, take that call in terms of how they look at, the business growing and being profitable at, at the end of the day, right? So I think that's something they will look at. And end of the day, I think tech also is going to play a major role because, look at any sector, right? So after the pandemic, everyone is kind of moving, adding a tech layer to their service delivery model, to their product model. And then that's really, how things are moving because tech is integral to how users, consumers are going to kind of access your products and services. And to that end, having that innovative tech-driven approach, will always go a long way in kind of increasing, profits and margins.
Thanks, Prashant. Shrenik, I mean, I want to go back to you. Understand, see, I mean, you work with a lot of projects which need some resolution plan and some things that help in getting back the projects moving, right? While at an isolation, there is one happening that it's in standalone basis. But do you see consolidation as the way going forward from a real estate companies going pan-India, becoming bigger than, and in spite of not having 1,000 developers across South India, maybe few developers on a pan-India basis, is that going to happen?
So I believe, even if you look at the laws, I think land is a state subject, right? So I always believe that it's always going to be regional. Though in the recent past, we have seen a lot of people coming to Bangalore, a lot of people from Bangalore going to places like Mumbai, Hyderabad, right? This has happened in the past as well. We have seen it in 2006, 2007, when we have seen DLF coming to Bangalore, Chennai. But somewhere I feel, this is my personal opinion, that it's very important to be that localized because real estate is a very sentimental buying. Important to know the local languages, important to know the local laws, important to speak the local language with the people who give you the approvals. So very, very important to be very, very local in real estate. So I believe that water will find its level and there will be local players. May not be one region, there will be 1 or 2 regions where they will be able to specialize because it involves a lot of time of the promoter himself to actually get those approvals. I mean, I don't think professionals can go out and get approvals. Very, very difficult. It involves a lot of intricacies there. So I believe maybe 2 or 3 locations, but beyond that, it's never. I don't think it's going to be a pan-India game. Very difficult because it's still a promoter-driven business. Requires that, oh, हमारे में कहावत है, स्वर्ग जाना है तो आपको मरना पड़ेगा. Right? You cannot ask someone else to die so that you can go to Swarg. So you have to dirty your hands, requires 24 hours attention. And that's why I believe that 1 or 2 locations, and it's still a lot to do.
Malana, coming back to you, I mean, we've seen some of the funds like this SBI Capital Ventures Fund, the last mile funding that they're doing and helping solve some of the issues. And we've now seen IBC also as a way for some of the real estate stuck projects. Do you see that happening more often now with more guidelines? What can be done from the government side to help beyond VERA, beyond what they're doing, something that you can think of or overall as an industry?
I think what you're talking about is the distressed assets in the sense that now in India we have around 4,50,000 units or more which are stuck distressed. That meaning to say that the project is not moving, people are paid money, and developer is unable to complete the project. And it is estimated that the value of that is around 55,000 crores. So that is when the government stepped in. And what government's going to do is the government has already stepped in, and with the help of SBI Cap Ventures, and which is again a subsidiary of SBI Bank itself. So they put together this fund, Swami Fund. So that's around 12,500 crore rupees fund with a green shoe option of another 12,500 crores, just to see how to bail out these projects. It does not mean that bailing out will bring in some subsidies. Will somebody who's going to get free money? That's not possible. That is out of question. What it is though is, first we have to understand what is a distressed asset. We distressed asset, why would it happen? One is the financial indiscipline, probably by the promoters, or it could be because the business assumptions going wrong. So what is the business assumption, in particularly in residential development, is when we go and start the project, we have an assumption that we are going to sell around 30% or 40% on launch, and then we will be selling off the project in 3 years. What happens if you sell only 10% in 3 years or 20% in 3 years? Because you have RERA and you have compulsions, and you will continue to do the project with a hope. That hope creep leads to certain damages, because you will go to the banks and you will borrow money, and then the interest starts to pile up. And so it's not always that when we say there is a distressed asset and it is looked at, the developer is looked at like a crook, that, oh, money has been siphoned off. It's not always the case. The case may be, no, it's not that there is no guarantee that every business in the world will be successful. There will be challenges, there will be assumptions, and particularly in a business such as real estate in India, with so many variables that are at play at any given point of time. And I think that these things do happen. So a Swami Fund is very, very important, and I think there are more than 65 projects or so currently they are looking at and funding, and they have another 200 projects that who have applied for their help. To qualify for that, again, it has to be a feasible project, which should be a cash positive project, which means that there are 3 or 4 stakeholders in this one: the promoter, then the banker or the lender, then you have the customer, and then you have the contractors or the vendors who are actually supplied the materials. So the reason why a government intervention is required, or the government body or a state bank is required, is the muscle power they bring in. That is their ability to bring together the bankers and the vendors and others, so that some of them can actually relax their positions and take some haircut and then make that cash positive. So I understand that this is a money that's available at around 12% IRR, with the conditions that the current promoters are more or less, they're resigned out of the project, and they will bring in their own consultants and their own the development partners and complete the project, and it's a fantastic thing. And so that we see the light at the end of the tunnel for so many people who have put their hard-earned money into their dream homes.
Thank you. I think we are almost there in the time. I'll leave it for the audience to ask any questions to the panel. We were too good, or we were too boring for the audience? Of course. Okay.
Hello, sir. My name is Charan. I represent a software called Constra, which is into construction space. So I'd like to ask you a question. How important is it for you to fund when it comes to project monitoring? How important is it for you to allocate funding for project monitoring when it comes to tech? I mean, typically you have Primavera and MSPs already. When things are already in place, when it comes to tech, I want your opinion on that.
I think you want to rephrase the question once. I think
So when currently we have MSPs and Primavera as such for project monitoring, right? So when if there is a tech which involves AI and ML that is involved, how important do you think that allocating funds in such type of technologies?
So essentially what you're asking, if I've understood correctly, that it's a project management tool such as Primavera and MS projects are available. And if there is a kind of a AI-led tool or a software that's available to deploy to monitor the construction, and how that will be looked at by the developers to fund it. Is that the question?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, fantastic. So yeah, sure. Wherever it's again cost-benefit analysis, right? So if, for example, at Provident at any given point of time, we have got around 10,000 people working and around 7 to 8 million square feet ongoing construction in the field. So if there is a methodology in which we can actually monitor using some kind of a AI tool, which brings the benefit, and definitely yes. And so if we are going to save 100 rupees, and why not spend 5 or 10 rupees on an issue like that?
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Just to add to what Malana said, I mean, industry is continuously evolving, right? People have invested into building prefab structures. Purvanka has done it at a large scale. We know of many other developers who have done it. They are continuously upping the scale, right? From a perspective, there is today steel structures, there is Maiwan, everything. I mean, they want to up the game in various fashions. So there is always a scope. I mean, anything that is getting involved, right from MyGates to the last mile fractionalization, all have been backed by some real estate promoter at some point of time. So there is obviously a scope for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello panel. I'm from Takshila. I have two questions. One is from the external funding point of view, mainly from overseas. One of the things that we see is, okay, there is enough fund available to get to Indian market, but they say that what is the predictability and the value for money in real estate? Because, for example, can you give a measurable quality solutions? I'm talking across, okay? It's be it finishings or be it any kind of materials that the real estate industry is using across the board. They say that, okay, this is overpriced, or we don't know whether it is going to get measured with respect to the quality or not. Thanks to RERA, it has brought in some kind of control to the customers. I'm talking about that. That's the one question. So how to bring in measurability? What are the top 2-3 things that the real estate industry has to take care so that the funding is continuous and probably grow, especially to the point that Jai was talking about $150 billion market, number one. The other question is, now that we have CREDAI and other bodies that are there, how to collaborate with government agencies so that there is the ecosystem that is built. For example, suburbans are growing very fast. We have the top class gated communities coming up, but the roads are pathetic. So even if you want to bring in any funding and all, there are quite a few investors who want to invest, but they see that in the near vicinity, there is no growth possible in the ecosystem. So how to work collaboratively with the government so that there is predictable development that happens outside the gated communities that you're working on. Thank you.
So first of all, I'll try to answer your second question. The roads are pathetic, but they are getting better. I mean, I am a strong believer that a lot of money is getting spent on infrastructure. across India, and that's why you can see a lot of labor shortage, especially the developers, right? Very, very difficult to get labor with the reverse migration that is happening. So we will get there. I don't think you should be so disappointed, and if you are an investor, you should invest. Coming on to value for money, right? Value for money is very subjective. So long as you price your product correctly, I think the sales will happen. The volume of sales will define whether it is value for money or not, because ultimately it's the customer who's going to decide whether this is value for money or not. If there is good sales happening at a reasonable price, then funding is going to be easy. So every developer needs to, so there is also a push, right? There is a cost that he has. He has cost in several places, right? From approvals, land, interest, marketing. Now there are all marketing agencies who charge 5 and 6%. So there is a lot of cost. So somewhere the developer will have to price it accordingly. So the value for money is going to be decided by the customer, and the finishes and other things, as you rightly put. So long as the workmanship is good, so long as you give a good product, I think funding should not be a problem.
Answering your first question, my experience has been there is more money chasing fewer developers. But the developers are not able to get the right amount of money because of the developer behavior. Behavior in terms of adherence to compliance, the quality of the books, not diverting money and getting more ambitious. There is enough demand if you build the right product at the right price, and if somebody is disciplined enough as per the compliance that most of the fund houses seek, there is enough capital that will come your way.
I'll just try to answer the second question, whatever the best possible way. I've been in the industry for the last 25 years. If you really look at the way Bangalore or Hyderabad or Chennai, any city has grown, first the development happens and the infrastructure gets developed later. So that's the situation. If we do not accept this, there would not have been growth at all. Having said that, it is not that bad. You see, around Bangalore, you have so many development authorities, whether it is, Magadi Authority or Hoskote, or all of them have comprehensive development plan. What we expect that the government agencies have done their due diligence in creating these areas for development. And also, when you go for these approvals, there are 10 different approvals that we take. Why is that? Because that is to check and see whether the development can be done there or not. How much development can be done, it's governed by the FSI is governed, electricity NOC is required to check whether electricity is there, water NOC has to be taken, whether the water is available there or not. So the real estate developer controls only so much. It is not that the real estate developer controls the entire environment. For example, if you're doing a development of 20 acres, my span of control is only 20 acres. I could not do anything beyond that. Even if I go and tar the road, public road, that itself is an offense. We are not supposed to touch the public road. Given the condition, with whatever we have, and I think real estate developers have done a fantastic job, and they've been one of the most important players in the growth of economy in this country for the last 20, 30 years.
Check. So also, I think the first question what you said was standardization in terms of delivery, the sizes, finish and all of that. And I think the similar question the other folk has also asked that actually what I said in the previous thing is that after 2017 RERA, a lot of B2B startups came in for BIM. That is, building information management, the B2B side. So maybe, am I right to understand this? Is the question related to BIM, that any software, any, or for that matter, any tech which can standardize the quality? Am I right to understand? See, I'll tell you, a lot of companies are there. I mean, I think for that matter, I would know some 7, 8 of my friends doing that across. But the challenge there is what today, and maybe Sir can correct me, when we make the softwares, right, the practicality of ground versus the usage and the kind of engineer, the kind of skilled labor and all who are there, implementation of that software and getting work out of it or getting the efficiency or benefit out of it is something which is very difficult. That is why I would say till now, whatever 6-7 names I know, almost all of them have done fantastic job in terms of architecture, but on implementation, they have not been even able to reach maybe 20-25% of 100%. That is what I feel any of these BIM companies or startups or people, they have not been able to crack. I hope that was, maybe I added value to your question. Yeah.
Okay, I think we'll have this last question and then we should close it.
So my name is Pramod. As Mr. Mallana rightly pointed out that real estate projects comes first and then development happens. So with respect to Bangalore, should we focus on horizontal development versus vertical development? Again, it's development oriented transit. Should we focus more about TOD policy, densifying our core areas so that, you can, with respect to infrastructure, we can be more, infrastructure facilities could be more with respect to central areas.
I think the simple answer, I don't think we can decide the places where we are going to develop and then the infrastructure comes there. I mean, if you look at Bangalore, north, south and east, I mean, south is more or less saturated. North and east is the growth corridor, but somehow the west is not growing, right? So ultimately, from a business perspective, our developer is going to look at his returns, and based on that, the development is going to happen. And if you look at real estate, maximum it's privatized. So obviously it is determined by profits. And if those clusters develop, then the infrastructure develops around that. You look at what was Whitefield 10 years back and what it is today. What is Devnahalli 10 years back and what it is today. So it's always going to be driven by commerce. So that's what I believe. And we will always find our natural correction that way.
Now, about what you asked, there's a very, what Sir said about West Bangalore not developing and the entire thing. See, Bangalore has a very strong, FSI norms, unlike Hyderabad, where, there is free FSI and you can make G plus 45, 50. That way, Bangalore is very regulated. Having said that, see, Bangalore is fairly distributed in east, south, north and west, like 20 to 40% people, they stay in Outer Ring Road and Whitefield, around 18% in Sarjapur Road, 15-16% in Electronic City, around 80-85% working population is there. But keeping in mind the FSI and all those norms what they have kept, I think Bangalore is more prone not going towards much vertical and all these farm and all these villa concept nowadays picking up. It will definitely grow horizontally rather going vertically, I feel, because of those norms. And thanks to those norms, that from a weather or from all across point of view, our topography would be much better than any other city where it's only going vertical.
Coming from Hyderabad, I can tell you the challenges of going vertical. Land prices are at 60 crores an acre, which is not in Bangalore, which is much more advanced than Hyderabad. People are compelled to build G plus 40, 45 at current inflation rates of the input costs. So it is a model which is doomed for failure. It was a model built with a good intent, but it has been overdone. So what the other panelists are saying, I concur with that.
I think we have overshot our time and I want to end this here. I would like to thank everybody for hearing us and the panel for sharing their views. Just as a takeaway, I think real estate capital getting cheap is a desire for everybody, but we are searching for solutions by ourselves and hopefully we'll have some solutions in the near future. That's it from our end. Thank you.
So yeah, we have a problem statement and we are ourselves looking for solutions, right? When do we see moderators and panelists talk like that? Let's give it out for them, please. Thank you for being so brilliant. And I would request you to just be here for a moment, please, because I'm going to invite Arun Anand, the co-founder of Flow Realty, to kindly come forward and present a token of appreciation to all our panelists, please. Arun, hi. Can we all clap for Arun, please? Yeah, Arun, please come over. Keep clapping, come on, keep giving out to them. You've all been fantastic, and we have all loved the insights, the knowledge, and the experience, the vast, in-depth expertise that you have shared with us. Phenomenal. Fantastic. Congratulations. Thank you. May I request all of you to kindly come together for a photo, please. Including you, Arun, yeah? They will look better with your presence. Let the talent amplify. More the better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're now going to begin with our next segment of the fireside chats. And the first informal conversation will have the experts sharing their opinions on digital marketing, the key driving forces in 2023. Please put your hands together for the gentleman who's going to, please put your hands together as the session is going to be chaired by Vyoma Pandit, co-founder Flow Realty. Vyoma is an IIM Bangalore grad, an avid marketeer and known leader in real estate, having spent over 13 years in real estate across companies like Lodha, Brigade, Shriram. She is known for her disruptive marketing strategies and use of new age tech to create case studies in real estate turnaround. I welcome you over here, Vyoma. Can we give it out for Vyoma Pandit, please? Our speakers, our panelists in alphabetical order. Give it out for Avinash Suresh, COO, Arvind Smart Spaces Limited. Settle down, please, settle down. Yeah, you're good? Avinash is an alumnus of the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad, and the National Law School of India University, Bangalore. At Arvind Smart Spaces, Avinash is responsible for entire operations from spearheading growth to strategizing the company's entry into newer markets and segments. He has 17 years of cumulative multidisciplinary experience. Let's give it out for Avinash Suresh. And let's also put our hands together for Azan Firoz Syed, the founder, Safina Ventures, and founder and Chief Happiness Officer, The Hub. Azan Firoz is the founder of Safina Ventures, a legacy he has furthered in his family. With The Hub Bengaluru, he was one of the first ones to enter the shared spaces arena 5 years ago, which has now emerged into India's largest and fastest growing community of creators through his creative agency and media house. Give it out for Azan Firoz Syed, please. Next on the list, I've got Srinath Kandala, co-founder Prop VR. Srinath is an industry expert on metaverse, holographic projections with over 9 years of experience in AR, VR, MR and XR technologies. Welcome, Srinath, welcome. Srinivas Subramanian, Executive Director, Concept Ambience. Let's give it out for Srinivasan. With over 25 years experience in the field of marketing and communication, Srinivasan has worked in the Middle East with TBWA and RAAD. Currently, as well, yeah. Earlier, Srinivasan was with SNN Builders as CEO and contributed for the brand's growth in Bengaluru. Srinivasan, it's awesome and wonderful to have you over here. Next on the list, please put your hands together for the one and only Vishesh Kaul, Chief Information and Digital Officer, Prestige Group. Vishesh has been in the tech and digital industry for the last 20 years. He has led global capabilities in digital e-commerce and combined the power of AI, ML, data, and IoT to create digital marketing experiences which have been unique innovations for their times. Let's give it out for Vishesh Kaul. And I would now request the moderator to kindly take forward the proceedings for today evening. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, that works. Thank you. I didn't get your name. Ankit. Thank you all. Ankit, we'll put a round of applause for introducing us. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, good evening, all of you. Good evening. Break chahiye? Break chahiye to bata do. We are all marketing people. We understand attention deficit problems. Yeah? Okay, great. So we'll do a small exercise. We all want to keep this session very, very engaging, right? So would love to have inputs from the audience as well. Please do interact whenever you can. Raise your hands for questions. I'm sure the speakers will be very happy to answer your questions along the go, right? Yeah, okay. So we'll do a quick show of hands here. How many here are from marketing or sales teams or marketing backgrounds? Okay, a little higher, please. Hands a little higher up, please. Okay, I can guess it's about a third of the room, which is from a marketing background, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, different question. How many of you are married? Married or live-in relationship? Okay, 2 more hands went up. Okay, great. So again, a third of the room. Okay, right. Now, another question. Amongst the people who live with a partner, right? How many of you, okay, we'll say raise your left hand up if you check your phone first thing in the morning, and raise your right hand up if you give a smile or a kiss to your partner. First thing in the morning. Okay, सारे झूठ बोल रहे. Right hand is going up. Okay, first the show of left hands. Who checks their phone first thing in the morning? Okay, I just figured I was looking at the wrong hand from my side. हाँ, यहाँ पे भी बता दो. Yeah, these are all the phone people, na? बाकी सब झूठ बोल रहे. Okay. Okay, so I think out of the people who are married, 80% people are checking their phone first thing in the morning. Okay, and that's how entrenched is digital technology in our daily lives. Okay, and that's the topic that this amazing panel is going to discuss today, right? Digital marketing and what do we expect to see in real estate digital marketing in 2023. Okay, yeah? So we'll do a quick roundup of questions again towards the end, right? Please do make your notes. Please enjoy the session. And again, if you feel it's getting too boring, raise your right hand. Okay? Anytime during the panel. Thank you. Cool. So we'll just do a quick roundup of, a recap, so to say, of, say, the last decade in real estate, right? And digital marketing, from what I remember, I used to be in Brigade Group at around 2012, exactly 10 years ago, right? And that is when we were seeing this whole shift happening from pure play offline marketing to a very healthy mix between offline and online marketing, right? Property portals were there for a bit, right? But it was mostly about listings, classifieds, and, very traditional digital marketing without all the products that the property portals have these days, right? But direct marketing using publishers, using Google, using Facebook, using YouTube, right? A lot of these were not as matured there then, especially in real estate, right? So the last decade is when real estate has really seen the advent of digital coming through, right? But the last decade has also been one of the most tricky decades that real estate has seen, right? You had demonetization, you had GST regime changes, you had RERA coming in, you had the NBFC liquidity crisis, right? And then you had COVID on top of it all, right? So it was one of the most, so to say, challenging decades that most of us have seen in our careers, in our lifetime in real estate, right? And digital marketing has been a steady constant all through it, right? So if you could just share your journey through how have you seen digital marketing evolve over the last decade in your respective experiences, right? Maybe we could start with you, Srini. Yeah.
Hi, good evening. Basically, right from 2000, let me take a little bit of, she said about 2013, 14, actually, it happened, the digital transformation. Prior to that, it is just the static media which happened with the print, outdoor, radio, and a bit of events which were happening. During that period, if you go to see that, I still remember when we went at SNN, when we released a half-page ad in the front page, we got close to about 1,200 calls, out of which we converted a lot. Days were really good. The digital transformation took place from, I would say, from 14 onwards. A bit was there. People were definitely doing online and whatever the digital portals were there, they were just picking up the 99 acres of the world. Housing came back later. But overall, the total digital transformation happened just maybe 2-3 years prior to COVID. Then as she rightly said, too many things happened, the GST, the demand, everything happened. And then to an extent, it was good, it was bad. Basically, most of the real estate guys by then had a lot of inventory piled up. That particular period gave them a chance to liquidate as many possible as the ready-to-move-in projects. And fairly, COVID actually, to be honest with you, it gave us all the complete realization that we'll have to do something differently, basically because digital is all about, it's dynamic, it's engaging, it's very interactive. Static is one too many, digital is many too many. This is what I would assess. But it has played a major role basically in terms of how the brands transformed. I was at SNN that time. I joined Concept recently, but prior to that, SNN was a reasonably known builder. But the way digital transformed the entire company, not only digital, basically from the project point of view, we were slightly scoring a better marks in terms of themed project, better after sales. All these things coupled together, I think digital is definitely moving forward in terms of how we want to project the brands. Not only the A-class builders, A, B, C, D, up to whatever, the minimal budget you have, still you can work around and then prepare an inclusive media planning as well. This is what I would take.
Great, thank you so much. Avinash, would you like to share a word?
Sure, thanks. Good evening. I think it's very difficult to say anything more after Mr. Srinivasan, but I'll still give it a crack. So I think more than macroeconomic factors, I think there are some other factors that have impacted digital marketing over the last 10 years. I think the first is the evolution of platforms itself, right? If you look at platforms like Google, 10 years ago, it was a pure play search platform. Their SEO was so rudimentary that, all digital marketers had to do was kind of push marketing, right? You kind of keyword stuffed. You didn't have to create any great content. You would still get through, your content would still rise up onto the top of Google. But as Google also evolved and their SEOs got better, digital marketers had to then start thinking about how to create better content, right? Because better content was really what got you a better ranking. Similar is the case with something like Facebook. So Facebook, when it started, it was just, there wasn't even a timeline, it was just a wall, right? And you could put up static text or static pictures on it. I think 2014 or 15 is when they launched lead ads. That's when people really understood the power of data. And you had digital marketers start to analyze data and then figure out how to create marketing strategies around it. Right? So I think the evolution of these platforms was the first thing that impacted digital marketing. The second is, as users, how we consume data also, right? For the first part of this decade, this 2012 to 14, most of our consumption was text-based again and image-based. Later, we started consuming voice, we started consuming videos, and then once we started doing that, this influencer marketing and all of those kind of things started evolving. And also, then, slowly as it came to around 18, 19, we started becoming more interactive, right? And when it became interactive, then you had people started creating interactive content as well. The third, I think, aspect, if you ask me, was the penetration of mobile phones and usage of data on mobile phones, right? If, again, you look at it, I think 2014 is when the consumption of data on mobile phones overtook consumption of data on laptops or, static. Absolutely. So then, again, digital marketers had to start thinking of how to make content adaptable to mobile phones and, come to a mobile phone or a mobile first kind of a strategy. Finally, and I think for real estate, the most important impetus was the pandemic. Till the advent of the pandemic, as the real estate companies, we were kind of behind the curve on digital marketing. But the pandemic forced us to think of digital marketing, forced us to create digital marketing strategies and start investing heavily in digital marketing. So while I think the evolution happened over a whole decade, for real estate, the evolution happened over the last 3 years.
Great, wonderful, wonderful starting insights to begin the discussion, right? So the next thing, taking on from this, right, what my experience has been through all the firms I've been with, right? I mean, Lodha was, a decade ago, even a company like Lodha would not have seen this much investment in digital marketing happening as it is today, right? So way back then, as part of the marketing team, we would never have such a big digital marketing budget, right? With Brigade, we made a lot of experiments, a lot of investments started happening in digital, right? And last firm, Shriram, was almost all digital marketing budgets. So now, working in a setup where we mostly at Flow work with smaller developers, right? Where, the brand budget is not in the range of crores or the project size is not in the range of 1,000 crores or something you would be Vishesh handling at Prestige, right? Or you would be handling at Arvind, right? So for a project which is in the range of, say, 100 crores, right? Which is a lot of projects in a city like Bangalore especially. Right? Digital I see as becoming this great level playing field. Okay. Earlier it used to be like who has the biggest muscle power to put up full page ads in newspapers or take up 30 hoardings in the city or put up a big radio campaign. And those were the people who could win the market share or attention of the target audience. Now we see that even a person with a budget of say 5 lakh, right, including players in other sectors or tier 2 or tier 3 cities of India can reach their audience in a very, very small budget, right? So would love your views, Azan, and maybe later Vishesh, on where do you think digital marketing is playing a role in creating a very level playing field for different types of developers in the industry?
Sure. So I think if I'm here today, then that speaks for how level the playing field has become, right? I'm 29 years old. I've only been in business 6 years. We started out as a shared space company, and over the last 2 years since the pandemic kind of forced us to see what can we do digitally, and it kind of gave birth to our digital wing, which is today an agency and a media house where we work with brands. We work with brands in all sectors, not just in real estate. I think access to capital was the biggest barrier in building businesses, let's say, in the last decade. I think today it's more based on knowledge and how creatively can you think and approach things. And knowledge is democratized. Everything is available on YouTube. It's not even behind a paywall that you need to subscribe to an online MBA course. It's literally freely available. I think these levelers fundamentally change the way in which marketing will be done in the next decade, right? The big brands will always use ROI-based digital marketing initiatives, but I think the secret weapon for smaller brands is to do pure play content marketing, which is like the way we approach content at the Hub, is that the content should serve the consumer, standalone. It so happens it's powered by a brand. It's not an ad. So I think there's so many things, and that's why I'm so excited to hear today from everyone over here as to what the next few years might look like.
I think you are making a very valid point, Fioma, in saying that digital has offered that, opportunity, equal opportunity for everyone. But there is another side to the story because digital is also evolving, right? So while people or small businesses are finding avenues on the digital platform, there are new avenues which will keep on evolving, and the customer will start moving, to those new avenues as well. Metaverse being the, the latest phenomena. Everybody wants a metaverse now, right? Or the explosion of platforms. Where do you advertise? So there will be some challenges which we'll see continuing in that direction because the explosion of platforms in itself will force, the companies or the players to think where to invest their money in and where to get the best returns from. But in terms of ensuring that there is a presence which is felt, targeting the eyeballs that you really want to target, I think digital has really transformed that landscape. Absolutely.
Okay, great. Just on a lighter note, we keep discussing in the industry and even in office is that the level playing field is for everybody of us out here, right? But it is absolutely not a level playing field for who's making money at the end of the day, right? So Google's gotten richer. Facebook, I think real estate must be one of the biggest spends industry purely by way of ticket size, right? If you're considering, say, a 1,000 crore project, over its life cycle, the project is likely to spend 10 crores in digital, over digital marketing, right? So a side question to this, an extension to this, is that these are the platforms which have traditionally been used by our industry, at least from a performance marketing perspective, lead generation perspective, because the ROI has been great and everybody's lapping it up. You have a small budget over the funnel, you are very, very likely to get at least a 1% conversion, from your revenue generated to the leads to the marketing budget spent, and it's extremely efficient and it's extremely measurable. You can measure every step of the journey, right? You can measure your impressions, you can measure your clicks, you can measure your conversion, you can measure your site visits and your bookings. So entire funnel is mapped, very tightly measured, and developers are loving it, right? Industry is loving it. Do you see something else which real estate has not tried so far, or some new platforms especially emerging which could change this? For example, metaverse, I don't know what Facebook's doing about it. Maybe they're shutting down the vertical, right? So it's all these billionaires going crazy in US. But but are there any interesting platforms? For example, Twitter. For example, LinkedIn has not really seen the offtake it could have, considering how strong the targeting is, right? Do you see any interesting platforms coming up, any of you?
I think I have something to share here. Like, our whole approach as an agency is to leverage the full force of what we call the creator economy today, right? And I think you correctly pointed out that with digital marketing, you can see the end-to-end. And I think that's both a pro and a con. Because if 1% conversion is the end-to-end, then you're limiting your upside with digital marketing. But if you approach it as branding, like we can take a case study of a creator many of you guys might be familiar with in this room. Look at Danish Seth. And look at the way in which he works with brands. Those investments are long-term investments in what we like to call digital PR of sorts, right? So I think it's about finding a balance between your digital marketing and your digital PR and something that you need for today, but something that's long-term going to make you a relevant brand.
Yeah, sure, got it. So seeing digital as also a PR and a brand building medium, rather than letting it remain as it is today, a very transactional ROI driven medium. Yeah, okay, got it, great. Yeah, Vishesh.
I'll have a point on this as well. Traditionally, digital marketing has been, like you mentioned, a transactional thing, right? So you identify an agency, you outsource to them, they do the job, and you somehow wait for the conversion rates. The trend that I see is companies owning up the first party digital marketing now, right? So instead of making it transactional, owning the whole piece around the digital marketing. So that's a trend that I have seen happening, many companies setting their own capabilities. And then the second thing around that is defining the success parameters at an end-to-end level, right? from that perspective. So these are the two trends that I'm observing in the market. And in that space, I think there's a lot of disruption which is waiting to happen or is already in the process. You'll be surprised to know the largest marketing agency in the world today is Accenture.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
So no,
Yeah.
I was shocked when I heard that, and I heard that about 2 weeks back. Nobody would have imagined Accenture to be the largest marketing agency in the world.
Yeah, their
but
team is
that's
running into a few tens of thousands, right? I mean, on digital transformation.
Exactly. And that's exactly what is happening. That's a change which is happening on the ground. So Google, Facebook, Twitter, these kind of platforms where people are engaging, they will still be the delivery mediums, but the execution is shifting. The ownership is shifting, and that's shifting towards, first party marketing ownership in the organizations. That's very clear.
Okay. Wonderful, wonderful. Great insights. Okay. Any questions so far, or we'll reserve it for the end? Okay. All right. Should we take 1 or 2 questions? Yeah. Please, just come down. Yes. We'll take 1 question and then move to the...
Good evening. My name is Umesh from Brai. As a realtor, digital marketing can able to help because the size of money and all, whatever is involved is for the developer. But I think if there are realtors across this conference, we take money only after the transaction. Realtor is the only person who takes the money after the registration. Some people will give, some people will not give, irrespective of what is RERA, what is not, that is secondary. But including digital marketing, we also wanted to root through that. We also wanted to take the opportunity. But you name anything for that matter, it could be digital, it could be 99 acres, it could be Magic Brick. They take our money in advance, and then we have to wait for the result. Is there any solution in digital marketing so that at least our association can come, if they come close? I have given many options to many of the digital people, whomever has approached. They say 30,000, 40,000. I told them I'll give you 1 lakh. But let the transaction go. We'll sign a MOU. So far, nobody has break that. Hope there are, heroes are here. I just wanted to listen from them. Thank you.
Thank you. I think great question. एक business model emerge होके आ रहा है. Creating a credit, creating a lending agency, okay, to lend money to our realtor community to do a post-paid model in real estate. Azan, this is a raw business model for you. Please take it up.
We're a really small agency as of now, but I think
you wish Google and Facebook would give you credit, right?
Right?
So do I. Yeah.
But I think these kind of things will all emerge in the next 5 to 10 years as both industries start working closely together. I think only equity, only performance-related pay is not maybe the end-all solution as far as an agency is concerned, but a balance somewhere in between, right? Of maybe a partial retainer and a partial conversion based on performance-related a payout. I think these kinds of deals are being made very actively in the market today. We are offered a lot of them.
Yeah, I think as the industry matures, a lot of these solutions will start coming up. Yeah.
So I think it's a great question, right? And this is something as companies we also battle with, right? I think real estate is one of the few industries where your digital spends and your channel partners' digital spends, right, need to work in tandem. In some cases, they are actually competing with each other because you're both looking to get your
same pie, same customer.
Part of the same pie.
Yeah.
So I think as we mature, we are going to have to find a strategy where our spends and our channel partner spends work in tandem to create the maximum output, right? So one of the things, for example, that we did is for the first time we tried to create a back-end system to assist channel partners. It is not so much on the digital side, but we said that since the channel partner is investing so much upfront to get us leads, we said that in the back end we will set up a call center to try and actually make sure that his conversion of leads is much higher. So instead of him trying to convert, that our back end will try and convert the leads.
True.
So I think different developers are going to work different strategies, but unless it is synergistic in its entirety, it will not work in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. So some of these small solutions are emerging, like with some of our Flows partner developers, we are giving advance brokerage to some of our channel partners to make them invest purely into digital. I mean, the solution is not to give you brokerage, just for the sake of it. The idea is you need a certain amount to start the digital journey or marketing of the project, facilitate that, and over a period of time, the cycle will complete. Yeah. Yes.
See, one other thing, what I did at SNN when I was there is tie up with some of the channel partners, and then we did co-branding. But unfortunately, what happened, the transparency is not from either side, because it's always booking, and my team is also saying, and channel partner team is also saying, there is always a controversy. So we should, nowadays you take the example of the mandate agencies, how they function. They take the media spend as well, and then tell them we allocate 1.5%, 2%, among the total percentage, they work it out. Maybe what BRI can do it, maybe sit with a couple of builders and then work out a strategy where BRI as an association could work out for select, say, 10 builders to, 10 CPs to work with certain builders and come up with a solution. I think it will work out well.
Great. There's your idea. Yeah? Okay, great. So, Srinath has been very silent. He's sitting right in the center. Okay. He has not been talking because we have been talking very low tech. Okay. So now we'll go from low tech to high tech, and only then he'll talk. All right. So, Srinath, now this is exclusively for you. Yeah. So, we've been seeing a lot of advent of virtual reality, augmented reality, a lot of these VR, AR solutions in real estate since maybe about 2013-14, right? That was the time when we started getting Oculus, as a device. Google came up with Cardboard. A lot of new startups came in the space of creating virtual experiences of projects in real estate, right? Where the customer could go to an experience center or sit in the comfort of his home, right? And experience the project from, say, wherever he is, even if in a different country, right? At that same time was also when people had started to experiment with selling real estate online. This was way before COVID, right? So COVID to aaya abhi 2020 mein, but before that, people were already doing Google Online Home Festival, right? And there was all these companies developing their own portal. Housing.com came up with its, its own sale and their slice view and all of those solutions at that time. And a lot of developers were very enthused to lap it up, experiment, spend good amounts in creating these virtual solutions, right? But that wave lasted for about 2 years, and then it started becoming a little flatter. One hypothesis is a lot of cash flow issues started coming because of the recession and supply piling up. Marketing budgets nahi the ye sab karne ke liye, right? But you are very close to the ground. You are seeing how people are adopting these technologies. What is your view on how the journey has been, and where do you see some interesting stuff happening next year?
Thank you, Vyoma, for the question. So that's the time, 2013 and 14, that's the time we found the company PropVR. So the day when Oculus was launched, from then we have been trying to create VR and AR experiences for not only real estate, also with a lot of other industries like automotive and education and things. But to be very frank, real estate was the only industry which was paying us. So we had to stick on here and do a lot of experiment. So, to be very frank, in terms of the technology, yes, at that point of time, it was very, it was a very initial stage. Even the devices was not so supportive. So the companies like Oculus and HTC and Google, everybody were trying to figure out their own, headsets. Google miserably failed in Google Lens. So there was many companies who are still trying to create these hardwares. So until and unless, like how everybody has a laptop and mobile phones today at their own space, they should also have these VR headsets, at a very affordable cost. Then this technology would have been a game changer at that point of time. But to be very frank, this AR, VR, and AI has taken a huge leap last 5 years. You should, VR is just part of an output. But to be very frank, for real estate developers, everybody should focus on a modern pipeline of creating the 3D. So let's say every developer, it is a mandate for them to market their product. They do different kind of images, they create walkthrough videos for which they spend huge amount of money, right? It's not just they do a video in a lakh or something like that. Today they spend minimum of 8 to 10 lakhs to just create a rendering video just to explain the project for 3 to 4 minutes. But what if I say we have figured out a pipeline which is completely different from the traditional way of creating 3D. So, and the web is also taking a great shift, shift from 2 to 3. So the web 3 is on the way. It's not a ghost. It's a more interesting technology that's coming in. So web 3 pay, there is going to be lot and lot of interactive and collaborative content. That's what sir also mentioned as metaverse. So people are going to be in a multiplayer mode, cross-collaborate in platforms, cross-collaborate with devices. Let's say 5 of us in this panel can have one devices. One can have a laptop, one can have a VR, one can have a mobile phone, one can have a tablet, and still collaborate and see the real estate project in live, right? Even before the project is constructed, you can create a project in 3D which exactly looks 100% similar, and people can enter into the property and see everything in detail. So what we are trying to give to all the real estate developers here is, how do I make them spend less money and get more outputs? Because NRI customers may have high-tech devices, but Indian customers may not have high-tech devices. So devices are getting launched. Yes, even Jio is coming up with their own mixed reality glasses. They are trying to distribute 50 lakh glasses at free. They have launched this glass just 1 month, 2 months back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched the glass. So when they launched the 5G technology, so these devices has to really hit the people. So I was not device dependent. I made my platform and ensure that developers spend less money and get a better output that can be deployed across all devices. So the modern 3D pipeline creation is saving a huge amount of money, and I think it's time for real estate industry to invest on tech so that it is going to make them future ready. So even the real estate search is going to become completely in 3D. You can see companies like Square Yards and Housing and everybody are trying to create their own 3D search, map-based search experiences. Let's say a developer wants to put his project into a 3D search. Now he has to spend huge amount of money to create that. But as a company, as a technology, what I feel technology should provide is an affordable thing that can work on all platforms, whether it is Housing or Square Yards or any platform. Once the content is done, it should be easily movable to any platform that has. That is a game changer that we are trying to give. So we save a lot of money and deploy it across devices. So the technology is at its sleep. Yes, we are in a transition from Web 2 to 3. Web 3 is going to be very interesting in the next decade. Yes, that's the answer from me.
I think it's out of battery. Yeah, I've run out of battery. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Great. So if Srinath has his way, then customers will, in 5 years from now, crib about how their apartment is not like the model apartment they saw in person, but how the actual apartment is not like the virtual apartment they saw, right? Unless construction teams catch up. Yeah. Okay, great. So moving on, one thing that we've been discussing is the tech, right? But behind any tech is people. Yeah. And one very, very important shift that has happened in the last decade is the skilling required to make all of this tech and digital marketing happen, right? All of people present here on stage, you are all recruiters, right? You have large teams. You keep looking for the right talent who can make your vision come true, your ideas into reality, right? How have you seen the digital marketing talent shift, right, over the last few decades? And what is your wish list for the digital talent for 2023? Anybody?
So I just start because so to be very frank, in real estate, it's not fully, you don't have fully highly talented people. I can see a lot of edtech crowd just joining into real estate. And
because they get laid off so often.
Yeah, that's also a fact. You have to agree. But, and also in the mindset of people, RE has always not been a high-paid industry. So people who are into digital and IT, these guys would always need a better salary. They need to be positioned themselves in a better lifestyle. So now, yes, our real estate industry is changing, and they have started hunting talents like crazy, like never before. We are getting huge amount of talents coming in, but still not fully. I would agree on that. Down the line, yes, with these content creators is what the game is going to change. So real estate has to invest more and more on content creator economy, because that they are going to be the game changers. So your content has to be good. They will be the better choice.
Okay. So Azan, content, I'm just picking up from this, and while you're going to answer your question, if you could just throw a little more light on your idea of the perfect content person. You would be dreaming of those guys. Okay. What's your idea of that perfect content person?
Sure. I think technical skills are overrated when you're trying to recruit today, because we're moving into a no-code environment, right? AI and ML is handling all the technicalities of it. I put out a LinkedIn post today, and that post was actually what was generated from ChatGPT, right? So it's more about asking the right question than it's about being able to handle a technical answer. And when we look at talent at the hub, actually, so we have an agency and we have a media house. On our media house, one of the fastest growing verticals is talent as a service. So we actually, an offshoot that we've just started is trying to help bigger brands recruit. It's coming back to what I was trying to talk about earlier, right? Look at anything you do in digital communication as digital PR instead of digital marketing, because the same piece of content you put out about a project, if you focus on storytelling, will attract you both the talent you need and your customer.
Absolutely, absolutely. Great. And Vishesh, you have come from a talent powerhouse called Unilever and recently joined Prestige, right? So what is your very initial view or a scan of the kind of quality of talent real estate has, especially in this field, and what's your wish list?
See, I just want to pick up on Azan's point. As long as companies plan to be third-party marketing consumers, right? That means they're working with external parties. I think what Azan said is bang on, right? But like I said, that there is a decisive shift happening to own the relationship with the customer, with the consumer. And that requires a first-party marketing capability. That does not allow you to stay away from the talent requirements, which are required, from that perspective. And it's not only about developers. So like Azan, we are right. So no code and low code and other things are coming in. But one thing that you cannot do away with is data. How do you handle that data and the models you build on top of that, right? That is going to be the skill of future. There will be some requirement around developers as well. But again, there are capabilities which are coming up in the market where the codes are, AI is writing the code. So it's very interesting area, and I'm watching it keenly, how it will evolve. Potentially, it can create an economy which does not require high-end, developers for the capabilities, but it's a space to watch out for. But if as a first-party marketing consumer, I think I'm very much interested in hiring the talent in the market, particularly around data. Absolutely.
Got it. Great. Okay. So since you brought up data, right? I was resisting using this big data word on this panel. सब लोग वही बोलते रहते big data है, AI, ML है, हम ऐसे ही फेंकते हैं words, without understanding. Real estate में use ही नहीं होता है, right? Big data is something which is like millions and millions of data points that go into selection of who do you want to target, and then probably Facebook uses in its algorithm in the back end. But real estate, to be honest, has never been faced with that problem, right? But we have been faced with a different problem, which is too much of data with too little targeting, right? So can we talk a little bit about the pitfalls of what digital marketing has brought about, right? Because it's become so easy to reach your target audience, right? Are we misusing or are we, bombarding our consumers with too much information without knowing exactly what they want to see or what they want to consume, right? Maybe Avinash, you can share your thoughts on that.
Sure. So I think you're right in the sense that it's not just us as an industry, but anybody using digital marketing over the last couple of years. The strategy was just carpet bomb, right? And generate leads. It is already very cheap to generate leads through digital marketing. So, you're willing to spend that money. But regulation itself, I think, is going to force us to be more ethical when it comes to digital marketing. And I think, respecting privacy is always a good strategy. And you are going to see developers or anybody else using digital marketing strategies starting to, use ethical marketing practices. And I think that will actually lead to better conversions, better leads, and less bad publicity, bad press for anybody involved in digital marketing itself.
Yeah, for example, you see lot of these stock images, right? Because koi filter to hota nahi hai, right? We are marketing a plotted development in Devanhalli and we see a picture of Switzerland, right? तो मतलब कुछ भी कर सकते हो ऐसे कि and hands up who have done this. Switzerland literally नहीं होगा, चलो कुछ और होगा. Okay, it will be some place in Himachal. Okay, but how many of us have been guilty of using better looking stock imagery rather than using an actual picture or a render of a project because you know that the digital audience will love it, right? We are the only honest people out here. Right? We all do it, right? But when the customer comes and sees what he has to offer, right? It's always a step down, right? So as an industry, because we are a very high ticket size industry, we also have a lot of responsibility because you're taking a person's life savings basis first, an impression on the website, right? Next, maybe a brochure, right? An e-brochure maybe, then a model apartment, and he takes a loan of a lifetime. He takes a loan of 20 years and uses all this imagery to put half of his monthly income into buying this home or an office, which he's probably not going to get in its entirety, right? So as marketers, I think one thing, especially in digital marketing, is that like Avinash was saying, right, that responsibility, that ethical marketing is something that we all think should be one of the key trends of 2023 and hopefully beyond as well. Yeah, great. Yeah, please.
Sorry, I just have one point over here from how digital marketing has been till now. So everybody wants to sell to someone. The biggest problem till now, before 2012 was that everything was print, no digital marketing, so we'll publish ads and nobody would know the returns and everything. So digital marketing solved that problem. So everybody is selling now, hoping it will hit the right customer. But who's that right customer is still the key question, which no digital marketer is answering. Possibly because the solution does not exist, right? So there is one side of this thing, and the hope of finding the right customer, they are using any possible avenue. So a single customer or single person would get through 6 different channels the same message saying buy a property here, right? If he goes on email, he sees an ad. If he goes on a chat, possibly somebody will ping him and say, do you want to buy this? The focus will shift now in understanding who wants to buy. That is going to happen because at the end of the day, the volume of data which is getting created in terms of the leads and other things, because customers have also become smart. They understand, right, that you are tracking them. So they also, one developer, they go to one channel, other developer, they'll go to other channel. Then there are, prop tech firms as well who, sort of get the leads together and mediate. So the investments in understanding the intent of the customer, that's the next big wave, which is going to come. And the use of data and ML and AI in predicting that, so that you don't waste your time chasing 17,000 lists because it came from somewhere, but focus on only those 1,700 leads which have a higher chance of turning around.
Absolute.
That's
Yeah.
absolutely going to
Yeah,
happen.
please, Azan. Yeah.
I wanted to add something. Can we do a quick poll? So, how many people in this room got either a call, a telemarketing call or a message in the last 7 days?
We don't pick
Right?
up. Yeah.
Out of those call or messages, we are all leads in today. That's the way that the internet looks at us, right? We're all leads. We were talking earlier in the room before this about a different approach to nurturing a lead. So we're going to be hit with marketing regardless. I think the people in this room have the opportunity to change the way in which that happens at least. Out of those people who kind of raised their hand said that they were approached as a lead, how many of them were, are you interested to buy, versus we heard you were looking to buy a house, here's a guide on how to do up an apartment in less than 10 lakhs. A helpful piece of content that may or may not result in a deal closure for the person hitting you with the ad. How many people got a guide or something that was useful? Is there anybody, could we see hands? One person? So it's just that. That's the kind of, if there's something that I could contribute here, I think as decision makers in this room, the content can serve, right? So you're disturbing someone, you're going into their phone, you're giving them a notification. Maybe the least we can do is give them something of value that may or may not help them, but at least it's an attempt to try to add some value, as opposed to just trying to sell.
Excellent, excellent, great. So I think, Srini, sorry, I think time's up. There's a red screen out there, right? So if we may, right, can we all just in 3 crisp words, right, sum up what each one of you think are going to be the top 3 things to watch out for in digital marketing in 2023? Yeah? Maybe we can come outside in, Vishesh, yeah.
So there are 2 developments I'm observing in the digital world. One is democratization of social media. With what happened at Twitter, I think there is a lot of concern about ownership of social media platforms by big business tycoons, right? Tech titans. And there's a very concentrated effort happening in setting up democratized infrastructure where people can set up their own social media platform and, for example, 100 people get together, they have their own social media platform and others can join later on. So that's, and Jack Dorsey, who invented Twitter, he's leading this. There's a product infrastructure called Blue Sky. So he's leading that.
वो पैसे बना लिए Elon Musk से, okay, अभी democratization करेंगे.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's one development I'm watching. The second is the whole OpenAI thing, the chat GPT that he's talking about. I think people are, even technocrats, they are not realizing the potential of that. And it's not very far away. Within 2 years or even faster, people who don't have the skills, they can just type something and OpenAI will help them convert it into an image, send it to the right person, possibly code around that as well, set up a website in 10 minutes, all that is going to happen. And it's not very far. It's hardly 1 or 2 years away. So these are the 2 spaces that I'm watching very keenly, and they will be huge disruptors, in my opinion.
Perfect, perfect, great. Over to you, Srini.
Yeah. I feel that over a period of time, since a lot of maturity is there as far as real estate companies are concerned, I think inclusive media planning will start happening, meaning that agencies or anybody walking into your office, they can't just say that we will do this and the clients will accept that. So there will be an inclusive. Then there is a relevant advertising. Advertising is all about tell all truth. I strongly believe in that, but it's not coming through rightly. But I think 30-40% of the real estate companies have started adopting this. And the third thing what I see is that development of internal strong digital team will definitely come. When I said that about the advertising message in real estate, I think we need to be honest in saying and now supporting the sustainability, which is the key issue as far as all the developers are concerned, number one. And the last thing what I spoke is all about, it's all a joint effort from the management side, and the CEOs and the EDs have to play a role in terms of going through every little piece of communication that goes out from the real estate. This is my request. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you. Srinath.
Let me be clearly very crisp on these 3 points. I think AI is going to be big time game changer. Number 2, I see the metaverse coming into the play. That is also going to be a big thing that is going to happen. Then number 3 is going to be the creator economy. So I see these 3 are the key factors that are going to change.
Great. Thank you. That was very crisp.
Yeah, I
Azam.
think the creator economy is going to play a major role. I think content as a means to first serve the consumer and then the brand. And definitely no code, because that kind of changes the way people approach hiring.
Got it. Great. Yeah. Avinash.
So I think with the ramp up of 5G, you're going to see a lot of work around metaverse marketing, AR and VR. And I think more importantly, you're going to see ethical marketing becoming a big trend starting this year.
Great. Wonderful. So if we sum up what everybody has talked about today, number 1, content becomes important every year. 2023 will be no different, right? Use of AI to be able to focus on the right audiences, right? And it's already happening in the back end, which is why you are being able to get more meaningful leads with every year passing with minimal marketing spends, right? So use of AI to better target people and learn of their buying behaviors, right? Number 3, ethical marketing. No use of shortcuts and wrong content or bombarding people with cold calls, etc. Ethical marketing, right? And we're also going to have a delve into metaverse and actually have more digital buying for a product even like real estate happening as well, right? The last is democratization. More people are being able to afford technology and hence hopefully more sales with Realty Plus having more of these events happening and more of us meeting sooner than later after this long gap of 4 years, right? So thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone here on stage for being a wonderful, wonderful panel. And thanks all of you for being a great audience. Sorry we couldn't take questions unless the organizer team permits. I think we're out of time. Yeah?
Yeah, but you can be seated. And this was a fireside chat. And let me tell you, Vyoma Pandit, you set it on fire. Yeah, so thank you for being a brilliant moderator, keeping everyone on their toes and ensuring that everyone gets the right set of inputs. So congratulations to you and the panel. Well done. And I'm going to request Raj Nayak from MRICS, Senior Director, Emerging Business, to kindly come forward to do the honors, please. Put your hands together for Raj Nayak, please. So I'm going to request you to present a token of appreciation to our moderator and the panelists, please. Yeah, thank you. Perfect. Congratulations and thank you for your time. Thank you. Congratulations. Can you put our hands together, please? Come on. I think they deserve a bigger round of applause, please. Well, I'm going to request all of you to just stay up for another photo op, please. I'm going to request the stalwarts to kindly come together for a photo op, please. All of you together. The audience, can we give it out to them, please? They've been brilliant, outstanding, phenomenal. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Fantastic. We have now come to the final discussion of this conclave. The topic is ESG and real estate, smart and sustainable business. And the session will be chaired by Vinita Kanambroth, heads the Southern Region Operations for Embassy Services Private Limited, the property management arm of the Embassy Group. Also introducing our speakers in the alphabetical order, I would like to welcome Jagdish Balram, Head Net Zero Consulting Division, the Groundwater Company. Also please put your hands together for Gigi Thomas, Head Operations, Nucleus Office Parks. Gigi is responsible for spearheading operations across Marquee projects and properties of Nucleus Office Parks. K. Raman, Director, Market Development Green Business Certification Institute. Raman manages the market development of LEED rating program, world's largest sustainability brand for India and Sri Lanka regions. Let's also give it out for Niranjan Khatri, the founder of iSambhav. Niranjan is ex-General Manager, Environment Initiatives of ITC Hotels, an experienced professional with more than 34 years of experience. He pioneered the concept of eco-designing in Welcome Group, Bay Island, in Port Blair, and submitted a paper to ILO, Cornell University, on eco-designing. That's Niranjan Khatri for all of you. I would now request the panel and the moderator to kindly take it forward, please. Thank you.
Thank you for that lovely introduction. So our second fireside chat is about ESG, that is environmental and social and governance, and real estate, smart and sustainable business. With me is an esteemed panel of I would call ourselves a set of very concerned individuals, both individually and as a part of as a part of various organizations, having a common goal and a pursuit of bringing more sensitivity or bringing more awareness about ESG and its requirement today to each of the businesses and sectors which is involved in real estate. So a warm welcome to all of you, sirs. Today, investors are increasingly eager to align their portfolios with businesses that are ESG driven, that making that an exciting area of growth, also leading to positive environmental and social impact. It is interesting to note that 90% of Fortune 500 companies have published their ESG reports last year. So there lies the importance of ESG, and that is where we are all headed to. It is more of a business mandate today. It is a need of the hour. And to raise and gear ourselves up to meet our ESG goals, or to rather to set certain clear ESG goals and to meet them, has become the need of the hour. Although ESG is a collective pursuit, it is also subjective in nature. Different organizations with different facades of business have different aspirations and goals when it comes to ESG. And I have a representation of different businesses or leaders being a part of different sectors within real estate here. So I'm going to start the session asking each of them a very common question, which is relevant to them. That is how they individually pursue ESG at their respective businesses. And I'd like to start with Mr. Gigi Thomas. How is ESG pursued as a real estate developer, sir?
Thank you, Vinita, for the introduction. And before we dwell into the questions asked by Vinita, probably we need to do a little bit of context setting. I would do it with probably two questions. One is, why is ESG relevant? And probably talk about why real estate should worry or happy about it. And then we'll talk about the question which is asked, what are we doing to pursue ESG in our business? As you know, ESG has been a talk of the town for the last 2 or 3 years. Why has it become so important is it is looking at the non-financial parameters of the business and evaluating the business on that perspective. So, and this has started probably 2 years back when the climate change has hit us hard And I'm sure that you will all realize that climate change is for real. When 1992, when we started probably UNSSC framework, or 1997 we signed the Kyoto Protocol, we never thought this is going to hit us. But today, floods, hurricanes, unseasonal rains, everything is hitting us hard, and it is on your doorstep, and it's important for us to work on this. And coming to real estate, why should real estate be happy or unhappy about it? As we speak, 40% of carbon emissions in the whole world is contributed by the real estate, out of which 70% is from operational and probably 30% is constructional carbon emissions. So what do we do with it? So basically, carbon ESG has come in because of the carbon emissions which has come into the system. So now coming back to what we did, or what we did for how did we pursue the ESG growth in our company. So as you know, we are part of the Blackstone Group. Nucleus Office Park acquires running assets, and we commit ourselves to reduce 15% of the energy, 15% of the carbon emissions by 3 years. So that we started with three-pronged approach. First and foremost is operational measurements and control, which we achieved through LEED EBOM certification, which is entire portfolio of our building, entire portfolio of our office assets were certified under EBOM, that is operation and maintenance LEED certification. And second is to identify what are the potential areas of energy savings, which really meant identifying the projects for opportunities for improvement in energy, specific energy consumption of all the equipment, which we have identified around 10 to 12 projects, which will be on the way, rolled out in the coming future. And third is looking at opportunities for renewable energy across the platform. And we did, as we speak again, almost 50% of our energy portfolio is powered by renewable energy to the extent of almost 1 crore units per month, which is a significant achievement by itself. And when we're coming back to social aspects, first and foremost is the community project we undertook. We did a project in Mumbai called One Green Mile, which is the largest project in terms of managing social communities, creating a community space underneath a flyover. And similarly, working on health and safety, wellness, and so on and so forth. And then probably look at employee volunteering. These are the aspects we are trying to work on at this point of time. And third element on governance, we have created a lot of policies around building ESG-related policies and digitalization. All in all, ESG, I believe, is the way forward for us to look at real estate as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, my next question is to Mr. Khatri. Being a sustainability training organization, what does ESG entail for you?
Julie, I'm going to play a small game with you, how to open a transparent matchbox. I'm sure you've never seen a transparent matchbox, so I'll teach you how to open it. I'll count 3, and there's a old 500 rupees note in this. If you open it, it's yours, and if you don't open it, you give me 2,000 rupees. Okay. Is that acceptable?
I'll try.
Okay. I'll teach you how to open it. I'll count 1, 2, 3, and I open it. Okay? And I shut it. And when I count 1, 2, 3, you're going to open it, and your time starts now, as Amitabh Bachchan will say. 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, your time is up. You know, Helen Keller said, it's a terrible thing to see and have no vision. 34 years back, I had no vision on environmental issues. I was posted in a place called Kalapani, also called Port Blair, and I did not know the spelling of environment. And I was put in a corner by the late Admiral Govil. He asked me to change the behavior, negative behavior of the tourists who were messing up the island. And foolish person that I am, I said, yes, sir, and I did nothing for 2.5 months. And then after 2.5 months, occurred to me, why don't I appeal to the good sense of the tourists? And we started something called product stewardship, or extended producer responsibility by putting a small sticker on the packed lunch box. And lo and behold, our guests started bringing those back. But the story is very long, and I'll tell you one more story from Port Blair, and then I'll come to the ESG part. On 1st of April, I saw stars during the daytime because our water supply was cut from 10,000 liters per day to 2,000 liters per day for operating a 45-room hotel with 65 staff. I didn't know how to run a hotel with 2,000 liters of water. So what did we do? I took some very brutal decision in order to be in business. I'm a businessman. I have to run the business also, and I have to take care of the environment also and balance the whole thing. And I didn't know the concept of taking care of the planet, people, and profit. The triple bottom line came later on in life in 1994 by a guy called John Elkington. So what did we do to address that? The hotel didn't stop. We stopped supplying water in the room. And if Vinita asked for water, we'll ask her in the morning, why do you want water? So if she said for bathing, a bucket of fresh water would go to her room. And if she said for toilet, a bucket of sea water would go to her room. So we did water segmentation. It was very difficult to run a hotel with buckets of water. So we changed our entire pipeline, which was made of iron, and replaced it with plastic pipeline when we had dual piping system. And you might be wondering, why did this happen? In 1989, the northeast monsoon failed in Port Blair, and therefore the dam did not fill up. Because the dam did not fill up, the municipality had to ration the water, and they did the right thing. So then we told our cooks, you will not wash the vessels with fresh water first round. The first round will be washed with sea water, the final rinse with fresh water. We told our employees, have a bath anywhere in the 365 islands, but not in the hotel. We stopped supplying water in the locker room. And then we didn't have water for gardening, so our garden became like a Thar desert. So we dug a well and harvested water and used that water for gardening. Our problem was still not solved. We made a drainage system on the edge of our sloping roof, and we harvested water. By doing all this, we reduced our reliance on the municipality by 80%. Now, you know, the country is talking about Atmanirbhar. We learned self-reliance in the islands in the bliss of a small pond in geographical isolation. So having given you this background, ESG was not there those days. We went into energy, water, waste management, social issues without knowing all these terminologies. And there are so many terminologies which are overlapping. You have NVG, National Voluntary Guideline, and Ministry of Corporate Affairs. You have ESG, then you have United Nations Sustainable Development Goals with 17 indicators. So when I saw the United Nations Development Goal in 2015, I compared the work that we had done in Port Blair, and we found that we had conformed to all the 17 indicators. So having said this, coming to the real estate industry, I hope there are real estate people still sitting over here. I find a lot of empty seats. But anyway, they have great opportunity to start new concepts like embodied water of the building. What is embodied water of building? I was in charge of a housing project in 2002 and asked my contractor, Sardarji, how much water have you used for constructing this? He was very annoyed with me. He said, nobody's asked me this question. Why are you asking? I said, no, I'm a little uneducated guy. I want to educate myself. Please help me. So after 2-3 days, he told me, 50 lakh liters of water is what we use. So then we took some very good decisions which was not required by law. We put up an ETP plant. We put up a drip irrigation system. We put dual flushing system in the bathrooms. And we put drip irrigation in every balcony so that women don't have too much work. Did I get kudos for this? No. People were upset that you have increased the cost. But I engaged with them and told them that if you don't do this, you'll be paying a higher operating cost. Having said this, the real estate industry makes houses, but they don't give value addition to their clients by sharing these ideas or bringing elements of plug and play for future waste management there, for future installation of solar, etc., and many other things. So ESG is a good concept. I'm happy it's happening, and it's mandatory for 1,000 corporate houses in the country. So now you'll see change on a great scale. I can go on talking, but I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Khatri. My next question is to Jagdish. Again, how is ESG pursued in the groundwater company?
Thanks, Vinita. So let me just give you an example, right? I mean, how much we take it for granted, something that is in front of us, the water bottle, right? In the childhood, assuming that I can see all of us in the same age group, right? If somebody told us that we are going to be paying $10 for this water bottle, probably would have laughed off, right? Today, we have tankers standing outside our houses, and we say, proudly say, "Pani kahan se aayega? Tanker se aayega." If that doesn't basically ring the button in the head, right, what else will? You're basically robbing the future generation of their future and trying to just extract whatever's possible today. And if you do not do it in a more sustainable way, I'm telling you, right, water, already we have seen, people are predicting that the next war is going to be on water. I'm not here to predict doomsday, but there is a way how, from an ESG perspective, the water or anything that you're talking about is not just those fancy PDF documents that we have, right? If implemented correctly, let me tell you this, right? This is something that we have done with a lot of clients we've worked with. You can improve your water availability by 800%. And something that we will, during the course of discussion, I'm going to explain it to you how you can do that. You can cut down your water need, in fact, on the tankers by almost like 60 to 70%. And I'm not talking about water conservation, I'm talking about water generation, correct? So that's first thing. Second thing, basement floodings. How many of us have faced these basement floodings? Our Mercedeses or the BMWs or even the Swifts, Altos, everything getting flooded and it's just floating in the basement. Have you seen increase in such situations? Every year we basically see that and we just say, insurance claim kar lenge, ho gaya karke, right? So, if there is a way of leveraging this ESG reports, you can actually cut down on flooding as well. See, what is flooding basically, right? It's basically water not finding an expression. It should go to a certain place which it is not able to go, and hence it's just coming and accumulating in a place. So if all these things are done properly, and it's not just a paper document, leveraging the power of technology, AI and all these things, you can actually improve your water availability as well as mitigate flooding as well. If Bangalore, recent flooding is anything to go by, let me tell you, it's a man-made flooding. It's not nature, correct? So,
yeah,
one interjection. My apologies. After playing that game, give her a round of applause for failure. Because failure must be encouraged, and I'd like to give you a small prize on water management over here. Carry on.
Over to you, Raman, sir. As the world's leading green certification body, what does ESG entail for you?
Just to give a background, so as you mentioned, we are the largest sustainable brand called LEAD, which is formed 25 years back in terms of giving a framework for sustainability. So if you ask 15 years back, sustainability was a choice for the people to take it, whether to show they are responsible. But now every organization has become a core value, so they want to do sustainability. So that's where many projects are getting certified. So that gives LEAD an important role in terms of the ESG, particularly on the E component of ESG. So the green building certifications help them in terms of enhancing the ESG score. So another thing also between what we offer in terms of green building as well as ESG, there are few overlaps. One is in terms of performance or environment or opportunity for improvements or transparency in data. So that's why what as a council we have done is 5 years back we started an online platform which will track the performance of the building. So many leading organizations have come forward, including as Mr. Gigi mentioned. So many organizations come forward and say we want to track the entire assets, how they are doing in terms of the certification. So that's where both our rating program as well as the ESG is having an overlap. And the another important aspect is we also have integration with some of the ESG framework like GRESP or other, where we can give several pathways in terms of connecting the data between these two. So,
Thank you for that brief. Now that the context on ESG and its importance to each of the panelists is set here, I'd like to come back to Mr. Gigi Thomas again with another more specific question, sir. With over 20 million square feet of space and 200 plus occupiers, how do you integrate your occupiers' ESG goals to yours?
Vinita, that's a most difficult task as we see today. Because the number of customers you mentioned, 200 plus, that itself is a task. Because most of the customers are in different stages of evolution of ESG. To give you a simple example, Mumbai renewable energy scenario, if you know about it, it cost almost 66 paise more to buy renewable energy. We went back to our, not 200 odd customers, but at least around 50 to 60 customers. Some of them said, we are happy to pay that 66 paise more and then do it. Some of them said, no, we don't want to pay anything more and we got stuck. So, but we found a ingenious way to do it. I think we did the balance of black power plus green energy and balance the cost. But that is a different approach we have taken in that to ensure that we get renewable energy. This is exactly the challenges which as a real estate community we face when it comes to integrating ESG vision of the company developer as well as the tenant companies. But however, having said this, first and the foremost step in this state, in this situation is probably having a green clause in your lease agreements. That's probably the starting point. But that is better said than done because most of the cases which I have seen so far is largely an endeavor to do things, like not exactly a commitment in terms of reducing the emissions or reducing the carbon footprint, but it is more of an endeavor to do, share the data and so on and so forth. I mean, nothing really concrete. But the major challenge which I see is probably the contracting models, which most of the real estate companies enter with the tenants. Most of the costs are really a pass-through. Whether it is air conditioning cost, whether it is electricity cost or water cost, it's just a pass-through, which does not give any incentive for neither the landlord nor the tenant to work on these areas. So surely that's one area everybody should focus on, making it as a fixed cost model wherein the developer or the asset management company has an incentive to go for energy efficiency or water efficiency and so on and so forth. But having said this, the negative side of it, how do we help them to achieve their goals? There are 3 or 4, 5, 6 ways we have done it in the past. First and foremost is the renewable energy facilitation, because they have a goal of renewable energy in their sustainability roadmap, which we have largely catered to them. As I mentioned in the beginning, 50% of the energy consumed by the tenants is provided by renewable sources. And second is probably look at waste management, because they have larger control over the waste, but we dispose the waste, and today we are at around 10%, lower than 10% in terms of waste going to landfill. And another goal which most of the clients expect is an EV charging stations which are provided across the platform for all the assets and for them to use. Though the number of cars are still less, I think as I see total population of private cars of EV is still in 25 or 30,000 numbers or at all India levels. But still, this is a requirement most of the companies ask for, and we have facilitated them. So as we see, it is a difficult task to do it at this stage, but a lot of pressures from the regulatory bodies and voluntary bodies like government authorities, investors putting pressure, tenant themselves, employees themselves asking for action, tenants looking for sustainable spaces. All this put together, I see a lot of integration would happen in the future, and that's the way we are looking forward to.
Thank you, sir. Just one more clarification, because you spoke about EV charging stations for cars. I happened to meet one of the park user again, and one of the discussion was that while there are EV charging stations for cars within the premises, there are more EV two-wheelers these days than cars. Okay, so but we don't see that most often. We usually focus on cars and charging stations there. So is there any specific reason, or is it, we were assuming more cars than two-wheelers?
No, absolutely no. I think we assumed two-wheelers to be charged at home largely. That's probably the reason. And second is, today you have dual charging options available. You can charge cars as well as, our systems can charge the two-wheelers too. So there is an option to be provided. There is an option available.
Thank you. Moving on to Niranjan Khatri, sir. You've headed CII's Renewable Energy Cell between 1996 and 1997. Renewable energy is obviously the most important factor to achieve our net zero goals. And India has pledged about 500 gigawatts of power by 2030, right? What is your take on renewable energy sector and the policies that govern it?
Let me take you back again to my Port Blair experience, where we didn't have a generator in that hotel, and the generation of power was through generators. and the umbilical cords of Port Blair were tied to Chennai. So if the ships did not come, we forgot the taste of onions and potatoes. It was as basic as that. Having said this, I started flirting with renewable energy at that time, but nothing happened because the cost was very high and we didn't have the money to pay for it. When I moved to Delhi, I thought I had reached the Mecca of the country where there will be no power cut, but I was surprised between 10 and 3 there was no power cut in a place called Basant Lok in Delhi. And our people did not work from 10 to 3, they were sitting in front of computers. So then I suggested to my boss that we need to put a solar hybrid system, and we were the first office space company in the whole country to put that 36 kilowatt system those days. I'm talking of 1994. And based on all this experience, I used to write to the stakeholders that, look, we need to scale this up and mainstream in the urban areas so that through economies of scale, the prices come down. Then I had the opportunity of working in CII for 1 year, heading this particular portfolio. And I was trying to tell the stakeholders that those days the installed capacity of solar power was only 3 megawatts. And the meeting, they said, we'll increase by 10%. So I was there in the meeting and I said, I think we need to look at this issue a little differently, and we should have an ambition of setting up 10% of installed capacity. That means I was talking of 9,000 megawatt. And I told them the methodology of how to do it, because those days the cost of solar power was 24 crore per megawatt. Today it's come down to 6 crore per megawatt, just to give you a sense of perspective. And I suggested to them that why do we have one energy ministry and a ministry of new and renewable energy? It's all energy. So if our Maharathis like ONGC and IOC, etc., who have got deep pockets, if they get into this particular area, it'll be a long-term business for them. And my intent was very clear that we'll reduce emission, we'll reduce the reliance on foreign fuel, and we'll reduce the cost over a period of time. Well, better late than never. Today, the Prime Minister has articulated an ambition of 500 gigawatt by 2030. But it's not just about solar photovoltaic alone. There is solar thermal which has not been deployed on a scale in a sun-drenched country like ours. Most of our existing homes don't have solar hot water systems. And we are using terawatts of energy. We are throwing terawatts of energy down the drain by using A category energy for bath. Now, these are the areas that we need to look at. And in addition to this, it's very important to focus on social issues and take your attention to so-called India and Bharat. India is getting all the attention. How about adding value to Bharat? So in India, we generate 1.3 billion tons of cow manure, and this has not been leveraged at all. This cow manure can be converted to biogas. From biogas, you get bio-CNG. You can run autos on that. From bio-CNG, you get CO2. From CO2, you get dry ice. And with that dry ice, you can set up a whole lot of cold chain. And the cold chain is there, that 50% of food waste which we have in a country will stop. So we need to look at all these things very holistically and create scale. And solar and wind have got a lot of tailwind from the government in terms of incentives, etc. Incentives have to be created for generating biogas in the rural areas and create a level playing field. And hopefully this will happen because there are already signs of that. And I think I'll stop at that for the time.
Thank you, sir.
I think, Vinita, I will interject here a little bit, because I have a direct seen what is happening in the renewable energy sector in India largely. You talked about the policy on renewable energy, but unfortunately it is kind of inconsistent in policies what really hurts us. See, if you look at it, I signed a PPA in Chennai, one of our projects last year. Today I got a bill saying that I have to pay 1 rupee 24 paise more than what I have signed up for last year. Similarly, if you look at Mumbai, the policy is different. Karnataka, the policy is different. And Gurgaon, the real estate capital of India, do not have a policy at all. So this is where we are really leading towards. So if the government wants to really encourage, I think we need to create a nationwide policy as far as renewable energy is concerned, and give, though I'm not looking at incentive, but at least to facilitate transactions much smoothly and effectively, we need to work towards that.
Sure. To Jagdish, my question is, how can developers reduce tanker water dependency and become water positive while addressing flooding issues due to climate change?
Okay, so since this is a fireside chat, right? I would want this to be a interactive session, right? How many of you basically get tankers wherever you live? Most of you? That's quite a less number. Yeah? I'm quite impressed. Either all of you are not taking your hands.
Sure, most of us.
Correct? So do you think that source of water is his borewell is never gonna dry off? It will, right? So do you have a plan B? Chennai, all of us know what happened in 2019. So we're sitting on a time bomb that's just waiting to explode. Let me explain you what climate change, all of us have heard of climate change, but what climate change is, right? We are seeing a drastic increase in the quantum of rain in Bangalore, correct? So a climate change, basically, the graph goes like this and suddenly it falls like this. So tomorrow if there's a drought, one season of drought, do you think we are equipped to basically go ahead and handle that? And you think government is going to come and help you? No, right? So let me give you mathematics. Bangalore, each acre generates about 40 lakh liters of water. Today, the problem with the rainwater harvesting system that we have is it's flawed in nature. What is the flaw? Let me explain this to you in numbers, correct? When most of the time there's more rain happening, right? The rainwater harvesting system is supposed to send more water to the ground, but we see it's overflowing and sending the water out. So the very thing is contradictory in nature, right? You should be saving more water, but it's wasting more water. First thing. Second thing, all of us do rainwater harvesting. Where is the water going? Is it coming to me or my neighbor? None of us have an answer to that. We know that within the Mother Earth, there are aquifers that can hold crores of liters of water that have storativity, recovery, correct? Are we leveraging that? What is the definition of a groundwater study today? मेरे को एक point दे दो चले जाओ बस, correct? Until unless we have that sort of a mindset, right? We are still operating in that 1960s mentality, but the way we are leveraging the land to the number of people ratio, which basically means where 100 people used to live today, 1,000 people are living. So if we don't change our water management principles, we are basically not heading there. We're creating it for ourselves. Let me rephrase that, right? We're all creating it for ourselves. And as developers, you have the opportunity. On average, even a 2-acre property can generate 80 lakh liters of additional water, right? Now imagine this, you're doing a grey water recycling, and how many of you would be comfortable if I gave this water to you stating, yeah, grey water recycle hai, black water recycle hai, though it's of a drinking quality scientifically. Would all of you drink it? Can you raise the hands? How many would drink it? Correct? So you have the answer there. So first thing is to basically know what's within the ground. Today, leveraging geospatial satellite, you can actually predict floods, the Marthali flood that basically happened recently, right? You can actually predict it. That's first thing. Second thing is, by doing all these studies, a detailed study, you can actually know where to basically send the water, where you can extract it. I'm not against my neighbor getting the water. First, my tummy is full, I can do charity. Before my tummy is full, I try to go do charity, right? I'll not survive for long to do charity. First, let me tell you that. So let me just close this by saying that we don't have a water crisis. We have a water mismanagement, and that's all our making. When I say all, each of us responsibility as developers. And until we stand up to that, and we try to change that, correct? We're just waiting for that 1 year of drought, and the bomb is just going to explode. Correct? Take Sarjapur, right? Do you think the quantum of demand that you have there, the number of tankers you have, do you think they'll be in a position if there's a crisis tomorrow that they'll be able to supply to everyone? That gives you the answer. Correct?
With your permission, may I take a cue from that? It's very important to have a larger picture also. I was following the New York Times in the month of August and September, and I found that the Klamath River Dam is going to be decommissioned in America. Coming to Europe, the Rhine River dried up this year, and it's the commercial artery of the country, and the ships could not carry the full load. Come to France, the Seine River dried up, and they could not run their nuclear plants because their nuclear plants require a lot of water. And the Po River in Italy dried up, and there's an agrarian crisis there. And then coming to Abu Dhabi, they plan to extract 4% of the water from the clouds. Then the same article said they give 147 gallons liter of water per person per day. Hello! What do you do with 147 gallons liter of water? As per WHO, you require 130 liters of water. And I disagree with that also, because in the project that I was involved, we reduced it to about 90 liters. with existing technologies. You have dual flushing system, STP, and what have you. And then coming to Pakistan, 1/3 of the country was like an ocean. So he alluded to climate change. Look at the impact of climate change, kind of disruption it will create. COVID will look like a picnic in front of climate change because there are synergistic impacts of climate change for energy, water, food, and various kinds of diseases.
And just to add one important point, right? What if I told you that you could, by doing it in a proper way, right, using geospatial satellite and all these things, you could cut down your cost of drilling by 70%, correct? Improve your recharge rates by 800%, and these are proven numbers, right? We have demonstrated it. I'm not talking about putting in those fancy PDF documents. I'm talking about demonstrating it to you in real life scenario. So it's not just, it doesn't just make sense from an ESG perspective, but also common sense, right? I mean, that's something that is very important.
So I just have a question on continuing to that same topic.
Sure.
So as real estate developers, what would be, to a real estate developer, what would be your 3 most important points to make a particular property or a development water positive? What are the top 3 one should focus on?
So the first thing is to get a complete visibility into the subsurface, right? Past 60 years, we have focused too much on anything above the ground. Beneath the ground, our focus has been almost nil. Our definition of the so-called scientific study is a resistivity method, which has a lot of limitations, right? First thing, that. Second thing is to understand, study, take a detailed study where you understand what is the nature. I'm not talking about aquifer mapping. That's a term that has been absolutely abused by geologists. I'm talking about understanding the characteristics of aquifer, correct? Without understanding, see, the bottle has a value to me. Why is that? Because it can hold the water, correct? If it is leaking water, do you think I'll be having it here? No, right? So similarly, it's important for you to basically find out which aquifers can hold the water. It's not about somebody coming and showing you those blue and green images and saying, blue ka matlab water hai, green ka matlab patthar hai. No, it's about actually, the leadership sitting here taking that initiative and saying, you know what, this is going to be my priority. First thing. Second, getting the visibility, someone who can deliver you that visibility, and doing a near real-time monitoring of how water stressed your area is, how much your project is, before even you buy the land. So that basically helps you plan for the future. So if I'm buying a project or planning to buy a project in, say, Marthali, right? I know that area is going to be water stressed. How many of us actually take initiative to even find that out, right? If I know that there is a water stress in that area, can I not basically improve by understanding the nature of aquifers and the flow tracks, the veins and all those things? A common analogy I'll give you, right? Water recharging and let's say somebody giving you blood, life-saving, correct? So if somebody has to give me blood, can you just punch me anywhere on the body and can I accept, think that mereko blood mil jayega karke? No, right? The blood is not going to go into my body. But if I just poke into the right vein, I'll survive. So similarly, it's very important for you to focus on what's within the subsurface. And that's missing today.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'll probably add on to that from a real estate perspective. Today, electricity is measured, air conditioning is measured, but when it comes to water, I've not seen any building, at least, last 2 years or 1.5 years, any buildings which have got a water metering system. So unless you have something measurable, something quantifiable, this is not going to work. So I would request every real estate community members to have water meters installed and used.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Raman. As a council that certifies green buildings, could you share some insights on what factors are assessed for a green building? And what are the new factors an organization would need to prepare for the closure of 2030?
If you see the entire the LEED rating program, so we account for energy, water, waste, human experience, that is the indoor air quality and the carbon footprint. So that's a basic thing. So we also, what we do is every 5 years, we also iterate our standard in terms of pushing the standard so that the buildings or the facilities are by design as a high performing. So that's what we do. And what Mr. Gigi has mentioned, so the platform which we launched for measuring, so we also requesting every projects to install the meter at source in terms of the both energy as well as water so that we can measure what is going so that we can manage it. And we are also imparting educations because only pushing only from the projects will not work. So what we are trying to do is we are also imparting education among the students and the school students as well as the college students, so that when they are coming out, they also know what is all about sustainability. The another part also which we are requesting all the projectors, don't see the certification as a one time. So see that is a continuing throughout your sustainable journey, so that it will also reach out to your net zero goals in terms of 2030 or 2040, depending upon their the corporate goals. So you can reach the target and also help in terms of the ESG framework. So that's what we do.
After.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, when it comes to certification, I have a very real time case study where two buildings in the same vicinity, same location, one building was certified to be gold and another certified to be not certified. I mean, it's a traditional building. When we looked at the energy water consumption, and it showed a clear trend of 30% reduction in green building. That's I think, one point. But is it still efficient? My answer is no. If you look at energy intensity of any buildings in Bangalore or Chennai, it will be hovering around 1.5 units per square feet per month, with nothing less than that. But is it the standard? The answer is no. That is where probably LEED certification for operation and maintenance come into play, where building performance is measured and tracked on a month-on-month basis, and you get a score every month about your energy, water, waste, and other performance of the building. So that's really relevant, and I think I would really look at LEED operation and maintenance taking a precedence over LEED new construction.
Oh.
So you had a point.
Yeah. Can you give a mic to that lady in that pink top? The second table? Yes, madam, you looked at the back. I mean you, yes. Please give her a mic. I'm going to ask you a question, very simple question. If I come as a guest to your house, what will you do with me?
I'll welcome you.
Thank you very much. After that?
I'll welcome you, I'll make you sit, I'll offer you tea, coffee, water.
Water, yes. How will you offer me water?
I'll I'll fetch in a glass and I'll offer you.
Okay, fine. If you come to my house, I'll bring a small glass, I'll bring a bottle full of water and ask you want a small peg or large peg? I'm glad you're laughing. My yoga teacher says that's very good to laugh because good for your health. Now, what's the reason for this? It may seem like a very frivolous thing, but if you do the maths, you'll be surprised with the numbers. And these numbers are very, very conservative. We have a population of, let's assume, 100 crores, there are 25 crore homes. And everybody will do what you just told me. They'll bring a full glass of water. Yeah. But do you know my thirst quotient? Do I have a meter on my forehead? The answer is no. No. Right?
Yeah.
Therefore, we need to change with times and without being disrespectful, bring up the subject in a humorous way so that you divert the conversation to scarcity value pricing. Everybody says, what is blue gold, blah, blah, blah. But they corrupt water on a day-to-day basis. Like I mentioned earlier, our sanitation system is so lousy that we use drinking quality water for flushing our waste. A category water for a C category need. And every flush cycles, we corrupt another 150 liters of water downstream, right? And only 30% of water is treated. Therefore, if we become mindful in use of water, then we'll be creating less problem for a lot of people, especially women in rural area who walk 4 kilometers for water, right? Yeah. If you start this in your own home with your respective family, you will face resistance. Your mother-in-law will say, who is that idiot who spoke to you today, okay? Then you can tell him or whoever is opposing it that, look, this is a problem, and she also knows there's a problem, therefore, you must change your behavior, and that's where the lifestyle comes in. You might have read in the newspapers, Prime Minister's clarion call in COP26 meeting to the world that we need to change our lifestyle. So bring about the changes from home because the cumulative effect of that is huge. Thank you. So will you give me a roti? You know what's a roti? I'm asking you a gift. I'm a shameless guy.
Yeah.
Will you give me a roti?
No.
Yes? What roti will you give me? Don't feel shy. Come on. Go ahead. This is an interactive fireside session. Will you give me a roti? No? Oh my God. Somebody will say yes? Okay. Sorry? Okay. My roti is something else. I've invested time on you. My roti from you is return on time invested. If you start this practice of scarcity value pricing and offering small peg, large peg at home, you are making a change from today. So I am sharing with you ideas which does not require any investment, and we can save 200 crore liters of water per annum if we do it collectively. And this is just one small example. There are innumerable examples, but for that I'll have to wait for the next session.
Thank you, sir. And we will give you roti, sir.
Thank you.
And that brings to the closure of this session. I'd like to close the session from what Mr. Khatri just said. So an ESG or a sustainability, we believe, should start from every individual, every household, should move to every employee of an organization, the organization in itself, a nation, and then to every human being in this planet Earth, right? Because this is the only planet we have to live in. So that closes the discussion. Thank you, panelists, for your knowledge and the lovely insights that you have shared. I can see how passionate each of you are on this topic, and you can go talking on and on for hours together on this, but our time's up. So closing the session, thank you, Realty Plus, and thank you, lovely audience, for patient listening. Thank you.
And we have stuck to the time.
We were just like 2 minutes, overshort of time, I guess. 2 or 3 minutes.
Absolutely fantastic. I loved your input on how we can save water as individuals and make a difference to the society. Thank you so much to all of you, and thank you, dear moderator, for doing the honors. Can we give it out to this lovely, brilliant panel out here, please? And I'm going to request you to just stay here, because I'm going to invite Srinath Khandala, co-founder of PropVR, to please come forward and present a token of appreciation to all our panelists, please. Can we give it out for Srinath Khandala? Keep clapping here, give it out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Congratulations. Smart and sustainable business. Thank you for sharing all your insights and experiences, ideas with us. Okay, may I request all of you to kindly rise for a photo op, please? A group photo, please. Srinath, you can be with them. Thank you, Srinath. All of a sudden, everyone was scared to offer you water, roti. Give it out, please. Give it out. Give it out to the stalwarts, please. They deserve a thunderous round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So big thank you to all our speakers of the day as well for making this edition of Realty Plus Conclave 2022 South so exciting and thought-provoking. We thank the awesome audience too for being here with us today and sharing their queries. Yeah, he was giving me compliments, yeah? Give it out for them, please. Come on. We will now have a short break, and while we'll present to you in some time the presentation of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards South 2022, I would request our audience to kindly move to the pre-function area to kindly help yourself with high tea as we make over this hall and transform it into a place, into an experience for the Gala Awards evening. I'm going to see you in some time, and thank you for being absolutely fantastic. See you around. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start with the awards evening. I would request all the delegates to be seated and everyone to put their phones on silent mode, please. May I request all of you to kindly settle down? We are about to start in the next 1 minute. Thank you. Can I see all of you with your hands up in the air? Can I see all of you clap loudly for each one of you who's present over here? Come on, let's be generous. Put your hands up in the air. A bigger round of applause for each one of you who's come down here for the 14th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards South 2022. And if you're all ready for the anthem of the decade, then check this out on the screens in front of you. Hands up in the air. Check it out.
Ishq
Come on, all of you, hands up in the air. All of you, hands up. Come on, the real estate sector, all the Bahubalis, the Shivgamis are all here. Can I see all of you give yourself a thunderous round of applause, because each person present over here defines the strength, the past, the future of the real estate sector. And I'm sure with all you stalwarts out here, the real estate sector is in safe, secure, and very strong hands. My name is Ankit Piplani, your host for today evening, and I welcome all of you to the 14th edition of Realty Plus Excellence Awards South 2022. And every time I say that, you've got to put your hands up and give it out for Realty Plus, please. Yeah, I welcome you all to this dazzling evening of felicitations and acknowledgements. And it is being live streamed on the Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com. Realty Plus LinkedIn page and Realty Plus Facebook page, which is at the rate of RP Realty Plus. Do remember to tag us in case if you have clicked any selfies and photographs with your loved ones, so then do tag us on social media. Our handles are RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and it is RP_Realty on Instagram. Yeah, I'm sure you will find us very easily. And just to give you a small little brief introduction about what Realty Plus stands for, let's have a look at the AV, please.
World, which path to choose in a crisis? Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It's days of creating a vision and nights of bringing it to life. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct and finishing what you started. For the past 17 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debate and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievement. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
We are Realty Plus and we lead the way. Can we give it out for Realty Plus, please? And I welcome all of you one more time on behalf of Realty Plus. So this is what the latest initiatives of this venture are. And in case if you are curious to know more, you can get in touch with Miss Tripti Kedia, the publisher and business head Realty Plus. And we would also like to take this opportunity to thank all our partners without whom this event, this piece wouldn't have been possible. So put your hands together for this event, which has been powered by Stallion Universal Private Limited. Yeah, give it out, give it out. Come on, let's be a good audience. Co-powered by Satwa Group, session partner 315 Work Avenue, event associate partner Flow Reality, V-City, and the Groundwater Company, technology partner Prop VR and Totality, organized by Realty Plus, business media partner BW Business World, and the online media partner Exchange for Media. Thank you so much to each one of you, because without you, we wouldn't have done so well. We also have our eminent jury members for these awards, and we would like to share a small snippet of each of them, because they are going to share their opinion with you. So let's have a look at the jury. AV, please.
Hello friends, I'm Shantanu Majumdar, Executive Director, Knight Frank Bangalore. Being part of the jury for the 14th Reality Plus Conclave and Excellence Award 2022 South is just not a great privilege for me, but for all the participants by showcasing the good work and project success.
That's an esteemed list of jury which is lined up for today evening. And to take you forward, I would like to officially welcome all of you by Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group. Known as Indian media's mogul, Dr. Anurag Batra is a first-generation serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. After acquiring the iconic business media and magazine brand Business World, Dr. Batra has expanded BW Business World Media world into digital events and BW communities. And unfortunately, he's not been able to join us today. But to welcome all of you officially, I would request Sapna Srivastava, editor Realty Plus, to kindly come forward and do the honors. Can we all give it out for Sapna Srivastava, please?
Good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome to you all on behalf of the entire Realty Plus team, our Exchange for Media and BW Business World Group, and Dr. Batra, who unfortunately is not here with us. So on behalf of him also, let me welcome you all. And it's a fantastic evening because, we have you all here, the best that the South Indian real estate has to offer. Our, the judges, the jury members that you just saw, they had a very tough task at their hand, selecting the winners out of the best which were there. So kudos to them for their unbiased and incredible hard work to pick up the best out of the best. So this is after 3 years that we are here in Bangalore again with Realty Plus Conclave and awards. And thank you all for your participation and your support. To Realty Plus after 3 years, it's amazing to have you all here. Our conclave today, many of you were there during the conclave. Fantastic lineup of speakers, the experts from the various segments of South India real estate. They spoke and deliberated on the challenges that the real estate has as well as the solutions. I think in summary, what came out of the conclave was that real estate has a huge potential. It is going in the right direction. It is getting organized. It is getting professional. It is becoming an industry. And it is all the stakeholders that have to work together. We have with us Mr. Aravind Limbavli. We have with us Mr. Anand Maligawad. People like them, they are there with us to show us the direction the real estate can take. So fantastic day. We had a fantastic start to the event. We have a fantastic evening going forward. For us, Realty Plus, the 3 years or 2 years of COVID were a learning experience. We create a lot of digital, strength of our publication, whether it is video interviews, whether it is webinars, whether it is customized events. We kept the knowledge sharing going on even during those times when social interactions were not possible. And now coming back onto the physical grounds, we have the next year is going to be huge for Realty Plus as we are planning a lot more events, lot more cities, lot more products to cater to not only the segments that we are already catering to, but also the new segments that are coming in real estate, whether it is SEZ, whether it is student housing, whether it is sustainability, one of the biggest topic, ESG, or even for that matter, warehousing. So a lot of products, a lot of new things you can expect from Realty Plus going forward. But without taking any more of your time, I'm sure everyone is waiting for their awards now. So let me hand it back to Ankit. But again, a big thank you from the entire team of Realty Plus. Thank you for being here. Let's enjoy the evening.
Sapna, thank you so much. Every time Sapna comes here, she extends a warm welcome right from her heart. Can we give it out for Sapna Srivastava, please? It's now time to put our hands together for our guest of honor for today. I would now like to call upon our guest of honor, Mr. Aravind Limbavali, former Minister, Government of India, MLA, Mahadevpura constituency, on this stage to share his motivational words for the real estate fraternity. If you could please come forward, sir. We would be extremely grateful. Can we all give it out for Mr. Aravind Limbavali, please?
Good evening. I think all are doing business in Bangalore. Is there anybody out of Karnataka here? Not in Karnataka. You are not doing anything in Karnataka? Yeah. Most of them are in Bangalore. So maybe from 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. My first request is, please learn Kannada. But obviously, your customers are not from Karnataka. I know that. But I request them also. Nobody wanted to go out of Bangalore. That too particularly from my area. That is Whitefield. I represent Whitefield. That is called Mahadevpura constituency. Heavy flood was there recently. Even though people don't want to go out of my area. Even real estate people also. So, dear friends, I thank Reality Plus magazine. They used to conduct regular events. This is not my first event participating in this. I do early participate in Anurag Batra's events as well as Reality Plus. This is a second event I'm participating in Reality Plus. So since from 18 years, they are promoting real estate through the magazine. And my best wishes for them. Obviously, I said, I am a MLA of Mahadevpura. This KTPO, RTPL, not only that, even Ring Road, Outer Ring Road, from Iblur Junction to Tin Factory, and also Sarjapura Road. Most of the IT companies are in my constituency. And my first request, if anybody are not doing business in my area, please don't come there. It is full. And most of the, I should not say this in front of real estate people, most of the companies, they violated the rules. I was just discussing about the flood happened in my area. One of the companies came to me. What's that name? They used to survey through the drone. What's the company name? Constra. I wanted to take their help now. Because almost our stormwater drains, that is called Raja Kalves, are encroached. Water has to flow. We have to leave the place for that. And water has to flow in the gradient way. Anand is here. He is a lake specialist. And I am also civil engineer basically. I started my practicing in my constituency. I'm not running any business, civil engineering business, or if I could have started the real estate, I could be one of the competitor among you. And I could have taken the medal also today. but I started by practicing for the public. So my constituency is called Silicon Valley. Just now we saw the video here. Bangalore called is a Silicon Valley. But real Silicon Valley is Electronic City and my area. So all are wanted to come to Silicon Valley only. You are coming there and real values are gone up. So recently I was just chatting with the madam. All star, you name them, they are in my constituency, one of the layouts. You may be heard about the Epsilon and 77 degree, where Madhusudan lives there. Madhusudan's son is sitting here. Why he is not living in his own layout, I don't know. It is flooded or what? No. He is living in Epsilon. So they are all are having a posh cars, very good villas, and scientifically, architecture-wise, very good villas Kapil has built. Even Divyasri, Shamraj has built very good layout adjacent to the Epsilon. Recently, because of the flooding, first time I saw the posh car drivers boarded my tractor. I brought them by the tractor outside. So this is the situation. Why? Because we violated the rules. So Bangalore has its own identity in the entire world now. Yesterday, one of the builder, he came to me, he was mentioning Bangalore has crossed Mumbai in sales. I am not speaking about the rate. I am speaking about the number. Last month, we are number one in India. So much flats, villas are sold in Bangalore. So people are wanted to come to Bangalore. They want to settle in Bangalore. Most of the software guys who are working in abroad, maybe they went from Delhi or Lucknow or some other part of the country. After coming back, if you ask them, they will say, I'll go to Bangalore and settle in Bangalore. So Bangalore has got its own identity, and after pandemic, so real estate has boomed, and people wanted to buy a car. They don't want to go by public transport. They are still worried about the pandemic. And they want to buy villa. They don't want to buy flats nowadays. This is my experience. Experience maybe differs. So Bangalore is horizontally developing. Since last 10 years, it was vertical development. Now you go, after Sarjapur also it is growing. And I have got 11 panchayats in my area, apart from BBMP area. So, panchayat area is also full. All apartments, villa projects are, Sri Rama is there, Prestige is there, Embassy is there, you name them, they are there. If anybody are there in Whitefield area, apart from the Madhusudana? Sumadura? No others? Please raise your hand, no issue. I will not object. You can come there if you are already there. So, you name the builder, they are there. Unfortunately, I should not say this, Andhra builders also there. Small builders. If anybody went to the Chickpet, I have one more Chickpet in my constituency. That's Munekolala. If you come to Munekolala, modern Chickpet will be there. Small lane, no water, no pipeline. I cannot do that. Such a way they have built the buildings. And definitely those guys will bring the bad name to this industry. There is no proper roads. There is no proper, if I am ready to give the Kaveri water to them, where should I put the pipeline? If I am ready to put the UGD line, there is no space at all. Such a buildings have come there. So this is the situation of other part of my constituency. There are big builders. There are big builders. And I know the buildings of residential, office space, commercial area, and you name the hotel, hotels are there. Star hotels, all the star hotels are there. You name the hospital, all of the hospitals are there. You name the builder, all builders are there, big builders are there. So I was just discussing with the madam, now we need to insist. Just I quoted the example of Shobha Dream Makers. If anybody went there, please go there. He has built a very big village on the road of Panatur to Vartur. That's a village called Balagere. Balagere population is plus 1,000 plus maybe. 5 minutes. No, I don't want to give the award. I want to say these things to you because you should not violate the rules in coming days. So okay, I will finish in 5 minutes. So, he has built a very big layout. It is bigger than the village. The village population is 1,000 plus houses. But the Shobha Dream Makers houses are 6,000 plus. This is the first phase. He wanted to build a second phase also. Jagdish came to me, approached me to build a CDP roads. So you should not cheat the customers, saying that it is already CDP road is there, big road is there, blah, blah thing. It is very difficult to convince the local people after you build the apartment or villa project. They will see your project. Of course, it is a good project. After seeing that, they will become greedy. They think that if my land is going for a road, why should not I demand for the profit from this project? So, I definitely pursue this matter with the government, saying that if you are building, it may be you will not accept it, saying that if you are building a project or something else, you should get clearance of the land issues of the road, which is approaching to your project. Otherwise, it is very difficult to construct the road afterwards. You need to resolve that issues. Otherwise, it is very difficult. and encroachment also. So after Yogi, I got a good name because I demolished most of the buildings after the flood. Flood happened in my area. So, who are not clapped, I think they have a building in my area. So, still demolition is going on. So, I have 2-3 suggestions about Raj Kalve, CA lands, public spaces. Nobody should encroach. Even lake. So I saved almost all lakes in my constituency. I have 69 lakes in my constituency, and I have saved it with the help of Anand and such people. We are rejuvenating the lakes. So, other issue is, today I resolved one issue with the builder, and the purchasers are almost software engineers. They didn't get their flat since from 3 years. They have invested and they are paying a rent for their building and paying the interest for their investment for the flat, for the villa. Whatever the stipulated time you will say, you have to hand over that. So, I can quote lot of examples. Today's incident I am telling. Such hundreds of examples are there. So please, transparency with respect of the residential apartment ownership documents. All of you are aware that even a single malpractice by any of the real estate entity will lead the erosion of the credibility of the whole sector. Madam came front and that's why I am reading it. Otherwise, I wanted to explain it. She has asked me to finish in 5 minutes. So, there are issues, I know that. There are TDR issue is there. Now, recently, because of continuous follow-up with the government, I have get it done by the, half of the things I have done for the TDR now. Half yet to done. Again, our session is going to start from Monday onwards. I will insist for this. And you do the gated community, you will not hand over that layout to the concerned authorities, maybe BBMP, maybe Panchayat. We cannot develop that roads, inside roads, afterwards. So that is a big issue. The resident welfare associations used to approach us. They come to us. Sir, our street light is not properly working, our drain is not there, and tar is gone, road is spoiled. You please repair it. You are our public representative. And our officers will say it is not handed over. These technical issues will spoil the name of your industry. And of course, maybe you are all using the technology now for marketing, for other thing. Please promote that. And don't show the fake things. Be realistic. Again, I should not take the Shobha again and again. They have misused the situation. They said 100 feet road is there, 150 feet road is there. If anybody goes there, now the road has started. This is the situation. Be realistic, use the technology, and take all the permissions. without permission building, without doing NOCs, that will not, even big companies, I don't want to quote here, and without seeing that, I demolished some buildings because they have encroached the stormwater drain. They have encroached the road. So where I am building 150 feet road, sorry to say this, government of Karnataka's KPTCL station is there. So even government also, one BDA project is there in my constituency. They have built on the stormwater drain, where the BDA has to give the permission to build the projects. They are also violating. So such situation is there. Of course, I thank Reality Plus. They have given me opportunity to speak. I definitely give the awards. I am here to give the awards. I wanted to say this because they have to follow the whatever the rules are there and follow the ethics also. So then only Bangalore will grow and the industry will grow. Otherwise, so some people have brought the bad name in some area of my constituency, not only in my constituency, in entire Bangalore, outer Bangalore particularly. Don't do that. That is not the example. So I know you are all aware of all these things. Definitely will follow the whatever the conditions, whatever the convenient for the public, in general public, that we will follow. Thank you very much.
Sir, I'm going to request you to kindly come back on stage, and sir, please come back. Can we all give it out for him, please? The kind of work that you've done is phenomenal, and thank you for sharing with us. I would now request Tripti Kedia and Sapna Srivastav to kindly come forward to felicitate Mr. Arvind Limbawali, please. Can we give it out for all of them, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Tripti. And thank you, Sapna, for doing the honors. Can we give it out one more time for Mr. Arvind Limbawali, please, for his wise words? Yeah, it's now time for the Realty Plus Scroll of Honor. It is our way of recognizing excellence and appreciate the valuable contribution made by the thought leaders of the real estate sector. I would request the renowned lake conservationist, Mr. Anand Maligwad, to please join us on stage. Can we all put our hands up in the air for Mr. Anand Maligwad?
Good evening, all of you. Good evening. Okay. So first of all, thank you so much for Reality Plus, such a wonderful event, and giving me opportunity to meet all of you. So I'm very proud and happy today. And also advance congratulations all of you winners. I know definitely Reality Plus, they might have drugged a lot in such a way that to select you, all of you. And giving award, taking award is, it is a 1 minute, but there is a lot of effort behind it, right? And our MLA talked about darker side of the real estate. I'm going to talk about brighter side of the real estate also. It's required. So out of today, Bangalore is brighter across the global map. It's because of Vishwakarma family, all of you. In Kandava Prastha, you literally made it a Indra Prastha. I'm very proud of it. You see, I seen Bangalore from 1996. From 96 to now, even I have to put GPS map to go around inside the Bangalore. It's expanded so big. Out of this process, you created a huge employment. We have to remember that also, right? So today Bangalore is brighter, beautiful. It's in a global map. Contribution goes to you definitely at least 40%. Organized sector, unorganized sector, employees are there in the country today. Assam, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, so many people, they stay here, they come here. You given a wonderful employment for them. And also you are paying highest taxes, which is almost more than 30-40% you are paying taxes in terms of raw materials, in terms of, like sales, services, all those things. Definitely you are doing a wonderful job for us. We are very proud about you. And when it comes to encroachment, when it comes to a lot of issues, of course you are not only alone to be blamed. First blame goes to bureaucracy. Bureaucrats messed up complete Bangalore plans and other things. Today to get a plan approval and other thing, how it is going on, everyone knows. So of course, compared to our villages, drainage system, water supply system, roads and all, of course now latest layouts what you have built, most of them are having STP plants. You are treating water and you are reusing it. And green coverage if you see, earlier to now, because it is a customer requirement today. Anyone comes, earlier they were looking for a beautiful house and a nice place to stay, but of course today trend is changed. People also look for, ecosystem, environment, the plant, the trees, the landscaping. It is of course, customer requirement. Of course, you are doing a fantastic job. Platinum certified IGBC buildings are coming up highest, right? So, compared to our basic infrastructures, our villages, right? There is still now we are struggling for, of course, Mr. Arvind Limbawale, I don't comment on his constituency. I seen and visited. People passionate like that, they might have given water supply, roads, basic communities and all. Of course, there is no sewage system, sewage treatment or anything. Whatever apartments, villaments, whatever basic community you have built now, they're all having it, right? So greenery is increasing, treated water is coming out. Say out of my lakes, okay, around 180, 190 lakes which I walk on, right? So each lake I'm capturing the data, most of the water is coming from, sewage is coming from, debris are dumped in from the village sectors, which is unorganized. It's very difficult for government to change overnight because it is a mindset problem, basically. It is a very big issue. In fact, government organized autos come to home, collect the waste also. People don't have patience to give it to auto fellow. Morning he is playing all the, Ghana, everything, and he come to home, you don't have patience. Still they throw in the lake, roadside here and there, which it is a problem of civic sense. And of course, not only real estate or, a people, community and who comes to Bangalore, they are not responsible. The responsibility is every one of us, right? So, wonderful job you are doing. I will not take much time. And I have been visiting a lot of communities, resident welfare associations and all, fine, beautiful greeneries. One request is, please use native trees, fruits, flower bedding, medicinal plants, right? Please use them. Reduce the Mexican, elephant bushy, all those grasses, which are water guzzler, and they never help for the ecosystem. Of course, it gives a soothing effect to see and refresh. Of course, I am not telling you that you avoid everything. At least 5-10% you reduce it, so that you put up more plantation trees and the ecosystem, so that you will have bees, butterflies, birds in your community, so that your kids will get connected to, ecosystem. So that is one. And of course, everybody is doing 100% rainwater harvesting. There is no doubt. Only problem with communities, in all the other seasons, you use treated water for your landscaping and everything. But in a rainy season, it is, of course, everywhere there is a rain, excess treated water, you have to leave it. You are leaving it. But of course, along with the rain and your water, it is get diluted and coming up, right? So, my point of this, like a brighter side, sector is doing very well, wonderful. See, if you see lighting system, most of them are using LED, right? It is a less power. Most of them are having, like solar systems and all, right? Highest you are utilizing. Rainwater harvesting is there, landscaping is there, STP, ETP is there. Also, natural utilization of air and light also, you are almost all the architects you are designing. Wonderful job. Keep going. Of course, let's see, a better planet for our future, and join people like you, like a Vishwakarma Diggajas here, right? So please join people like me to rejuvenate to water. Definitely I don't want your money or anything, right? So you have a huge connect of people, and come and join, volunteer with us. See, same Anand Maligwad, I started lake rejuvenation in 2017. 17 I did 1, 18 I did 2, 19 I did 4, 20 I did in a recession itself. In a lockdown I did 4. This year I am doing a 16 lakes, which is 23 lakes I have completed. 480 acres of barren land I converted into 1,850 lakh cubic meter water holding capacity. Almost 44 villages, 28,000 borewells, right? It's all without spending single penny from the government. It's all people support. It's all volunteering. It's all CSR. 135 crore people we have in this country. If we think we can change our country without blaming or without relying on only government, we will change it. Only thing is, we have to make a mindset. So earlier I was focusing on Bangalore. There was, of course, a lot of demand from various states. I am working with 7 states right now. And UP, Meghalaya, Orissa, everywhere I am there. So I am trying to build more like a volunteer like me, right? More volunteer like me. And also, lake rejuvenation is very new phenomena for us. I was discussing with the MLSR, like Bellanduru, Varturu. Last 10 years, rejuvenation is going on. Of course, another 10 years, it will continue to happen, sir, right? Because there are a lot of issues about contractors, bureaucracy, the people involved, so much, in spite of putting a lot of pressure from him also. He has been talking continuously in all the events everywhere, but still it is. And the flooding is happened not only because of definitely encroaching the stormwater drains, it is also unscientific, non-technical way of rejuvenation of the water body from the government also. It is truth, because government knows how to create a beautification, how to work on walking track, jogging track, citizen related items. They don't know what is the hydrology study, how we should do, how much water flows inside, scientific and technical way of doing it, and ecological way of doing it. Most of the water bodies are rejuvenated in a highest cost, which is very high benchmark. Generally, I do 1 acre, 10 lakhs to 5 lakhs between bandwidth. Government rejuvenated 1.2 crores budget, which is spent entirely in terms of beautification rather than working on water, working on ecosystem. Of course, if there is no, if it's a sludge, most of them are, civil, right? If there is a sludge accumulation, it never helps for underground recharge. It never percolate. If it is a thick water, viscosity is very high, it never evaporate and create a microclimate. It's as good as dead lake, mosquito breeders, a lot of hyacinth, everything will be there. So let's government together us, right, as a citizens, let's bring back our blue planet and green planet, not for us, for our kids, right, for our kids. And don't depend on governments, don't depend on anyone, don't blame, it won't change, because there is a big structure. One person cannot change whole system. See, he was telling like approvals and all, you please take and all. In approval methods also, there are a lot of bottom people, who torture us. Like lake rejuvenation, if I want to take approval in Mr. Arvind Limbali constituency, 5 minutes job for me. If I write a letter to him, if I talk to his secretary, he will going to give. But not in other cases. It's very tough. There is no much cooperation. So that is why let's all work together. See that volunteering, corporate. See, you have along with your, building, if there is any water body, start working on it. Start engaging the community. We will bring back our planet. There is no problem, right? Are you with me? Yes. So that is why you don't need to be embraced because of real estate. All these things happen. There are thousands of issues, thousands of people, culprits involved in this. He is sufferer today. Like Southeast, whatever his constituency, water is coming from Sankey Tanki. They are coming from Jayanagar. Huge catchments come to him. And today, when it is flooded, everybody blames him. What Arvind Limbavali can do, he can rejuvenate 100 bodies one day. It's not possible. Because out of 1 lakh issues, lake also one for him. Right? Lake also one for him. He has to run the show of everything. But people like us, we have one target, nature, ecosystem, we can bring back. Right? So we will work along with the people like him, passionates. We will work with the government. We will work with the bureaucracy. See that we will bring back our lost glory. Okay? It also helps for real estate. Say, for example, recently I rejuvenated Margonadi Lake. GM builders. So they were telling like, how can we help you? I said, why do you want to help me? Already there is a CSR funding. I am doing it. They said 700 to 850 rupees per square feet value is gone up. Ramki builders, 1250 rupees. Somebody is there here, GM Infinite or Ramki. So you are, by rejuvenating your water body, making it a more effective, you get a good water. Good, there will not be smell, there will not be, stink, and you will have a walking space, volunteering place, space for kids, right? So your real estate value also will go off. So that is why, please concentrate and saving the lakes and creating a afforestation and some basic things which you already knows. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Anand, and it was amazing. The kind of impact you've had on the society, the difference you have brought to the water conservationist. Let's give it out for Anand, please. Yeah, and I'm going to request Mr. Arvind Limbavali to kindly come forward, along with Tripti and Sapna to present the scroll of honor, please. Yeah, can we all give him an ovation, please? Yeah, all of us, please. The Lake Man of India. Well done. Congratulations. Okay, gentlemen, I'm going to request you to kindly stay with us on stage. Both of you, yeah. The gentlemen. Ladies, thank you for coming forward and doing the honors. Can we give it out for the stalwarts, please? And we come now to the segment which is called as the awards segment, the awards presentation. And on that congratulatory note, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the red carpet walk of all our winners. We request all the winners and the jury members to remain live with us till the end of the ceremony for a group photo. So if you're one of the winners, I'm going to request you to stay till the end of it for a group snap, please. Yeah. May I now request the gentleman to kindly do the honors? And here we are with the first AV for today. Can we give it out for all the winners, all the nominees and the jury for Realty Plus 2022? Come alive, audience.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present the winners of the 14th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2022 South. Our winners are scaling new heights with hard work and dedication to Indian real estate. The awards are divided into broad categories of real estate projects, developers, architects, interior design, PropTech and co-working, branding and individual achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, our first awards for the evening is Real Estate Project Awards. And we begin with the most popular category, Residential Project of the Year. And the award goes to Asset Homes Private Limited for Asset Rangoli. And Morphogenesis for Grand Common.
And I'm going to request Mr. Rajesh Govindan, CEO, Overseas Operations Asset Homes Private Limited, to kindly come forward. Can we all give him a huge round of applause, please? Okay, gentlemen, if you could come in the center, please. Yeah, we'll watch the AV, go back and come back. A little bit of walking is good for health, and a few smiles are definitely better. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations, Rajesh. I would now like to request TK Madan, the Director of Morphogenesis, to kindly come forward, please. TK Madan, please come forward. Audience, join in, please. Congratulations, TK Madan. Well done. Yeah, I'm sure you've created something brilliant. Yeah. So we are now going to move on.
Okay, so I was told that TK will come.
Okay, so TK Madan was supposed to come on behalf of Ashish Johri, the Senior Director of Morphogenesis. But Ashish Johri turned up today, and therefore TK Madan didn't need to come. So can we give it out for Ashish Johri, please? Yeah, the Senior Director of Morphogenesis. While you edit the video, edit the audio and put it right in the beginning. Yeah, we do all of it. Let's have a look at the second AV, please. Yeah.
Honoring the project that is making all heads turn is the award for the iconic project of the year. And the award goes to the Phoenix Mills Limited for Phoenix Kesaku.
Please put your hands together for Sunena Kohli, Senior Vice President Marketing and Sales, and Manik Nangia, General Manager Marketing, the Phoenix Mills Limited. Put your hands together for them, please. Congratulations, Phoenix Mills Limited. Well done, well done. You can both hold it together and get down together, please. Can we give it out for them, please? Yeah, the winners. And as we talk, as we speak, let's have a look at the third AV, the third category for today, please.
Quality leadership at its finest. Next, we have an important award for Commercial Project of the Year. And the award goes to Sattva Group for Sattva Knowledge City.
Please put your hands up in the air. Let's give it out for Mahesh Khaitan, Director, Sattva Group. Okay, so I'm very excited for the next category. I have the category in front of me, the winner as well, but I know it's going to be a surprise for you and a pleasant one. So check out the next AV.
Next is a tribute for the category Affordable Housing Project of the Year, and the award goes to BCD Group for BCD Imprasa.
Congratulations, and let's put our hands together for the Managing Director for BCD Group. Let's give it out for Angad Bedi. Do we have an actor with the same name, Angad? I think it's all in the name, right? Yeah, all in the name. Congratulations. Let's give it out for Angad Bedi, please. Well done. And now, from the affordable segment, let's move on to the other side, the other extreme maybe, and check out what Devi has to say.
Creating a luxury project is one of the most lucrative businesses. Next is the winner of Luxury Project of the Year, and the award goes to the Phoenix Mills Limited for Phoenix 1 Bangalore West.
Oh, you're swiping away all the awards. I was supposed to be doing the Sonu Nigam concert at one of your properties today, but I came here only to take and give away the awards to you. Let's give it out for Sunena Kohli, Senior Vice President, Marketing and Sales, and Manik Nangia, General Manager Marketing, the Phoenix Mills Limited. Congratulations. Okay, let's check out what the next AV has to say. Yeah, look at it on the big screen.
Our next award is for the Industrial Warehousing Project of the Year, and the award goes to GMR Group for GMR Industrial Park, Aerocity, Hyderabad. And Sumadhura Infracon Private Limited for Sumadhura Logistics Park.
Can I see all of you put your hands up in the air one more time and give it out for the GMR Group team. Congratulations, congratulations. Let's also give it out for Mr. Vamshi Karangula, Vice President of Sumadhura Infracon Private. Vamshi. Okay. The next category is to be awarded for uniqueness. So what is uniqueness all about and what role does it play in the real estate space for themed project of the year? Yeah, let's check out what's coming up on the AV.
Awarding uniqueness in real estate projects is the award for themed project of the year, and the award goes to Arvind Smart Spaces Limited for Arvind Oasis. And Bricks and Milestones for Wonder Walls.
May I request all of you to kindly join me in welcoming Mr. Deep Kumar, Region Head Bangalore, Arvind Smart Spaces Limited. Give it out for Deep Kumar. Also, I'm going to request Prabeen Singh to please come forward as well. Prabeen Singh, congratulations. Congratulations, Praveen. And let's look at what the next AV has in store for us. Which category?
Recognizing the project enjoying popularity among customers is the most popular project of the year. And the award goes to Sumadhura Infracon Private Limited for Folium.
Okay, congratulations. And let's put our hands together for Mr. Satvik Gunda Management, Sumadhura Infracon Private Limited. Put your hands up, put your hands up. Let's all be generous. Congratulations, congratulations. Before we move on to the next category, it's a request to all the winners to stay till the end so that we can have a group photo together. ये नहीं कि अपना award हो गया and we are all walking away. So it's a humble request to all of you to kindly stay back till the end. And we're going to talk about the next award, the next category. Let's have a look at it, please.
The next award of the evening is for Budget Housing Project of the Year, and the award goes to Shri Ram Properties Limited for 107 South East.
Congratulations. I'm going to invite team Shri Ram Properties Limited to kindly come on stage, please. Okay, coming up next is the prestigious honor of the Real Estate Destination of the Year. Let's see who's winning this one.
Next up is the prestigious honor of Real Estate Destination of the Year, and the award goes to Provident Housing Limited for Provident Park Square.
And to take the award, may I request Mr. Malana Sasalu, Chief Operating Officer, Provident Housing Limited, to please come forward. Congratulations. Well done, well done. We are extremely proud of you, and keeping up with the growing popularity for plotted developments. Let's see what's lined up on the next AV. Can we all put our hands together?
Keeping up with the growing popularity of plotted developments, we have the award for Plotted Development of the Year, and the award goes to Vaishnavi Group for Vaishnavi Life.
And to take away the awards, may I request Ravi Prakash, Senior Vice President, Projects, and Abhishek Singh, DGM, Sales, Vaishnavi Group, to please come forward. Well done, Vaishnavi Group. Congratulations to you. And if you have to understand the buyer, that is the foundation of effective selling. And which is the next? The best selling project of the year. Let's look at the AV.
Understanding the buyer is the foundation of effective selling. Our next award is for Best Selling Project of the Year. And the award goes to Goyal and Company, Haryana Group for Orchid Piccadilly.
Can you all put your hands up in the air and give it out for Praveen, the Senior General Manager, Sales, and Varun, Senior Sales Manager, Goyal and Company, Haryana Group. Please come forward. Congratulations, congratulations, well deserved. The mid-segment project of the year. Yeah, the mid-segment project of the year. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Gentlemen, congratulations, gentlemen. Give it out for them, yeah? They deserve a big round of applause. Were you trying to sell one to our minister as well? No, right? Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, let's look at the next category. Check it out.
Moving on is the category for Mid-Segment Project of the Year. And the award goes to Casa Grande for Casa Grande Hazen. And Provident Housing Limited for Provident Sunworth City.
Wow! Let's give it out for Jagmohan T, Deputy Zonal Head, Casa Grande. Please come over. Young man.
Put your hands up if you feel the music.
And let's give it out for Mr. Malana Sasalu, Chief Operating Officer, Provident Housing Limited, please. Come on, all of you, hands up. Hands up. The music has changed for you. All of you, put your hands up in the air. Yeah, let's go. Because your name can be next at any point of time. And is it in this slide? Let's have a look at it, please.
Keeping up with the thriving trend of luxury housing, we have the award for Ultra Luxury Lifestyle Project of the Year. And the award goes to Adarsh Developers for Adarsh Stratus.
And I'm going to invite Chirant Patel, Deputy General Manager, Sales, and Sanjit Kumar Sharma, General Manager, Sales, Adarsh Developers. Phenomenal. Outstanding. We are now moving on to the next category, and this, from the looks of it, looks like one of my favorites. Is it yours too? Let's have a look at it on the screen, please.
Our next award for the evening is for IT Park Project of the Year, and the award goes to Featherlight Developers for The Address. And Sumadhura Infracon Private Limited for Capital Towers.
Congratulations to both of you. I'm going to request Atya M. Chela Ram, Executive Director of Featherlight Developers, to please come forward. Also, please put your hands together for Mr. Bharat Kumar Kandukuri, Director, Sumadhura Infracon Private Limited. On behalf of him, it will be Mr. Srinivas Moram Chetty, Sumadhura Infracon Private Limited, to come forward, please. Congrats, congrats. Brilliant. Okay, let's talk about design. And the next slide talks about design. Let's see who the winners are in this category.
Taking it a notch ahead is the design project of the year. And the award goes to Zeta for TDCX Hyderabad.
And I would like to invite on stage Team Zeta. Can we give it out for them? It's a lovely name, Zeta. It's like Zyka, Zeta. Give it out to them, please. Big round of applause. Congratulations. Fantastic. Congratulations, Team Zeta. And the next exciting category, if you think, I deserve one, then you can deserve a villa for me. The Villa Project of the Year Award, yeah? Yep, let's check it out.
Another exciting category is Villa Project of the Year, and the award goes to Pacifica Companies for Aurum Villa Phase 2. And Sterling Developers for Sterling Villa Grande.
Congratulations for making stupendous villas look amazing and luxurious. And to take away the awards, I'm going to request Mr. Manivanan, M. Deputy General Manager, Sales, Pacifica Companies. Can we give it out for him, please? Congratulations, Mr. Manivanan. Please don't have an argument with Mr. B.V. Prakash on who's going to gift me a villa. Both of you can gift, right? Yeah, Mr. B.V. Prakash, Mr. Swaroop Pal, and Mr. Madheshwaran S. Tolling, developers. Can we give it out for them, please? Wow. Congratulations, Sterling Developers. You've been outstanding. And we spoke about the next category today afternoon, where we emphasized on that the future will also be targeted towards the senior citizens. And yeah, we have an award in this category. Let's have a look at it.
An important category for all times, Senior Living Housing Project of the Year, and the award goes to Buildtech for Ananta Living.
And to take away the award in this category for doing business, but at the same point of time, very noble work, right? Let's give it out for Mr. Rajan K, Managing Director, and Nitin Rajan, Director, Buildtech. Come on, all of you, hands up, hands up. We're done with next 10 as well. And we're going to quickly move on. And we're going to quickly move on to the next category. And it's called as the Residential Complex of the Year Award, please.
The next category is Residential Complex of the Year, and the award goes to Purvankara Limited for Purvazenium.
Team Purvankara Limited, the heights and the scale at which you are conquering the world, I request you to come at the same pace over here. Can we congratulate Team Purvankara, please? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to proceed to the builders and the developers category. And what is it that we have in store?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the Builders and Developers category. First up is the Developer of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to Urban Tree Infrastructures Private Limited.
Please put both your hands up in the air. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Vitesh Mehta, Director, Urban Tree Infrastructures Private Limited. Vitesh Mehta, are you around, Vitesh? So Vitesh is not around. That's the first dropout for today evening. Maybe he's making something, creating some magic, some masterpiece somewhere. We'll move on to the next category. Yeah, we can give it back over there, please. Yeah, thank you. And we celebrate the winner of the category, Developer of the Year, Commercial. And who's the winner in this category? Let's have a look at it, please.
Now we celebrate the winner of the category Developer of the Year Commercial, and the award goes to Sattva Group.
The director, Sattva Group, Mahesh Khaitan and team, please come forward. Join us, please. Come on, let's go for it. Let's give it out for Sattva Group, please. Well done, Sattva Group. You are nailing it, you're killing it, you're walking away with everything, all the accolades, all the awards. Can we give it out for Sattva Group one more time, please? And while we talk about different categories, one of the most important categories is excellence in delivery, how you treat your customers at the final end point. Let's have a look at this category, please.
Building customer trust and satisfaction is the key to a successful brand, and our next award is for excellence in delivery. And the award goes to Vaishnavi Group.
Syriac Joseph Kavirappa. What a royal name you have. It's not you. Syriac Joseph Kavirappa, Chief Marketing Officer, Senior GM, Marketing, Vaishnavi Group. Syriac, congratulations. You have a lot of weight in your name. Yeah. Now we're going to felicitate excellence in customer service. And let's have a look at the next AV, please.
Felicitating now is the excellence in customer service. And the award goes to Century Real Estate.
Let's give it out for Pradeep Srinivas Rao, Vice President and Head CRM, Century Real Estate. Put your hands together, please, for Pradeep Srinivas Rao. Again, so who doesn't like growth and who doesn't like fast growth at an individual and at a brand level? Let's have a look at the next category, please.
Our next award is for the fastest growing realty brand of the year. And the award goes to Arvind Smart Spaces Limited. And Casa Grande.
Please join me in welcoming Mr. Deep Kumar, Region Head Bangalore, Arvind Smart Spaces Limited. Madam, you can come forward. Amazing. Well done. And the next name in the same category, let's give it out for Jagmohan T, Deputy Zonal Head, Casa Grande. Okay, you'll have to come back again. Give a bigger, broader smile as we move on to the next category, which is very close to my heart. It's related to branding and marketing. That's everything today, sometimes, yeah? That's the case. Let's have a look at the AV, please.
Now, moving on to the exciting Branding and Marketing Awards. The first category here is for the one with the master touch, awarding the Marketer of the Year. And the award goes to Flow Realty.
Familiar names from today afternoon. Let's give it out for Arun Anand and Vyoma Pandit, co-founders, Flow Realty. Congratulations. Arun was almost just, connecting with them from one side until Sir got him in the center, yeah? So they do that during weddings, right? You just place your hand and the bride and the groom get the blessings. So Arun is coming from some weddings. Wedding ka season hai. Let's give it out for Arun Anand and Vyoma Pandit, co-founders, Flow Realty. And move on to the next category about powerful ideas. Let's have a look at it, please.
Our next award recognizes powerful ideas and sales acceleration, the digital marketing campaign of the year. And the award goes to Brigade Group for Brigade Showcase.
Let's give it out for Pradeep B, AGM, Digital Marketing, and Deepak HM, Senior Manager, Digital Marketing, Brigade Group.
3, 2, 1.
All of you hands up. Let's give it out. We are 60% done, yeah? We are doing well. Let the energy be high. I can't see your hands up in the air. Let's give it out. Yeah, very good. If you're clapping, it means your tables are empty. The starters will come to you. Well done. Brigade Group, we are proud of you. Thank you. Congratulations. And the next category is the innovating marketing concept of the year. I'll have to sit with them and understand what was the concept. But for now, let's look at it. Who's the winner?
Our next award is Innovating Marketing Concept of the Year. And the award goes to Shahpurji Palanji Real Estate for Park West 2.0.
Well done, well done. Congratulations. And to take the award, I'm going to request Rahul Sunkar Seth, DGM Marketing, Shahpurji Palanji Real Estate. Can we give it out for Rahul Sunkar Seth, please? Rahul, naam to suna hi hoga. Let's give it out for Rahul and congratulate him together. And let's move on to the next category and have a look at it on the AV screen, please.
Next is the prestigious honor for Integrated Brand Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Shri Ram Properties Limited for Shri Ram Mega Value Month.
Team Shri Ram Properties, you happen to be my neighbor where I stay. I think I'm bringing all the good luck to you. Can we give it out for Team Shri Ram Properties? Put your hands up. All of you, let's give it out. Let's go with the music. Now it's important to connect with the consumer, and we have an initiative for that. And we have an award as well. Let's have a look at it, please.
Recognizing the Consumer Connect Initiative of the Year. And the award goes to Brigade Group for Here For You.
And I'm going to request Pioli Kundu, Head Customer Connect, Brigade Group, to kindly come forward, please. Let's give it out for Pioli Kundu. Congratulations, well done. We are proud of you and we're equally proud of the next award category and the winner. Who's it going to be? Check it out.
Our next award is the Print Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Insomniacs Digital Private Limited for Sterling Villa Grande.
And let's put our hands up in the air. Let's have a thunderous round of applause for Digvijay Chauhan, Chief Business Officer, Insomniacs Digital Private Limited. Okay, all of you have been very kind, but there are two stalwarts who have been standing here giving away all the awards very patiently. Can we give it out for Mr. Arvind Limbawali, please? And can we also give a huge round of applause for Anand Malikwa and joining them on stage to reduce the stress, the load on you, like we have to reduce the stress on the Bangalore roads. Let's give it out for Rashmi Deshpande, the senior partner, real estate, construction, dispute resolution, constitution law, K law. Let's give it out for Rashmi Deshpande. So the drill remains the same. There'll be an AV which will be played. You decide you go this side or you go that side. Yeah, the choice is yours. I think this is going to be comfortable. Center, yeah, that's going to be difficult then. Okay, we're going to move on to the next category. And these are primarily the architect awards or related to architecture. This is the next AV on screen, please.
Which is Interior Design Awards. Our first honorable award is the Interior Design Firm of the Year. And the award goes to DSP Design Associates.
Let's put our hands together for Geetika Jain, Director, Design, DSP Design Associates. Can we give it out for Geetika? Let's give it out. Geetika, well done. I'm going to come to you for some tips. Yeah, thank you, Geetika. And the next category, so only 7 minutes, I promise you. It's a promise. I'll try to live up to it. Okay, let's try to do it together now. Our next category is the Luxury Interiors of the Year Award. And 7 minutes begin now. Yeah, this is the next AV.
Our next prestigious award is Luxury Interiors of the Year. And the award goes to the Karigars for Niku Homes.
Oh, I'm in love with the name, the Karigars. Mr. Vinayak Chadda, the Managing Director and the team from the Karigars. Congratulations. Fantastic. Fantastic. Well done. Congratulations, the Karigars. Congratulations to you. And the next category is the best interior design in the retail sector. Let's have a look at the AV, please.
Our next award is Best Interior Design Retail. And the award goes to Spectra Constructions Private Limited for Living Design Studio at Spectra 1.
Please put your hands up in the air for Kushal C. Raju, Managing Partner, and Arun Sharma, Design Lead, LVNG Design Studio. Okay, we have had a look at the best interior design in the retail category. Let's have a look at the best retail design in the commercial space. Let's have a look at the AV, please.
Next, we move on to Best Interior Design Commercial. And the award goes to Space Matrix Design Consultants Private Limited for Licious.
Delicious. And to take the award, I'm going to request Aruna, our Associate Director, Space Matrix Design Consultants Private Limited, to please come forward along with her team.
Okay, party people in the
Okay, well done, well done. Licious and Space Matrix design, well done. Congratulations. And now we move on to the Architect Awards. While we were already there, we are going to move back over there for forward thinking. So thank you. Can we give it out for Mr. Arvind Limbawali, please? So thank you for being so kind. I'm sure everyone was motivated and encouraged to receive the awards from you. Now it's between the two of you, the two stalwarts out here. Thank you, sir. Can we give it out for Mr. Arvind Limbawali, please? Yeah, a bigger round of applause. Come on. He's been kind as well. We're going to move on to the next category and check it out on the big screens, please.
And now we move on to the Architect Awards. Great architecture is forward-thinking as well as timeless. Next up is the award for Architectural Firm of the Year. And the award goes to Urban Frame Private Limited.
And requesting Anup Nayak, co-founder and director, Raghavendra U. Hegde, director, Urban Frame Private Limited, to please run forward, not come forward. Let's give it out to them, please. Come on, let's have an applause here.
Here we go.
We are recognizing path-breaking architecture, the Architect of the Year, and the award goes to, check it out on the screen.
Recognizing path-breaking architecture is Architect of the Year. And the award goes to Architect Chandrasekhar, Principal Architect and CEO, Genesis Planners Private Limited.
Yeah, congratulations. And let's give it out to the Architect Chandrasekhar, Principal Architect and CEO, Team Genesis Planners Private Limited, please. Over onto the stage and a big round of applause for them, please. Well done, well done. Fantastic. Congratulations. The architectural design of the year, residential, yeah? That's the next category we have. So let's have a look at it on the big screen, please, yeah? Let's go for it.
Our next prestigious award is Architectural Design of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to Genesis Planners Private Limited for Jaybheri, The Peak.
Let's give it out for Architect Chandrasekhar, Principal Architect and CEO, Team Genesis Planners Private Limited. Oh, no wonder you were standing here. That's confidence. Come over. I'll hold the first award for you if you want. Or you can flaunt both the awards. Okay, congratulations. Team Genesis. Fantastic, fantastic. If you wait around for some more time, I would know that you're getting a third one as well, right? Yeah, it's coming? It's coming, yeah. All the awards for you. We're going to move on to the next category. Let's have a look at it on the big screen, please. Well done.
Moving on to the next award is Architectural Design of the Year, Commercial, and the award goes to Ponni and Oscar Architects for APIIC Office Tower.
And even before we announce, we have the principal architect and founder, Miss Ponni, Consaso and Oscar. Let's give it out to them, please. Miss Ponni and Oscar, don't go too far. Let's check out the next category, please.
Our next category is Architectural Design of the Year, Institutional, and the award goes to Ponni and Oscar Architects for Integrated Academic Facility, Shastra University.
Well done. Congratulations, Miss Ponni and Oscar. Well done, well done. Extremely happy and proud of you. Thank you, thank you. The Sustainable Design Architect of the Year. Let's look at it, who's winning in this category.
Honoring the Best in Sustainable Design Architect of the Year. And the award goes to Genesis Planners Private Limited.
Architect Chandrasekhar, Principal Architect and CEO, Team Genesis Planners Private Limited. Okay, I'm going to request all of you to kindly stay seated. We are just left with 10 categories, which means the next 5 to 7 minutes is what we are requesting you for. Yep. So the next category, let's move on to it very quickly and check out what's it all about.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next category, which is PropTech and Co-working Awards. We start with the PropTech App of the Year. And the award goes to Insomniacs Digital Private Limited for My Prestige app.
Yeah, congratulations team Insomniacs Digital Private Limited. Give it out for Srinivas Rao Chaka, AVP, Vishesh Kaul, CIO, CDO and Colonel Milan Khurana, Insomniacs Digital Private Limited, please. दोस्तों कर्नल साहब के लिए जरा जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं यार. Congratulations team Insomniacs Digital Private Limited for My Prestige app. Well done. Phenomenal, outstanding. We're going to move on to the next category, which is the PropTech Realty Firm of the Year. And what's this all about? Let's have a look at it on the big screen, please.
Moving on to the next category is PropTech Realty Firm of the Year, and the award goes to V-City.
Can I have Team V-City on stage, please? Let's have a roaring round of applause for Team V-City. Oh, you're sitting right in the front and you're taking all the time. Let's come, let's come. This is the biggest team which has come on stage. Come forward. Yeah, well done. Team V-City, well done. Congratulations. And the next category is the PropTech Startup of the Year Award. Let's have a look at it on the AV, please.
Coming up next is PropTech Startup of the Year. And the award goes to Constra by Huvier.
Please join me in welcoming Vishkut Mundkur, CEO and co-founder Constra by Huvier. A popular face, yeah? All of you hands up. Last few categories, put your hands up. Let's create some energy together. Vishkut, you're the only one for whom the audience has whistled. Do you realize how popular you are? If they are your employees, it's time to give them a raise. And if they are their partners, increase the stakes. Congratulations, Vishkut. Congratulations. Amazing. So the next award is again PropTech CXO of the Year Award. And who's winning this one?
Our next awards is PropTech CXO of the Year. And the award goes to Jay Bed, MD and CEO, V-City.
Yeah, V-City वालों, जरा जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं और सीटियां भी हो जाएं, please. जय बैद, MD and CEO, V-City. अरे कोई सीटी बजाओ. And now we're going to move on to the Young Dynamic Leadership category. Let's see who's winning in this category, please.
And now we move on to Young Dynamic Leadership of the Awards, which is PropTech Young Leader of the Year. And the award goes to Aryaman V, Founder and CEO, Myre Capital.
Just look at the weight in the name. Aryaman Veer, Founder and CEO, Myre Capital. Let's give it out for Aryaman, please. Okay, we are down to single digits, much lesser than that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the Co-working Awards and check out this category for more information.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to Co-working Awards. Our first category is Co-working Firm for Managed Spaces. And the award goes to SmartWorks Co-working Spaces Private Limited.
Let's give it out for Samir Sabu, Regional Director South, SmartWorks Co-working Spaces Private Limited. Let's give it out for Samir Sabu. Samir is not around. Yeah, we're going to move on to the next category. Can you come back over here? Can you just take it back, please? Yeah, Samir is not around. We're going to move on to the next category, please.
The next category for the evening is Co-working Design Innovation of the Year, and the award goes to 315 Work Avenue.
The 315 Work Avenue design team, please come on stage, run in quickly. Let's congratulate them. So it's only the music that plays. We met them in the afternoon, but they're not around right now. We'll move on to the next category and look at it on the big screen, please. Okay, hold on. Yeah, they were designing workspaces. What took you time? You didn't realize you're from 315? You were right at the other end, stuck in Bangalore traffic, right? Yeah, congratulations, well done. We're going to get back your award and we're going to give it to you. It's the same award that went back. Let's give it out for the 315 Work Avenue design team. All of you put your hands up in the air because we are down to the last 5. Let's give it out, please. Come on. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. And if there's... Yeah, but if you have one more award, just be around. I'll be very happy to invite you and welcome you again, please. Yeah, we'll move on to the next category in the co-working space design of the year. And let's check out the category, please.
Moving on to the next category is Co-working Space Design of the Year, and the award goes to Zeta for Together.
Congratulations, Team Zeta, Mr. Magam Shiva Krishna, co-founder and design head, Zeta. And we are moving on to the next category for Project Construction Management Firm of the Year. We're down to the last 4. Check it out.
Next awards for the evening is Realty Consultant Awards, honoring is Project Construction Management Firm of the Year, and the award goes to Colliers India.
Let's give it out to Indranil Basu, Colonel Srikanth Rao, Project Management Team, Colliers India. Congratulations to you, Team Colliers India. Well done. We're going to move on to the next category, which is the Property Consultant of the Year. Who's winning this one? Let's lock it in.
Our next category is Property Consultant of the Year, and the award goes to Flow Realty.
Please put your hands up for Arun Anand and Vyoma Pandit, co-founders of Flow Realty. Look at those smiles. They're worth it. They're worth it. Congratulations. Well done. The best among the best in the category is the CSR Excellence Award. Who's walking away with this prestigious award, please?
The best among the best in the category is CSR Excellence Award. And the award goes to Capital and Investment India for Capital and Hope Schools.
Yeah, let's give it out for Mr. Sachish Chandra, AVP, Project Management, Capital and Investment, India. Wow. Amazing, amazing, amazing. We're going to move on to the next category, which is the very exciting and the grand finale category of both individual achievement awards as well as with those honors, outstanding performance by Realty professionals. Let's have a look at the next AV, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the very exciting and final category of Individual Achievement Awards, which honor outstanding performance by Realty professionals. To be a true Realty influencer, you also have to be a super CXO. Let's begin with the CXO of the Year award, and the award goes to Mr. Kiran Reddy, founder and CEO, Bricks and Milestones.
And on behalf of Mr. Kiran Reddy, I'm going to request Jai Baid, the MD and CEO for V-City, to please come forward. Thank you, Jai. Congratulations. Please convey our congrats and regards to Mr. Kiran Reddy. Yep, well done. The last award for today evening, I am feeling extremely thrilled to announce it. At the same point of time, extremely disheartened that it's also going to be time to say goodbye to all of you. But for now, let's put our hands together for recognizing dynamic leadership in this category. Let's have a look at it, please.
Recognizing dynamic leadership is the award Young Achiever of the Year. And the award goes to Architect Nitin Rajan, Director, Build Tech.
Let's give it out for Architect Nitin Rajan, Director, Build Tech. Well done, well done. Congratulations to you. I would like to thank Mr. Arvind Limbawali for doing the honors. Also thank Anand Maligwad to kindly, can we give it out to him please, for he's done all the honors along with Rashmi Deshpande. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for doing the honors and for being so kind. I'll invite them back on stage once we are creating the group photo op, please. A special thanks to all our jury members for their time and expertise and for being here with us today presenting the awards. Congratulations to all the winners as well of the 14th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2022 South. And let's have a huge round of applause for all the winners, please. I would now request all the winners to kindly come back on stage for a group photo op. And to join them, I'm going to request Mr. Arvind Limbawali, Mr. Anand Maligwad, and Ms. Rashmi Deshpande to please come on stage and join us for the group photo op, please. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we wrap up this incredible evening where the stars came together and they were shining for a better tomorrow. Thank you for taking our time from your busy schedules and being a part of this extravaganza. Your participation made it memorable, made it extra special, and we hope you had a thoroughly enjoyed and you had a thoroughly fascinating time with all of us. Thank you. Have a pleasant evening. This is RJ Ankit Piplani, the big A of anchoring, saying thank you for being so awesome. 3 cheers for Realty Plus, 3 cheers for the audience. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Yeah, I'm sure your hearts are beating faster and louder. All of you, all the winners on stage, please. Thank you.
The purple cloud with the inauguration of fucking leaders. Right.